My name is David Murray, and I've been using and teaching SEO for the last 20 years. As you can see, I delivered my first SEO training course in 1996, a long time ago, which was actually 2 years before Google was founded. Google was founded in 1998, and believe it or not, there were search engines before Google. Some of you may remember things like Alta Vista, Lycos, Ask Jeeves, and so on and so forth. While living in the UK, I delivered training courses right across Europe, all the way from London through to Moscow, where I trained the IBM staff in Moscow. I now live in Perth, Western Australia. I moved here with my family in 2007, and I run training seminars covering things like SEO, WordPress, YouTube marketing, and other topics. Now, my SEO story. I created my first website myself back in 1996. And since then, I've always done my own search engine optimization. So basically, I've learned over the years. So this course means you're going to benefit from the many mistakes I've made over the years, which is, after all, I suppose, the best way to learn. As I said, I've been running my own businesses since 1996. In all that time, I've never felt the need to do any traditional advertising. I've never had any salespeople, and I hardly ever do any marketing. Virtually all my business comes from either recommendation from happy customers or search engine optimization using Google and YouTube. Now, my original company I started way back in 1996, and as you can see from the screenshot here, basically it sells computer training materials to training companies. So I sell training materials to schools, universities, colleges, training companies, corporate training departments, basically anyone who needs training materials to deliver their training. Now, almost from the get-go, my website was right at the top of Google and have stayed there ever since. Just as an indication, if you type in something like computer training manuals, let's see what happens. So here we are in Google. I've typed in computer training materials, and this is the one that comes up first. And if I right-click on that, this is the one that comes up second, and I'll right-click on that. Notice they're both the same website. This one here, these first two results come from my very original website, which I started back in 1996, and it was called CCT Global. I thought that was a cool name. The company was Cheltenham Computer Training in those days, and I thought global sounded kind of expansive and inclusive. Not a great name from an SEO point of view, but as I say, I didn't know that much about SEO when I first started, and I've been learning ever since. So as I say, the original website was www.cctglobal.com. When I moved to Australia, I set up an Australian version of the website, which is cheltenhamcourseware.com.au, and I'll right-click on that one as well. And I also set up a separate website for the benefit of North America, and that's cheltenhamcourseware.com, so I'll right-click on that. And if we go and look at these windows that I've opened, you can see the first one I clicked on, CCT Global, that's me. Second one, that's me. Third one, that's me. And the fourth one, that's me. So I just close those down again. So that's not bad. I got the first 4 results there for a fairly neutral phrase like computer training materials. Now, I'm not saying you get exactly these same results, but I'm showing you this is possible. There is no team. Cheltenham Group basically is me. It couldn't really be a smaller company. So this just illustrates you don't need a huge team doing your SEO. You can do it yourself. As I say, Cheltenham Group basically is me. And these are the results I've been getting for the last 20 years. Now, when it comes to SEO training in Perth, again, I do pretty well. So you can see from the screenshot, I've typed in SEO training Perth. There's the usual adverts at the top, and then me. There you are, I typed in SEO training Perth, that's me, and that's me. Notice the extended snippet. I'll show you how to do things like this on the course. So normally a snippet just looks like that, 1 or 2 lines. In this case, you'll notice I've actually got the dates of my next training courses displayed directly in the snippets. It's kind of cool. So that's me, and this big chunk of real estate over here, that's me as well. And I didn't pay a penny for this, or that. If I just type in SEO training without the Perth, let's see how well I do. Still pretty well. I come first and second. The only difference is there's an advert now displayed. They paid a fortune for this. It's marked as ad, it's an advert. What I'll teach you on this course is how to get results here in the organic results, which won't cost you a bean. And as I say, I've come here, and this is me over here as well. I don't know if you can see too well, but someone's uploaded a picture of one of my training manuals there when they were doing the reviews. So for SEO training, I come up pretty well. The thing about SEO is you don't want to just stick to one word, you want a couple of words. So I do SEO training, I also do SEO tutorials. So look how well I do if you type in SEO Tutorials Perth. Let's look at that as a live view. So here we are, I've typed in SEO Tutorials Perth, and that's me. So I've come up here. I've actually come out twice, that's the old address there, so I've got to change that, but both of them are actually listed at the moment. This person actually comes up the top here, I'll have to do something about that, but if you look at the address here, you'll notice that this person is not actually listed at all in the organic results. If we go and check out the organic results, the first one there is me. Then there's 3 videos listed, which is, there's my name, all 3 are me. If we go underneath here, we've got me again, and me there, and me, and me. And actually that's one of mine as well. That's an old website I created ages ago and sort of lost interest in, but it's still doing nicely within the SEO. So as you can see, that's not bad. That's not me, but that's me, this is me. Whoops, the 3 videos are mine. That's me, that's me, that's me, and that's me. Oh, and the old one there is, where is it? Is also me. And if we look at the pictures here, if I just mouse over them, you'll see that all of those pictures, without exception, are also me. So that's not bad. It shows you what can be done, especially if you're interested in local business. So in this case, I just typed in SEO Tutorials Perth. So let's close that down. The other thing you can do, and I'd strongly recommend you think about, is create videos. I mean, most people, when they're talking about SEO, they think purely about websites. But as we'll see on this course, you need to think about websites, you need to think about downloadable documents, more on that later, and you definitely need to think about video. So let's see how well I do for a video. In this case, I've typed in WordPress 5.0 preview. Let's get rid of that for a minute. I'll just go WordPress 5.0 and then a space, and as you can see, this is just prior to the release of WordPress 5.0. So most people are looking for the release date. After that, it's features. So if I type in WordPress 5.0 features, as you can see, again, my video and my video showing up. And what's really cool, if you look really carefully, is even though it doesn't look like it, I'll open these up in tabs. So I'm just showing you what can be done here if you do things properly. I've got 2 videos, but actually I haven't. I've got 1 video showing up twice. How cool is that? This one here is that particular video. I'll just pause it so it doesn't annoy you. That is one of my videos on YouTube, and this one here is actually the same video but embedded within my website. So you can see what I'm saying here. These are both the same video. This one is embedded in YouTube. This one here is within my website. So again, that kind of shows you why you should use video. The first thing to realize about SEO is that good SEO takes time. It's no use trying to do SEO and hope that you're going to be at the top of Google in this time next week. It's just not going to happen, at least not if you use proper SEO. There are tricks you can use that will get you to the top of Google, and shortly thereafter will get you thrown out of Google. So they're called black hat techniques. You don't want to use those. Now, there are a lot of SEO companies who will try to convince you that if you sign up with them within 4 weeks, you'll be at the top of Google. Some of these confuse SEO with pay-per-click. Pay-per-click basically is an auction system. You've all seen it, where if you do a search in Google, there's normally sort of 3 or 4 adverts displayed at the top, and those are adverts. You pay for those. It's an auction system, and the more you pay, the more likely you'll be at the top of the advert section. This whole course is not about pay-per-click, it's about SEO, search engine optimization, and it's about getting you to show up in the organic search results. So don't believe any claims about instant results. And Google also has a section within their website about hiring an SEO company, and again it will give you a list of things to look out for, things you should ask for an SEO company before you employ them, and also it sort of will give you some indication of realistic results. It's important to realize that bad SEO, what's called black hat techniques, can possibly get results in the short term, but can also get you banned from Google completely. And by banned, I mean so banned that even if you type your company name in, you still won't get found. So all the techniques I'm going to show you in this course are what are called white hat SEO techniques. They're techniques that Google approves of. Now, whenever anyone contacts me, the first thing they say is, oh, I want to be at the top of the first page of results. Now, that's just not possible sometimes. If you think about it, let's say you had 20 SEO companies and they all promised to get you to the top of Google. Well, only one person can, or one company can be at the top of Google. I mean, it stands to reason. So you've got to be realistic about your results. As I say, not everyone can be at the top of the first page. Ideally, you want to be on the first page of results, not necessarily the top, but certainly on the first page. And the difference in the amount of interest from customers that you'll get between being on the first page and even at the top of the second page is enormous. There's an old SEO joke, in fact, that says, where's the best place to hide a dead body? Answer, page 2 of Google. Nobody looks there. It's an old joke, but it is true. Back in the day, people would do a search and they'll look at the 10 results, and if they didn't like what they saw, they'd go on to the next page. The way people search has changed these days. Normally people do a search, and if you're not on the first page, instead of looking at the second page, they'll do a different search, a slightly different query. So if you can't be at the top of the first page for your preferred search phrase, then make a list of other more easily obtainable phrases. You've got to be realistic, and as I say, don't believe any claims from SEO companies that will guarantee results, because as Google points out, nobody can guarantee results. Not even people at Google will be able to guarantee results, because things change to a slight degree every single day. The other thing to concentrate on, especially when you start off with SEO, is to concentrate on local searches. So, for instance, I'm in Perth, Western Australia, and the two local suburbs near me really are suburbs called Wanneroo and Joondalup. Those would be the largest areas close to me. So if I was starting off a new website, what I could do is concentrate on whatever my product or service was, combined with the word maybe Wanneroo or Joondalup or Perth. And then as time goes by and you get better standing with Google, then hopefully the results for broader searches will start going up and showing up in the search results. Now, something you should be very careful of is not to over-optimize. In Google's exact words, they say write websites for visitors, not for search engines. And when Google give advice, they don't speak English, they speak Google, which is a slightly different type of language than normal English. So the phrase write websites for visitors, not search engines, a translation of that essentially is do not over-optimize. There is something called the Google Webmaster Guidelines, which I'll constantly refer to within this course. And those are guidelines for webmasters. A webmaster is basically someone who looks after or creates a website. And it's very important that you read these Google Webmaster Guidelines before you even think about doing your SEO, and really sort of learn them off by heart. Look at all the information on the guide and really think about it from Google's point of view. Now, if you've never seen the Google Webmaster Guidelines, and I do urge you to go and look at those now, you just simply go to Google and search for the phrase Google Webmaster Guidelines, and this first item that comes up is actually on the Google support website. And I'll go and click on that. These are the Google Webmaster Guidelines. And as you can see, there's a lot of stuff in here which you have to read carefully, and quite often you have to read between the lines. There's 3 sections here which are quite useful. Help Google find your pages. So we'll look at this in more detail later. And then there's help Google understand your pages. Lots of good stuff in there as well. And then help visitors find your pages. And again, lots of stuff in there as well. So all of these sort of things we'll talk about on the course. How to use, for instance, page speed insights to measure the loading speed of your website. Check that your website appears correctly in different browsers. So all sorts of varied information there. Then there's some quality guidelines here. Again, you need to read through those. And then there's the basic principles. And as you can see, the first basic principle, look, there it is. Make pages primarily for users, not for search engines. And there's also some other advice, like don't try and deceive your users, avoid sort of tricks to improve your search engine ranking. Google doesn't disapprove of proper SEO. What it doesn't like is when you start playing sort of fast and loose and using SEO tricks, black hat techniques, which, as I say, work in the short term, but in the long term they just won't work, and they'll probably get you banned. And as it says, use some common sense, make your website stand out in the field, make the website unique, valuable, engaging, quality content basically. And then down here there's some specific guidelines that things it doesn't like here's an old one, hidden text or links. Back in the day you could have a section at the bottom of your website with a black background. You could put a list of all your keywords and they're in a white text, so you basically have white text on white background, so it was invisible to people, but Google and the other search engines would read it. And back in the day, when Google first started off, that would actually work, but that sort of behavior now will specifically, it will annoy Google basically. It's going to get you banned. And, you should take care about this. It says here, if your site violates one or more of these guidelines, then Google may take a manual action against you. A manual action basically means Google just killed your website. It's being banned from Google. And once they have banned you, as it says, once you have remedied the problem, you can submit your site for reconsideration. But Google has a long memory. It doesn't forget and it doesn't forgive. So your best bet is to stick within the rules, don't take liberties, do good SEO, which is what this course is all about, and don't try any of these sort of sneaky sort of tricks you can see listed up here, because, as I say, in the short term it might work, but in the long term it's going to harm your website big time. So don't be tempted to take shortcuts such as buying incoming links. If you do a little bit of SEO research yourself, you'll find that one of the things that is important for SEO is incoming links. So an obvious temptation is to just do a search for companies that will sell links to you, and all of a sudden you've got lots of links. Trouble is, if you go back to those Google Webmaster Guidelines I was talking about, it specifically tells you not to buy links. And if you do, Google will find out and Google will ban you. That said, if you do a search for something like buy links to your websites, you'll find there are loads and loads of places where you can buy so-called quality backlinks. Now this explicitly breaks Google's terms and conditions of service, so just don't do it basically. I know it's tempting, but don't. There are some search engine companies that will, as I say, use black hat techniques. And instead of improving your website position in the search engines, you'd end up either going down in the search engine listing or getting banned altogether. Now, I know I've mentioned this a few times, but it's vital that you understand that. You don't want to take liberties with your SEO. You want to do it properly or don't bother. But certainly don't do bad SEO. This is another page on Google about link schemes, and it will tell you there that buying or selling links that pass what's called PageRank, i.e. value to your website. This involves exchanging money or exchanging gifts or anything like that, then this is specifically disapproved of. So excessive link exchanges, what are called reciprocal links, you link to another company, they link back to you. Again, back in the day that might have helped. These days, there it is. You can see it in black and white. Google doesn't like it, don't do it. In the same way, other things we will cover in this course are things like guest blogging and article marketing. Again, that they would have worked, really well in the past, but you can see there, do not do it. Google doesn't like it anymore. And certainly using automated programs or automated services that create links to your website. There's lots of them out there. Again, Google doesn't like it, and it's not going to help. And if you go down here, you can see there's lots of other information about, even advertisements. If you run advertisements specifically to generate links back to your website, again, that's disapproved of, and it's going to harm you. You might think, oh, let's go out and find as many directories I can find where I can list my website. Well, again, Google specifically, look, there it is. It mentions it. Low quality directories or bookmark sites, don't really use them because it's not going to help. I mean, here's a trick that a lot of web developers like. They still do it, even though they shouldn't do. A lot of web designers, when they design a website for someone, they'll stick a footer at the bottom of each page of the website saying, hey, this website's designed by so-and-so, with a link back to their website. And especially if they use the same link on all the websites that they create, again, Google will get wise to this and take a very dim view of that. So there's the information. As I say, you can go and have a look at it yourself. Just do a search within the Google support section. So there is this support.google.com area specifically for webmasters, as you can see at the top there. And if you go and look at that, there's all sorts of interesting stuff there, and there's more information down the side here. So as I said, be very careful about hiring an SEO company. I'm not saying don't do it, but what I am saying is be very, very careful to hire a good one. Unfortunately, there's an awful lot of bad SEO companies. I think on the list of trusted professions, SEO is possibly marginally above sort of real estate agents and politicians, possibly on the same level. It's not a very trusted profession, SEO, because there are so many people who are bad at it and just frankly trying to rip you off. If you do a search for something like hiring an SEO company, you will find there's lots of advice here. So, for instance, 7 questions to ask before hiring an SEO company, 9 questions to ask, 34 questions to ask. You might want to sort of look at these, compile a little list of things, and be prepared, basically. An obvious question that people don't seem to ask SEO companies, which I find amazing, is the simple question, well, how well do you show up in SEO? So the idea of SEO companies using pay-per-click advertising to advertise their services when they don't actually show up in the organic search results is, think about it, it's ludicrous. What I mean by pay-per-click is normally you have adverts at the top here. So if you typed in something like, I don't know, SEO companies in Perth, you probably find a couple of adverts at the top. And if they show up further down here in the first page, fair enough. But if they only show up in the ads and they don't show up in the organic researches, that's a pretty good indication that they're not very good. So as I say, just use common sense when hiring an SEO company. And also ideally make sure you've got an opt-out. Unfortunately, SEO does take time to get results. So you can't hire an SEO company and a week later decide they're not achieving anything, because that's too short a time. So to be fair, you'd have to give the SEO company sort of a minimum of sort of 3 to 6 months, but ideally you want to organise a 30-day opt-out period or something like that, and if they're not willing to give you that, then I'd say walk away from them. So as I say, treat them with caution. Google does actually have some advice about hiring an SEO company. There is this video, there's the link, and if I click here, I'll just open it up.
Hi, I'm Miley Oye, and I work with Google Search. I'd like to share advice to help you hire a useful SEO and prevent hiring a bad SEO, one who you might pay a lot of money without positive results, or even worse, one who implements shady practices on your website that result in a reduction in search rankings. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. To some, SEO seems like black magic. Having worked with Google Search for over a decade, what I've learned is that first, it's not black magic, and second, if you want long-term success, there aren't any quick magical tricks that an SEO will provide so that your site ranks number 1. It's important to note that
Right, that's enough of that, you get the idea. That video is actually 11.5 minutes long, so it's well worth watching. So just search for how to hire an SEO on the Google Webmasters YouTube channel. Google straight YouTube, same thing. They do have their own Google Webmasters channel on Google, so check it out, and there's lots of good stuff in there. Again, we'll talk more about this later, but again, I'd encourage you to watch this video. I won't run the whole thing now, you can watch it later. But what it's already emphasizing is basically what I've told you. There's no shortcuts, and be very careful about hiring an SEO company. Again, if you go to support.google.com, you will find there's more advice there. I'll just click on this to open this. So there's the video we just had a quick look at. If you come down here, do you need an SEO? It gives you lots of good information here about, what sort of things SEO should be interested in and questions you should ask. So for instance here, some useful questions to ask an SEO company include, obviously, can you show me examples of your previous work? Do you follow the Google Webmaster Guidelines, which I've been banging on about? It's very important that everything you do with SEO complies with the Google Webmaster Guidelines. And as you can see, there's other things here. What kind of experience do you have, and what are the most important SEO techniques they implement, and how long you've been in business, that kind of stuff. And as I say, if you go down here, you'll find there's more information here. As it says, no one can guarantee a #1 ranking in Google. There it is. That's from Google's own website. So if anyone guarantees you a #1 ranking, walk away very fast. If the company won't explain what they're doing and they're very secretive about what they do, again, don't use them. Some SEO companies will demand you link back to them. Again, don't do that. Choose wisely, as it says. Do your research. Be sure you understand what they're doing and what you're paying for. And also some other information there, and things to look out for to try and identify a bad SEO company. So what skills are actually required to do your own SEO? Well, the good news is that SEO is largely common sense and enormous attention to detail. There are some technical aspects to SEO, but if you're using something like WordPress, the great thing about WordPress is that WordPress has lots of what are called plugins. So for instance, if you want to do something technical like create what's called an XML sitemap, you might think, what on earth is that? Don't worry, I'll explain later, it's really easy. But if you want to create an XML sitemap within, say, a WordPress website, all you do is you install an XML plugin, which is free, and there's minimal configuration generally involved, and that's it, you're sorted. One of the things that's very important to SEO these days is what's called loading speed, and it'd be nice to implement something called gzip. You might think, again, what on earth is this? Well, you'll find that to implement gzip within WordPress, again, just involves installing a plugin. So if you're not using WordPress, I'd strongly recommend you think about either creating your brand new website in WordPress if you don't already have one, or if you already have a website, maybe think about transferring it and converting it over to a WordPress site. It might be a big job to do that, but the rewards are enormous, because in WordPress it's just a fantastically good system. It's easy to use, it's very powerful, and from an SEO point of view, one of the great things about WordPress is that if you want to do anything sort of mildly technical, you don't really understand exactly how the technical bit works. You just install what's called a plugin, click, 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 sorted, it's done. And there are just so many reasons why you should think about WordPress, but it's just something to think about. As you can see on the second bullet point there, I mean, if you can use something like Microsoft Word and you're reasonably proficient with that, and you can select a file, drag it from, say, your laptop to a thumb drive, then that's about the limit of the sort of technical skills you're going to require. As I say, you don't need coding. There's no programming involved. You don't need any detailed technical knowledge. it's just actually very, very simple. The real thing about SEO is you have to know what to do, and just as important, you need to know what not to do. And then it's really just attention to detail. That's really the key thing. SEO is about getting everything right as opposed to most things right. If you're serious about wanting to get to the top of the first page, and as I say, nobody can guarantee it. I can't, nobody can. But if that's your goal, then bearing in mind there's about 200 factors that go into influencing who comes first, who comes last in the search engine results. You want to try and get as many of those 200 factors implemented and absolutely right on your website. So the key question is, how much time is actually involved? How long is it going to take? It really depends on if you've already got a website, how large the website is, how complex it is it an e-commerce site? There's all sorts of things that go into the mix. But essentially, if you've already got a website, what you need to do is to really start at the beginning, start with the basics. And in this course, we'll start literally at the basics and then sort of work through. And just apply things slowly, don't rush it, take your time, and just think about every single aspect that's involved. But these days, a couple of days, that should really sort out most websites. And that's, just without sort of breaking a sweat, really, you should be able to do your SEO on most websites in a couple of days. That's what's called the on-site SEO, the factors that affect SEO that are actually within your site. There is another aspect to SEO, what's called off-site SEO, which involves sort of social media and other websites and what have you, and that's a different thing altogether. But certainly with the on-site, it's actually very straightforward. So as you can see, typically I'd suggest sort of 3 to 6 months. That's the sort of time scale you should be thinking of as a minimum. For even better results, maybe 9 to 12 months. Again, if you looked back at that Google document that we examined earlier on, you will see in there that they do recommend, sort of a time scale of 3, 9 months, something like that. If the goal is to get you onto the first page, then you could be talking about a year possibly. It depends how competitive your particular sector is. The good news is, in some cases, it's really easy. Let's say you've got a fish and chip shop in a small Australian suburb. So near me, there's a suburb called Ocean Reef. It's got exactly one chip shop in it. So if they wanted to come up first for a phrase like Ocean Reef Fish and Chip Shop, that would be remarkably easy to do because there's basically no competition. If, on the other hand, you're something like a chiropractor, and there seems to be a chiropractor in just about every corner these days, that's a lot more competitive, and that's going to take a lot longer to get to the top of the search results, and even then there's no guarantee. It's an old expression, knowledge is power, but quite often I have people coming on my SEO training courses, and they go away all fired up, and then of course they get bogged down because they're running a business, and maybe a couple of months later they'll ring me and say, oh, I was on one of your training courses, any chance you could do the SEO for me? The trouble is, a lot of people go to SEO companies, as I mentioned in previous chapters, and they go in kind of blind, and they just kind of don't really know the questions to ask and all that. So what you could do at the end of the course, once you understand SEO, is then you could go to an SEO company if you didn't want to do it yourself, but at least you'd be armed with the knowledge, you'd be armed with the right information, the right questions to ask, and basically you'll be able to distinguish sort of good advice from rubbish, shall we say. And as I say, unfortunately, there are a lot of bad companies in this business. Now, why should you consider using WordPress? Really, you should take a look at this chart here. This is the number of people using WordPress. So out of all the websites in the world, just over 30% are based on WordPress. And of all the websites in the world that use what's called a content management system, over 60% use WordPress, as opposed to something like Wix, where 0.9% use Wix, which you've probably heard of. The great thing about WordPress is it's free and it's incredibly powerful, it's incredibly well supported, and a lot of people use it. If I bring up a live version of that graph, which you can see it's at w3tex.com on their website, there's the live version as of today. So as I say, this top figure here represents the number of websites worldwide using WordPress, so it's just over 30%. And out of the CMS websites, content management system websites, round about 59, just under 60% are based on WordPress. And as I said, if you look at some of the other alternatives to WordPress, Joomla here, it's 3.1. This one here is 3.8, Squarespace 2.4, Shopify 2.3, so on and so. And Wix down here, less than 1%. People are voting with their feet, basically. They use WordPress, A, because it's easy, and B, because it's powerful, and C, because it's just so brilliant for SEO. With SEO and WordPress together, it's just a winning combination. So specifically WordPress and SEO, the great thing about WordPress is you've got all these plugins. You just simply install a plugin to do something or other, and it just gets on and does it. So for instance, there is actually a whole load of SEO plugins you can use with WordPress. As we'll see later, something called SEO Yoast is a very popular version. As I mentioned earlier, if you want to create things like sitemaps, there's actually two types of sitemaps, what's called an HTML sitemap and an XML sitemap. Sounds complicated, but as we'll see, that's really easy. And there are plugins to create both of those for you. Something like caching, you might think, what on earth is that? It doesn't really matter what it is. The point is that caching will speed up your website. And the solution in WordPress, if you want caching enabled, is, as always, you install a plugin. Let's say you want to have integration between your social media and your website. Again, more plugins. If you want to, you can install what are called page builders, such as Divi, into WordPress. And what Divi does, I'll be producing a separate course on that in due course. What Divi does, it adds a whole new level to WordPress in terms of the ability to produce beautiful websites that are both beautiful and powerful. But I mean, this is just a quick list of some of the reasons why you should consider WordPress. I mean, I could have filled 3 pages easily with reasons why you'd want to do it. I'm not going to. Just take my word for it. I've been creating websites for 20 years. I've used all sorts of different packages over the years, and these days, whenever I create a new website, it's WordPress. It's a no-brainer. It's always WordPress now. It also means it's incredibly easy for my customers to take over the website once I've designed it for them, and they can just create new pages, new content, add bits and pieces as they want, create new posts, new blog posts, whatever they want to do. It's just so easy to do. So as I say, the second bullet point here, it basically means you can implement a whole load of advanced SEO features without any specialist technical knowledge. That's really the reason why you want to do it. And as the last point makes clear there, it's also free. WordPress is free. Obviously, you have to pay for the domain name and the hosting, but these days that's cheap as chips. And what you're getting with WordPress is a really good system. If you're not using WordPress at the moment, if you've already got a website and you've realized the SEO is not that great, and you want to start doing some serious SEO, something I'd really urge you to consider. I know it's a big job, it's a big ask, but before you do your SEO, I'd really urge you to consider converting your website from whatever it is, maybe a Wix site or something like that, convert it to WordPress before you start doing the SEO. And as you can see in the last bullet point there, unfortunately there is no magic software that will do this for you. You can't just feed a non-WordPress website into a magic piece of software and get WordPress out the other end. It has to be done manually. That is time consuming and it can be expensive, but the benefits of doing that will be enormous. I do actually offer a web conversion service. If you're interested, those are the details. You can contact me at info@cheltenhamgroup.com.au. As a rough guide, I would charge somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 Australian dollars. As it says over there in the red area, if you're outside Australia, the good news is the Australian dollar is not worth much these days. So 2,000 Australian dollars translates to a lot less than you might think. In fact, let's have a quick look. Now, this website, which you'll find at www.xe.com, is an excellent, well-respected site for basically converting currencies. So in this case, I'm saying I want to convert 2,000 from Australian to USD. So that's 2,000 Australian dollars. What is that in United States dollars? It's around about $1,400. Obviously, it goes up and down each day. If you want to convert that to, say, British pounds, you just do that. So 2,000 Australian dollars is round about 1,118 British pounds. Again, if you wanted it in euros, you could do that. Click there, and that would be the approximate euro price. You might actually want to consider having this on your website, this little currency converter. It's totally free. You can embed it in your website if you want to, and it won't give you an exact price, because the price that you get in real life is always slightly different, but it's not a bad little currency converter. So as I say, if you do want us to quote for converting your website to WordPress, just contact us there. Alternatively, in due course, I will be producing a course on how to do this yourself. It's not difficult, it's just very, very time consuming. Because again, you can do it quickly and, not very well, or you can do it properly. And, again, I would suggest if you are going to do this, do it properly. And while you're at it, build the SEO into the newly converted site. In this section, I'm going to look at some basic SEO terminology. Now, the first question is, what is SEO? What is search engine optimization? Well, as I'm sure you know, SEO is a collection of techniques, and the basic goal is to promote your website within the search engine results. Now, there's two types of SEO. There's what's called on-site SEO. So on-site SEO is basically everything you do within your website. So it's to do with, your titles and your headings and your keyword text and alt tags and anchor text and a whole load of other things. So it's basically everything you do on your website. Off-site SEO is basically you do everything outside your website. So it's to do with getting links from other websites, and it's to do with using social media, things like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and so on. So these days, good SEO is a mixture of on-site and off-site SEO techniques. Now, the other thing you need to make sure you understand is the difference between organic results and paid for or pay-per-click search engine results. Now, normally when you search for something, you get up to 4 adverts displayed at the top, and these are what are called pay-per-click adverts. The only reason they're displayed there is because somebody paid to have them displayed there, and it's basically an auction system. So the more you pay, the higher up in the paid results section you'll get. It's very important to realize there's no connection between the paid for results and the organic results. Some people think that if you sign up for a Google account and actually run an advertising campaign, this is going to help your organic SEO, and Google are categorical about this. There's no connection between the two. So in this course, we'll be talking about how to get organic SEO results that don't cost anything, as I said, and that's totally different from the paid for adverts you see at the top of the search results. Now, something that bothers a lot of people is they've heard that Google is constantly making changes to its algorithm. The word algorithm just means formula, by the way. Google has about 200 factors it takes into account to determine who comes first, who comes last in search engine results. Now, don't get obsessed by the daily changes that Google makes, because the daily changes are tiny little changes to one thing or this, that, or the other. Every so often, Google will release an upgrade, and it basically lumps a whole load of changes together. Now, if you do good SEO, you don't have to worry about changes to the algorithm, because if you think of it from Google's point of view, why does it change the algorithm? Basically, it's trying to catch out the scammers, the cheats. So if you do good SEO, you don't have to worry about what changes Google might make in the future. I mean, as I've mentioned before, I've been doing SEO for over 20 years now, and I've never been adversely affected by anything that Google has changed. So, as it says in about the 4th bullet down there, don't get obsessed about, learning the last sort of minutiae of every sort of change that Google makes. As I say, it makes changes every single day. They're on record as saying that quite often they try things out, just little things. So they might try something out. If that improves their results, they'll keep it. If it doesn't improve the results or makes no difference, then they won't keep it. So, as I say, play by the rules and you don't have to worry about the changes to the algorithm. Now this is a page from Google's own website. You can see the address up the top there, and it's basically entitled How Search Algorithms Work. It's kind of obvious in a way. I mean, there's a couple of different sections here. This page talks about analyzing your words. So really what Google is saying here is that you need to have your keywords actually within the body text of your website. You know, the keywords should be sort of enclosed in natural sounding sentences. You don't want just a hollow list of keywords. That would have worked years ago, but now it looks like spam. So as I'll mention numerous times in this course, what Google is looking to reward is good quality content, well written content, and ideally pages that have, you know, a fair amount of content on each page. As you can see, there's different tabs here. If I click on where it says matching your search, you know, there's more information here. So as it says, basically we, Google, look for pages with information that match your query. When you search at the most basic level, our algorithms will look at the search terms in the index to find the appropriate pages. They then analyze how often and where these keywords appear on the page, whether it be in your titles, headings, or in the body text. So I mean, just that bit there is a pretty strong clue of what Google thinks is important, which is why we'll talk in detail about titles, headings, and body text. Next, you've got this bit about ranking useful pages. As it says, you know, when you run a query, there might well be millions of pages that vaguely match the results. And what Google is trying to do is to help rank the best pages so they appear at the top, and evaluate how these pages are useful for people. Again, if you just sort of browse through this, it talks about the freshness of the content, i.e. newly created pages or newly edited pages, the number of times your search appears, and whether the page has a good user experience. What that means is that if lots of people go to your website, look at it for 2 seconds, then go back to the search results, that's a pretty clear indication to Google that people don't like your page, or that the page doesn't match up what people were searching for. It also says if other prominent pages on the particular subject link to the page, then that's a good sign that this is high quality. So there it's talking about links from other websites. Here it's talking about considering the context. So if people are doing local searches, for instance, if they're doing a search for, say, SEO companies in Sydney, and you have the words SEO companies in Sydney all in the page, then that's going to help you. Now, when you're doing your SEO, you want to think about what you want to achieve, and you also want to think local. Certainly when you start doing your SEO, try thinking locally first and then expand, you know, to maybe the sort of city and then the country. The other thing, as I've said, is try and be realistic. I mean, I still get people ringing me up and saying, oh, I've got a plumbing company and I want it so that when anyone anywhere in Australia types in the word plumbers, I want to come up first all over Australia, which is kind of crazy. I mean, that's very, very difficult to do and of limited use. If you're a small company, maybe a small plumbing company based in Perth, then you want really customers in Perth, not Sydney, unless you're a multinational company. You know, so you should definitely think local. I mean, instead of words like plumbers, plumbing, commercial plumbers, things like that, what you want is, for instance, if you're based in Joondalup, to initially try and rank for phrases like plumbers in Joondalup, or plumbing Joondalup, or commercial plumbers Joondalup, something like that. So I say start local and then expand out. Now, ROI is return on investment. Properly applied SEO gives a fantastic return on investment. You think what you'd have to pay advertising in a newspaper, on the radio, or the television, and compare that with what you pay for a website. Actually running a website, hosting and, you know, the domain name, are, you know, it's a tiny amount of money really compared to traditional advertising. And with just a little bit of effort with your SEO, you can get enormous return on that investment. So really, if you're going to do your own SEO, your investment is time rather than money. As I've already indicated, you don't actually have to spend that much time doing the SEO. So, you know, it's a great alternative to traditional advertising. Another phrase I have mentioned before, black hat versus white hat SEO. White hat SEO basically uses techniques that Google approves of that are outlined in the Google Webmaster Guidelines. Black hat techniques, on the other hand, use underhand techniques and try and artificially boost the position of a web page within search results. As I've already mentioned, using black hat SEO may gain or may get you short-term success in the search engine results, but in the longer term, if you're not really careful, you could be demoted, or even worse, you could be actually banned from Google. A famous case quite a few years ago now was BMW in Germany, and at one point Google completely banned them because apparently they had used a third-party company working on their behalf, and this company was using techniques that Google disapproved of. And this happens every year. Google will basically take a pot shot at a large multinational company just to make the point. So if it can happen to these big companies, it can certainly happen to you. So as I've mentioned numerous times already, stick to the rules. Don't try and game the system. Now, another phrase you're going to come across is robots, spiders and crawlers. They're all basically the same thing. They're little bits of software that the search engines send out to sort of crawl the web, to find websites and to follow links from one website to another, or to find links between one page and another page within a website. So in the case of Google, the little robot is called Googlebot, and it just happily sort of spends its time trawling through all the pages on the internet, going from link to link to link, and it reports back to Google, and then Google builds up a sort of index of, a particular page, what that page is about, and then it can use that to serve up that particular page in the search engine results. So another phrase you hear is domain name, or URL. URL is actually short for Uniform Resource Locator, if you really wanted to know. And in the case of Microsoft, the URL will be www.microsoft.com. So as it says, in many ways the URL is similar to a sort of telephone number. It's the address of the website. Once people know the URL, they just simply type that into the address bar within a web browser, press enter, and they can view the website. Now, what is an IP address? Well, the IP address is essentially the number, the technical number that sort of lurks under the URL. So human beings, people tend to use URLs, whereas the computers use the IP address. You can easily look up an IP address. There's this website here. It's www.site24x7.com. So within this website, as I say, it's called site24x7. If I type in an address like www.cctglobal.com, which is one of my websites, if I just click on where it says Find IP, you can see here that number there is the IP address. So as I say, you don't really have to understand exactly what IP addresses are. It's a term you might well come across. And as I said, just think of it as the number underlining the URL. It's the IP address is what computers use. URLs is what people use. That's it, basically. Now, finally, what is a web server? A web server is just an ordinary computer. I mean, your laptop could be a web server if you wanted to. You just put some special software on it, and it's connected permanently to the internet. And once it's been set up, then you can store websites on it, so you can have lots and lots of websites on the same computer if you wanted to. How it all works technically, it's not really important. It doesn't matter, because in most cases you'll be using probably a shared server, so your hosting company will just simply set up your particular website on their web servers. Now in this section, I'm going to take a closer look at the Google algorithm and the changes that have taken place over the last few years. So the first thing, what is the Google algorithm? Well, to rank pages within your website against pages on other websites, Google uses what is called its Google algorithm. Now the original Google algorithm was developed by I think Larry Page, and it was to do with PageRank. And at the time, that was quite revolutionary. Prior to that, search engines like Alta Vista would simply look at words that have been stuffed onto a web page. They look at your title, your description, and something called the keyword meta tags, which have been totally abused over the years, so much so that Google doesn't actually use them now. So in the old days, it was much easier to kind of spam your way to the top. So the algorithm has developed, it's got more sophisticated, and as I've mentioned before, the whole point of the algorithm is it's trying to detect low quality spammy websites and basically demote those and promote websites that basically adhere to the Google Webmaster Guidelines. So in total, there's probably about 200 factors that Google takes into account, and it's important to realize that some of those factors have an enormous effect. So something I'll mention numerous times in this course is the importance of the title, which is the single most important on-site SEO factor there is. So the title has an enormous SEO value. If you get the title right and stuff up just about everything else, you're still in the game. If you stuff up the title, then that's really kind of crippled your website in terms of how it's going to show up in the search engine. If you can get the title right plus all the other 200 factors, then you're definitely on the right lines to turning up on the first page. So as I say, there's 200 factors to go into the mix, and the better that a particular page scores with the algorithm compared to other pages out there, the more likely you're going to be ranked higher than other website results. In addition to things that Google likes, which are mentioned, as I say, in the Google Webmaster Guidelines, there's a whole load of things that Google really doesn't like, which basically amounts to sort of spamming attempts. Now, if you do try these things, I've mentioned them for black hat techniques, they're going to harm you. So, stick to the rules, as I've said a number of times now. Now, there was another algorithm update called the Google Panda. Every single day the algorithm changes in a small way. Google try things out, and every so often they lump a whole load of changes together and release the changes, and quite often they give it a name. So this Google Panda update was a whole load of things, and it's estimated that it affected around about 35% of all web pages worldwide. Now, the basic idea behind the Google Panda algorithm was to try and get rid of the low quality pages that were showing up in the search results and to improve, the quality of the Google results. The trouble was lots and lots of websites have been produced with ultra low quality. They've been absolutely spammed, they're full of spam and dodgy SEO techniques, and the whole point was to get them displayed in the search engine results. People would click on them, and then people would display pay-per-click advertising within the pages and try and make money out of these cheap and horrible websites. And as I say, Panda really was an attempt to get rid of as many of these as possible from the search results. As you can see in the last bullet point there, a lot of web designers were very upset about Panda when it came out, which is good news for the rest of us who are actually playing by the rules, because the more the low quality sites can be weeded out, the better the good quality sites are going to show up. Now, Google is on record as saying they wish to promote good quality content websites. That's really what you should concentrate on. Google really regard content as king. So the better the content, the less likely you are to be affected by any of these algorithm updates. The other thing was that Google Panda didn't just affect single pages, it affected an entire site. And Google has stated it'll only take a few poor quality pages or duplicate content to affect a site. And they basically recommend that poor quality pages be removed or blocked from being indexed, which is another way of avoiding being penalized by Google. However, if you do any rewriting, you must make sure that you actually add value to the original content. Now, Google Penguin, that was another famous update, came back, originally back in April 2012, and it impacted a lot of search engine results. Again, it was really aimed at people who were trying to spam the system and weren't abiding by the Google Webmaster Guidelines. In this case, it affected initially about 3% of all search queries made in English. Right, the page layout algorithm update. This is yet another one, originally released in 2012, And this was really aimed at websites that had too many advertisements on the page, what we call top-heavy adverts. So the phrase above the fold, what that really means is that lots and lots of adverts were displayed towards the top of the page, and if that was combined with sort of thin content, then that's really what this algorithm was trying to get at. Hummingbird was yet another algorithm update. It was introduced back in 2013, and the idea with Hummingbird, it allows Google to more accurately determine what people are searching for using context and synonyms. The idea was that they were looking for web pages that provide the answer to questions, not just simply a whole load of facts that have been sort of typed out onto the page. The other thing that Hummingbird was looking for was basically content that was more natural sounding, using sort of normal English. Again, when we look at content writing, it's very important that you write good content. You don't have to be Shakespeare, you just have to make sure that when you read through your content, it sounds and reads well, so that it doesn't look like it's just being sort of dashed out by someone who's tried to cram as many keywords into a shorter sentence as possible, which doesn't really help you these days. The other effect of Hummingbird is it may cause more relevant pages on your website to be displayed in search results rather than just your home page. Or to put it another way, that means you should concentrate on really cleaning up every single page on your website, not just simply the home page. A lot of people with SEO, they just sort of concentrate on the home page and they give that a lot of effort, and then with the other pages, not so much. But again, it is making the point that every single page on your website, get it, for every page, get it absolutely right in terms of SEO if possible. Now in this chapter we're going to look at some basic SEO concepts. The first is, how do search engines actually work? Well, the search engine will look at each individual page within your website and try and figure out what it's about. It'll then take the information back to Google, and then Google has to rank those pages against all your competitors' pages. So the first thing you need to do is to start thinking like a search engine. If you were a search engine, what would annoy you and what would you reward? So when you write every single page, look at it from a visitor point of view, but also look at it from a search engine point of view. If you play by the rules and make it easy for the search engine to figure out what your website's about, you'll find you get listed more prominently within search engine results. It sounds very simple, but it is true. So for example, let's say you've got some pictures, some images on your page. Then if you just simply upload the pictures, if they have a silly file name, something like picture001.jpg, that tells nothing, it tells Google nothing about the image. So what you can do is just do some simple things. We're just talking about pictures and we're thinking about search engines. So if we assume that Google has no idea what a picture is actually about, you need to help it. So by giving it a file name, that's an obvious thing that most people don't bother with. So that's the first thing. Once it's uploaded to your website, then you can use what are called alt tags. We'll look at these later, but they're basically little tags that you can easily add in something like WordPress, and it basically supplies extra information about the picture to Google. And simply by combining the image name, the file name, along with the alt tag, all of a sudden Google understands what the picture is about. And then provided that information also tallies with the text on the page, because that's very important, so everything's on message, at that point Google has a much better idea of what the thing is about, what the page is about. It's taking extra information from your pictures. So as we'll see later, actually using pictures is very, very good from an SEO point of view. But always you've got to think of it from Google's point of view. Only last week a customer came to me and they had a website, I forget exactly what it's about, it's not really important, but the point was the website, at first glance it looked like it had a fair bit of text on it. In actual fact, the most of the text turned out to be a picture of text, if you see what I mean. So it wasn't real text, it was, text contained within a picture. And there was absolutely no sort of information for Google as to what the text was in this picture, if you see what I mean. So as a result, Google had really no clue as to what the page was about, because there's very little real text on it. Most of it consists of this large picture, which is a picture containing words basically, but as images. So that was a good example of how not to do things. You have to have lots of text and lots of pictures, and as we'll see later, all sorts of other things like documents and videos really help. But the key thing is, think of it from Google's point of view. If you make it as easy as possible for Google to figure out what your page is about, then you're going to do well in the search engines. Very simple, but it's very true. The other thing to remember is that Google's don't rank websites as such. What they're doing is they're ranking web pages. It's the web pages that are going to show up in the search engine results. What this means is that every single page on your website can actually be optimized to a different phrase. So in my case, I do SEO training in Perth, so I can have maybe my home page optimized for that particular phrase, and then I can have other pages optimized for something similar but slightly different, maybe SEO seminars or SEO tutorials, or maybe online SEO training. You kind of get the idea. So that's another crucial thing that you should sort of take on board, that every single page is an opportunity to optimize for a different keyword phrase. Again, a very common mistake that I see is, over and over again in fact, is a lot of people try and cram absolutely everything into the home page, and as a result, Google looks at all this conflicting information, and it basically gives Google a headache. It has no idea really what the page is about. So as I said, in my case, my home page for my SEO training.com.au website, which is really focused on local training here in Perth, it's very definitely focused on SEO training. I'd say other pages for other things, maybe WordPress training or YouTube training or seminars or online training, whatever it happens to be. But, separate out all the different pages, create as many pages as you need, and really optimize each individual page for a different keyword phrase, which hopefully will get found in the Google search results. As I mentioned, there's about 200 factors that go into the mix. Some are huge, like the title, which I've already mentioned. Then there's others that have a very small effect. Others have positive effects, some have negative effects. So for instance, if you've got a very fast loading web speed, that's good. If you've got a slow loading web speed, that's bad, and it's going to help you. So, it's very important that you do understand these different factors, and even the ones that just have a small effect, try and get them all right. Try and get as many of these things right as possible. And the analogy I like to think about is, if you've got a jar in the kitchen, over a period of time you put pennies in there and occasionally you put some notes in there, then at the end of 6 months, it's astonishing how much money you can actually find in your large jar. I mean, obviously the notes are nice, but the point is the coins add up as well. And that's the same with SEO. All the little things, they do add up. And, done right, as long as you don't over-optimize, which is bad. So if you do SEO, good SEO within reason, all the little things add up, and before you know it, you're on the first page. But as I say, always with the caveat that not everyone can be on the first page. So, sometimes you just have to accept that for your chosen phrase, you're not going to get onto the first page. Maybe it's just too much competition. Maybe there's too many other large companies who are, just throwing money at the SEO and doing everything right. In which case, as I say, settle for a different phrase. But generally, for at least some phrases that are relevant to your business, you should get onto the first page. Now, if we're talking about basic SEO, you've got to make sure that you do at least mention your keyword phrases within the body text. There's all the other techniques which we're going to sort of talk about in the course, but at the most basic level of SEO, if you don't have the words actually appearing, within the viewable page on your website, then you're not going to show up too well for those. I still get people coming to me, for instance, saying, "Oh, I've got maybe a personal injury business." They're lawyers, and they don't show up so well for a particular suburb. Well, when I look at their website, nowhere does that particular suburb name actually show up in the website. So big surprise, they don't show up for that particular suburb. That's a kind of obvious example, but it does kind of illustrate the point. As I mentioned a while ago, use pictures, documents, and videos. So most people, when they're talking about SEO, they're purely thinking web pages. As we'll see, if you don't think documents, pictures and videos, you are missing out big time. So that sounds maybe a little bit confusing at the moment, but stick with the course and you'll see what I mean. By the end of the course, you'll be producing documents, videos, pictures and anything else you can think of, because it all goes into the mix. Social media. Some people like social media, some not so much. I like websites, I like YouTube. I'm not a huge fan of Facebook, and to be honest, I hate Twitter. I mean, look at the people that use it, enough said. That said, from a marketing point of view, some people find Facebook and Twitter absolutely brilliant. It depends on your business. As far as links are concerned, back in the day, it was purely the number of links that were important. These days, there's a number of caveats with links. Links have got to come from good websites, good quality websites, and also they've got to be ideally relevant to what you do. So for instance, if I'm doing SEO training and I've got 300 links from different hairdressing websites, Google's going to say, A, it looks suspicious, and B, that there's no sense in this. It doesn't make any sense. So, if I have links for, say, a training business from, say, universities and colleges, Google's going to say, that's much more interesting and I'll get much more benefit from it. A basic SEO concept is whenever you can name something, doesn't matter what it is, make sure that name is SEO friendly. So in this case, we're talking about domain names. So you could have a domain name with your company. So for instance, my company is called Cheltenham Group. So I could have a domain name of www.cheltenhamgroup.com, or in my case .com.au because I'm Australian. There's nothing wrong with that, so if people are searching for your company, they'll find it very easily. But it's important to realize that the URL doesn't have to be your company name. The URL could actually include your important keywords. So in the example shown here, let's say you're a plumbing company in Perth, there's nothing wrong with having a domain name which is different from your company name. So in this case, something like www.plumbingperth.com.au. That would be perfectly okay, and also that would give you a slight SEO boost. In the past, exactly matching your keyword phrases with your domain name had a huge effect. These days it has a much smaller effect, but as I've said repeatedly, SEO is about trying to get every single thing right. So you will notice that I have a website, for instance, called www.4seotraining.com.au. The reason I've got the 4 there is when I moved to Australia in, I think it was 2007, SEOtraining.com.au had actually been bought by somebody else, so that was like my second best purchase. I just put the 4 in front of it, hence the 4 SEOtraining.com.au. So as I say, this is one example where you can sneak your keywords into something, that something in this case being the domain name. Incidentally, try and avoid the use of hyphens within your domain name. Right, another thing you need to think about is keywords in file names. So every time you create a new web page, for instance, make sure the file name of the page is SEO friendly. So for instance, instead of just having a file name that says About Us, you could have a file name for your About page, which was something like, in my case, it could be About My SEO Training Courses. So I've got the words SEO and training and courses in there. And Google does notice this, so Google looks at all your file names. It doesn't matter whether they're file names of pages, they could be file names of documents, file names of images. It's just important that whenever, as I say, you can name something, use an SEO friendly name. Something else you can think about is folder names. So a lot of people just simply create all their pages in the website at the same level. And it's important to realize that your web server is just like the laptop that you use. You can create folders and put certain things into different folders. So if you're going to use folders on your website, again, make those folders, the folder names, SEO friendly. So as you can see, a lot of people, as you can see in the slide here, a lot of people would put their images into a subdirectory maybe just called images. The word images doesn't really mean much to Google. So what you could do is create a subdirectory called, in my case, maybe SEO training images, and put all of my images, my pictures, into that particular folder. When Google comes to read the name of the folder, it would get the words SEO training images, so it would extract some important SEO information from the name of the folder. The other obvious one is image names. Let's say you've bought pictures from an image library, or you've taken your own pictures. I mean, typically you might have something like a file name for an image, or something like image0284.jpg. That means absolutely zip to Google. So prior to uploading your images to your website, what you could do is rename the images. So in my case, I could have something like perth-seo-company.jpg. And again, Google will take note of this. So as I say, every single time you can name something, it doesn't matter what the something is, but when you can name something, give it an SEO friendly name. You can apply this concept to documents as well. As we'll see later, and most people miss this, creating downloadable documents which you can have on your website is a very, very good SEO trick. And again, if you create a document, so in my case, I might create a document called something like SEO tips and tricks, then it would make sense to actually have a file name for that document of something like SEO tips and tricks.doc or .pdf. Right, one last thing, you may have heard of the expression NAP, name, address, phone number. This is something you should try and be consistent with right across your website and your social media. So again, Google takes note of this. So if you've got lots and lots of different social media setups, then ideally you want the name, address and phone number to be identical in every case. And this will certainly help with your local SEO efforts. Now in SEO, this is a term you'll come across a lot. Content is king. So the most important thing is always concentrate on producing high quality content that people want to read. Because if people find it interesting, then Google will find it interesting. So Google is on record as saying they want to reward good quality content, high quality websites that provide genuine information to web visitors. Google also likes fresh content. This is something you don't have to obsess about. At the end of the day, you've got a business to run and you can't be writing web pages, every day of the week. But if possible, every so often try and do updates to your pages and your web content, create some new pages. Maybe think about having a blog so you can put news about current events on your blog. And as we'll see, having fresh quality content sort of helps with your SEO. Now Google likes fresh content. You don't have to obsess about writing sort of new pages or updating your pages every single day, but try and update something on your website on a regular basis. Create some new sort of topical content maybe in your blog pages. The other thing, as the third bullet point makes clear, if your website is packed with high quality content, you'll find that over time other people will start linking to your website as an authoritative source on a particular topic. And as we'll see, having high quality, relevant inbound links to your website will also help with your SEO. So having really good content will actually attract links. Frequently updated content means you're going to get more interest from Google. The Google bot will visit you more often and it'll sort of re-index your site, and that will generally help with your SEO. The other thing you need to remember is that if you start creating new pages on a fairly regular basis, then you need to think of each new page as a new opportunity to basically trying to track Google's interest for a particular keyword phrase. So, as I think I've mentioned earlier, a lot of people make the mistake of trying to cram all the information about all the services or all the products they produce or they sell onto the home page. What you should try and do is to focus different pages onto different keywords, so that when people do searches, they might not necessarily find your home page. What they might find is one of the other pages on your website that's been specifically optimized for a particular phrase they've just searched for. This really is the starting point for SEO. You need to get really familiar with the contents of the Google Webmaster Guidelines. It's advice direct from Google, not from me or anybody else, but direct from Google. Anything that Google suggests that you do in the guidelines, you do. Anything that Google tells you not to do, you don't do. And the other thing is, unfortunately, the Google Webmaster Guidelines are written in Google, not English, which is almost the same, but sometimes can be a little bit opaque. The Google Webmaster Guidelines don't tell you exactly what to do for SEO. They really just sketch out things that Google likes, things that Google doesn't like, things that Google recommends you do, and also things Google recommends you definitely do not do. So if you want to view the guidelines, the easiest thing is just simply go to Google and do a search using the phrase Google Webmaster Guidelines. So here you are. I've done a search for Google Webmaster Guidelines, and it's the first one up here. Actually, I just noticed out of interest, I did a video some time ago on the Google Webmaster Guidelines, and look, there it is, it's showing up. So when I searched for Google Webmaster Guidelines, up came my video, which is about 26 minutes long. So you could actually go and watch that just out of interest to see how it matches up with this video. Anyway, I'm going to click on this first link up here, and here we are. This is the Google Webmaster Guidelines. There is a little video which is not particularly useful, but you can have a look if you want to. And if we go through here, it says, following the general guidelines below will help Google find, index, and rank your site. We strongly encourage you to pay very close attention to the quality guidelines below, being this bit here, which outlines some of the illicit practices that will basically provoke Google into banning you. So it is very clear now that Google are not the friendly sort of creature of old when they first started, when it was all carrot and no stick. They now have a very small carrot and a very large stick. And if you break their rules, at best they might demote you. More likely these days, they'll probably just throw you out the index altogether. So it's vitally important that you don't provoke Google. We'll look at these bits and pieces in a minute. There's 3 sections that are very important. We'll look at those in a minute, the general guidelines. If we come down here and look at the quality guidelines, it's basically telling you, well, look, these are a list of things that Google doesn't like. It does tell you that if you find another website that's abusing the quality guidelines, you can report them. So as I have mentioned elsewhere in this course, if you do have a website that's listed above you in the search results, and if you're pretty sure they're there because of deceptive SEO tactics, you can go here, fill in a spam report, and according to a report I read a while back, in the majority of the cases, Google takes action. So, if someone's above you in the search engines by legitimate results, fair enough. If they're there by cheating, report them, get rid of them. Now, there's a couple of basic principles here which are very important, and as I say, this whole page here is written in Google, and you have to kind of read between the lines. So the first basic principle there, it says, make pages primarily for users, not for search engines. Now in English, what that means is don't over-optimize. If you do over-optimize, you can now get penalized for over-optimizing your website. So as it says, make pages primarily for users, not for search engines, or in English, don't over-optimize. Don't deceive your users by using sort of sneaky tricks. Then next one, it says actually avoid tricks intended to improve search engine rankings. A good rule of thumb is whether you'd feel comfortable explaining what you've done to a website that competes with you or to a Google employee, That's a pretty good test as any. I mean, if you're writing a website and you've been fairly aggressive for your SEO, imagine someone from Google sitting next to you and you're explaining why you've done everything. And if you can explain it with a straight face, you're probably okay. If, on the other hand, what you've done is blatantly to promote your website and there's no other reason for doing it, then that will annoy Google, and that's the sort of thing that can get you demoted. As it says, another useful test is, does this help my users? Would I do this if search engines didn't exist? You know, those are the sort of questions you've got to think about. You don't want to over-optimize. Other basic principles, as it says, the last bit there, it says, think about what makes your website unique, valuable, or engaging. Make your website stand out from the others in your field. So what it's really talking about there is quality, unique content. You know, content is king. If we go down here, there's some more specific guidelines. Avoid sort of automatically generated content. Believe it or not, you can actually buy software where you just sort of shovel a whole load of keywords in one end and out come lots and lots of formatted paragraphs out the other end. The formatting of these paragraphs is generally pretty awful, and it just doesn't sound well when you read it. It doesn't look good, it won't impress your customers, and it certainly won't impress Google. So don't use those kind of things. Incidentally, I could click here and get more information off, so obviously the blue links here means I can click and get more information. This bit here, it clearly says do not, avoid participating in link schemes. Link schemes are things like you swap with sort of 20 other similar websites. You give them a link, they give you a link, or just simply buying in links from link farm providers, all that kind of stuff. It's specifically stated in here that you shouldn't do this. So if you do buy in links, chances are you could be thrown out. It's happened to many, many different companies. Avoid creating pages with little or no original content, so what's called thin content. Sometimes less is more from Google's point of view. Rather than have lots and lots of pages with very few words on them and not very interesting words, if you're given the choice between one or the other, go for fewer pages that have more words on them, but has interesting words that are kind of all on message, all about one particular topic ideally. There's other more technical things here, things like cloaking, sneaky redirects and what have you. Those are techniques that bad SEO people can use to promote websites. They might work in the short term, but they will get you banned as sure as anything in the long term. Things like hidden text, the old trick of white text on a white background at the bottom of the page, stuff like that. Google is wise to that now, it doesn't work. Avoid excessive doorway pages. A lot of SEO people will tell you that doorway pages are absolutely fantastic, but it's actually on the list of things to avoid, as you can see. Use them with caution. I do have a chapter specifically on doorway pages. Really the secret to doorway pages, if you must create them, is to mark them as no index and no follow, which again is covered in a different chapter somewhere. Scraped content just means content that you've stolen from elsewhere, really. Using affiliate linking schemes that don't particularly add any value to your pages, that can also damage your website. Packing your pages with relevant keywords, again, not recommended. Having malicious software on your website, that can really harm your website. Abusing what's called rich snippets. And finally, sending automated queries to Google. So for instance, if you want to see how well your particular website is showing up in response to a particular SEO phrase, then you can buy software where you can just type your name of your website in, supply it with a list of keyword phrases, click on a button and it goes and checks all of the different phrases against a particular version of Google. And Google specifically warns you not to do this, so don't basically. Then it goes on to be a little bit more positive. It says, follow good practices like these, like monitor your website for hacking, make sure you remove any hacking as soon as it appears. You won't get thrown out if your site does get hacked, providing you do something about it on a timely basis. I mean, I've been hacked a couple of times over the years. I mean, going for over 20 years now, and I've probably been hacked about, 3 or 4 times. I'm supposed to know what I'm doing, but I still get hacked. So, it's just a fact of life, unfortunately. If you're on the internet, there is the possibility of being hacked. The other thing that is specifically mentioned is preventing and removing user-generated spam, or in English, comments. You may have noticed if you check out any of my websites, I completely disable comments. They're just a complete pain. Then it goes on to the kicker at the bottom here. If your site violates one or more of these guidelines, then Google may take manual action against it. So that couldn't really be clearer. If you violate one or more of these guidelines, Google may take a manual action against it. It then goes on to say once you have remedied the problem, you can submit your site for reconsideration. Google has got meaner over the years. It's got a long memory, doesn't forgive, and it doesn't forget. So even though technically you can fix your problems with your website if you do get thrown out, it could take a long time. You might be better off just sort of creating a new website. Or even better, don't annoy Google in the first place. So those are the basic principles and specific guidelines and the quality guidelines. You've also got this general guidelines section. So let's go and look at these. So if you click here to open this up. So this is about helping Google to find your pages. It says, ensure that all pages on the site can be reached by a link from another findable page. The referring link should include either text or for images an alt attribute that is relevant to the target page. You might think, what on earth is that about? Well, all it's saying is that you want every page on your website to be linked to other pages, so that you don't have any page that's not actually linked to initially from the home page, then possibly via other intermediate pages. It's also mentioned the fact that it likes text, or for images it says use an alt attribute, which is text. What this is really telling you, if you read between the lines, is that Google really likes text above all else, because Google can understand text. The algorithm can interrogate the text and figure out what your website's about. All the way through this course, you need to bear that in mind, that Google loves text above all else. And the more text you put in a website, the better Google will like it. The next bullet point there says provide a sitemap file with links that point to the important pages on your site. It then goes on to say also provide a page with a human readable list of links to these pages, sometimes called a site index or a sitemap page. You think, what on earth are they on about now? Well, again, more Google speak. The first part of that sentence where it says provide a sitemap file with links that point to your important pages on your site, that is what everyone else in the world calls an XML sitemap. The second bit of this paragraph, I'm just going to highlight it, that bit, the rest of the world would call that an HTML sitemap. So there's two types of sitemaps that Google likes. The first bit there is XML sitemap. Second bit is an HTML sitemap. Don't worry what those are, they're covered in separate chapters, but it's there in black and white. Google is telling you to create them. It then goes on to say limit the number of links on the page to a reasonable number. It never used to say what that reasonable number was, and about a year or so ago they added the bit in brackets, a few thousand at most. It would never occur to me to have a few thousand links on a page. Personally, I would never go above 30 or 40, something like that. So this idea of a few thousand links on a page seems insane to me, but there you are, that's Google's advice. Some of these other bits here we don't have to worry about, things like robots text files, we do cover those elsewhere. So let's go and look at this second bit, help Google understand your pages. It says create a useful, information-rich site and write pages that clearly and accurately describe your content. So what that's really saying, again, is put lots of text on the page and make sure the text is all on message. So, in my case, let's say I want to create pages of information about, say, SEO seminars, WordPress seminars, and YouTube seminars. What that's really saying is that I'd be better off creating 3 different pages rather than cramming all that information onto one page. So that way the text can accurately describe the content. It can accurately focus on one particular item, be it SEO training, WordPress training, or YouTube training. It then goes on to say, think about the words users would actually type in to find your pages, when they're doing a search within Google. And then it says, and make sure these words actually appear within your site. It sounds kind of obvious, but you'd be surprised how often people don't do that. Next it says, ensure your title elements and alt attributes are descriptive, specific, and accurate. So again, what that's saying is, make sure you put what's called an HTML title on each page, and make sure that title specifically relates to the content of that page so that it's descriptive, specific, and accurate. What you don't want, for instance, is the same title on every page, in which case it wouldn't accurately describe the contents of the page. And it's also doing the same with alt attributes, which you use with images. Again, more on that later. Design your site to have a clear conceptual page hierarchy. Again, most people don't bother with this. For instance, if we're looking at the page, what that is saying really, or suggesting, is that maybe you should have one header 1, a couple of header 2s, and a couple of heading 3s. So you have the hierarchy, 1, 2, 3. You can also take the concept a stage further. So for instance, you could create subdirectories containing particular grouped pages. So an example I like to use is a pet shop. If you have a pet shop, you could have one subdirectory called cats, another one called dogs. So you could put all the pages that you create relating to cats in one subdirectory, all the pages relating to dogs in a separate subdirectory. So again, it's just using this hierarchical idea. Again, another way you could interpret this is to use what are called hierarchical breadcrumbs, which again I cover elsewhere. It then goes on to say, follow our recommended best practices for images, videos, and structured data. And you can go and sort of look at these, but really what it's saying is that, if you look at images, for instance, it's really saying, give your image files a useful SEO file name, put alt tags behind them, that kind of thing. Same goes for video. As you can see, if I click here, I can click on where it says help visitors use your pages. And as it says, try and use text. So again, it's talking about text, notice. Try and use text instead of images to display important names, contents, or links. So again, a very broad hint there that Google likes text links. I mean, you can have images which link to other pages or other websites, but it's basically saying there, black and white, try and use text, not images, to display important information. It then goes on to say, if you must use images, then use an alt attribute, which is text behind the image. So again, we're back to text. Ensure that all links go to live pages. In English, no broken links. You can also validate your HTML. This bit here, increasingly important. Optimize your page loading times. So really you want a nice fast loading speed, especially on mobiles. And you can use things like page speed insights. You can go and click on that, type in your URL, and that will give you a loading speed for both the mobile and also the desktop version of your website. So they need to be as fast as possible within reason. It then goes on to say, design your website for different types of devices. So desktops, tablets, smartphones, a whole range. And it does suggest you use the mobile-friendly testing tool to make sure that from Google's point of view, it's all working okay. Then you've got other things to worry about. It says ensure that your site appears correctly in all the different browsers. So, you've got lots of different browsers these days. You've got Microsoft Explorer, Microsoft Edge, Google Chrome, Opera, Firefox, and more if you want to. But just make sure that your website, looks okay in the majority of the, the well-known browsers. Then finally, we're getting towards the end now. Finally, if possible, secure your site's connection. What that means is that your website should these days start with HTTPS rather than HTTP. The S just means secure, so it's using encryption technology on your entire site. Finally, when it comes down to the last thing here, we're talking about help visitors use your pages. It's suggesting that your pages are useful for readers with visual impairment. So for instance, you can use testing tools to see how a screen reader will interpret your alt tags and things like that. So that's a quick run through. As I say, you need to read through this. I'd say print this out, read through it, and keep reading through it. Click on all these little links here so you know exactly what Google is talking about, and go and check things. It's like the page speed insight. If you go and click on that, that will take you to the relevant tool. You type in your URL there, and then it will give you a speed check. So you need to do all of this, and as I say, really pay attention to what Google is saying. Now, I've spent a fair amount of time on this, and the reason is, this is the starting point. I've actually taught SEO to web designers, many of which have never even heard of the Webmaster Guidelines. And as I say, this is the site that Google itself recommends that you start with when you're looking at anything to do with SEO. Now in this section we're going to have a quick look at HTML. Now HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, if you really wanted to know. And traditionally HTML uses what's called tags. So the way a tagging language works is, let's say you've got some text on your web page. When you simply mark it as bold, what actually happens is let's say you'd marked one word as bold, you would have a piece of code before the bold starts, and then when you want to turn the bold off, you'd have what's called an ending tag. So let's say you wanted to mark the word SEO as bold in some text. If you actually looked at the code behind the scenes, as it were, you'd have a little tag just before the word SEO, and the tag would be less than b greater than, and that would turn the bold on. And then at the end of the word you'd have less than / bold, then greater than. So you'd have this tag for turning the bold on, then turning the bold off. And that's essentially how most SEO tags work. As I say, it's called a tagging language. Now browsers and HTML, the function of a web browser is basically to interpret the HTML code, and it'll display sort of formatted text according to what the code says. It might display an embedded video or a picture, and as I say, it's important to realize that the browser just simply looks at the HTML code and interprets that code and then formats it and displays it on the screen. So example of browsers would be things like Microsoft Explorer, Microsoft Edge, Chrome, Opera, Safari. There's lots of different browsers. They all work in a slightly different way, but as I said, their function is to interpret the HTML code and display the results of that code on the screen. Now if you want to, you can actually view the HTML code. What you do is you just go to an empty part of a website screen. So within your browser you display a website, and then you just right click on an empty part, and you'll see something like View Page Source. The actual words will vary slightly from one browser to another, but when you do that, you'll see the code in the background. Now this illustration that I've got on the screen here, this is very much a simplified illustration. This is just using literally pure HTML code. If you try this in reality, you'll find that it looks far more complicated than this. The structure's still the same, but if for instance you right click on, say, a page that was created in WordPress, you would find all sorts of extra bits and pieces in there, but the essentials, as you can see on the screen here, are still true. So it's important to realize that if we look at these tags here, it starts with an HTML code at the top, so it's less than HTML greater than. Then down at the bottom of the code there, you've got the sort of end tag, if you like, which is less than / HTML greater than. So the entire page is defined as existing between these two HTML tags. Now within the HTML tags, you've got basically two sections. You've got a header area where you get things like your title and your description, and then you've got the body area, and it's within the body area that all the text and the formatting information and things like that would be displayed, information about your pictures and links, things like that. So it's important to realize there's basically two sections: the head area, and within the head area you essentially can include detail for Google's benefit, like the title and the description, and within the body area, that basically contains all the text and the formatting information for what visitors are actually going to see on the screen. So as I say, just to reiterate, two sections, head and body sections. Head is really for Google's benefit, body for viewers' benefit, and you can see that on the screen here. So you've got these two sections. Now you don't have to worry too much about this. The reason I'm showing you all this is just so you get an idea of what's in the head area, what's in the body area. You don't need to ever look at code normally with websites, but it's just useful if you have a sort of basic idea of what's going on. So as I said, the head section starts with the opening header statement or tag, and then you've got the closing statement. And as I say, it's within the head section that the important SEO stuff goes, things like the title and the description. The body area, as I've said, is basically everything you see on the screen within the web browser. Now the title tag, the reason I'm talking about HTML is because you've got this thing called the title, or the HTML title, and I'll mention it numerous times in this course, so here we go one more time. The title tag is the single most important on-site SEO factor of all. It's very important you get the title right. In this case, we've got a rather bad title, in fact, and I'll explain why later. It simply says, "Welcome to my Perth plumbing website." If you think about it, it's not telling me too much about what this plumbing company does, and as we'll see in the title, the very first word should be straight off the bat in what you do, how you do it, where you are, something like that. So in this particular case, it's actually an appalling title because the first three words are "welcome to my." So we've just really wasted a whole bunch of valuable real estate there, because the very first words in the title, and we've got a separate chapter on the title later, the title should start straight off the bat with something like Perth Plumbing Company or something like that, rather than wasting the first three words, which in this case are "welcome to my." However, that's a very common mistake I see over and over again, and we'll talk more about this later. The description tag also goes into the head area. Now, I've already mentioned the fact the title is very, very important to SEO. The description doesn't really affect your SEO as such, but as we'll see later, your description can have an enormous effect on the click-through rate. So do remember, the reason that these two items are important is that if you do a really good title and Google likes your title, then when people do a search for your website, in the snippets that are displayed, a snippet is one of those 10 results you see in the search engine results page. Ideally, your snippet will use the title and description that you actually define here. Now this section is all about evaluating your keyword phrases. So before you even start thinking about SEO, the first thing you need to do is to compile a list of your important keyword phrases. The phrases that you really want people to type into the search engine in order to find your website. Now, as it says in the second bullet point there, it's vital you spend as much time as necessary. If it takes a week, if it takes 2 weeks, then so be it. But you need to start off with the right set of keyword phrases before doing your SEO. Otherwise, you could end up optimizing your website for the wrong phrases. Now, tend to use a keyword phrase rather than a single word. So, for instance, if you have a business, maybe a plumbing business, then rather than just typing the word plumbers as your sort of keyword phrase, you want something like maybe plumbers and a local phrase, plumbers Perth or something like that. Or if you're a specialist plumber, maybe you're a commercial plumber or a domestic plumber, those are the sort of things you want to think about. Make the phrases a bit more relevant to what people are actually going to search for and type into Google. So as I say, try and include a local phrase. So let's say you're a cabinet maker based in Perth, then cabinet maker Perth would be an obvious phrase. Similar phrases would be cabinet makers in Perth, cabinet maker company in Perth, or custom cabinet maker Perth. These are the sort of alternative phrases you want to think about. And ideally include either a state or a city or a suburb in your list of phrases as well. As it says in the last bullet point there, if you're based in Australia and you want nationwide coverage, be careful to use the words Australia and Australian. As far as people are concerned, it's the same thing, but very different from Google's point of view. Now, something else you can do is to ask employees or customers, see if they've got any ideas. Quite a few years ago now, I actually wrote a website and did the SEO for a small company based in Joondalup that basically specialized in writing wills. When I initially took the project on, the first thing I did was make a list of words. So I came up with things like making a will, writing a will, and creating a will as the obvious ones. And I can't remember now because it's going back a bit, but The one that I thought most people would use turned out to be totally wrong when I did the analysis. As I say, I can't remember which one of these phrases was more widely used, making a will, writing a will, or creating a will, but my initial guess was completely wrong. So you need to think of alternative phrases like this and then check to see the sort of search volumes that you're actually getting in Google. The other thing you need to think about is sometimes if you've got a technical product, you might want to use some phrases using sort of technical terms and other phrases using sort of more generic, sort of general terms that people would use. So again, it's maybe good to think about a mixture of specialist and general terms for your search phrases. Now the first starting point is, once you've got your list of phrases, is to actually type these into Google and see who shows up. So if you've already got a website and you type in your favorite sort of keyword phrase, you first look at the first page of results, and if you're not on it, you look at page 2, and let's say for sake of argument you show up at the bottom of page 3, then you just identified the 30 websites or so that you need to get in front of ideally. So what you need to do is to look in detail at every single site that's listed above you, look at every single page on those sites, and really try and figure out why they're coming up first, why they're coming up above your website. Earlier on I mentioned the fact I'd actually created a website for a company in Joondalup about wills. If you open this up and have a look, let's see how well they do. So if I type in the phrase writing a will Joondalup, because that's basically what they do and where they are, happily they come up actually first and second, because they have 2 websites. They have an old one and a new one. For various technical reasons they had to change the name, but it's nice to see that for writing a will in Joondalup they come up first and second, and they also come up over here. But as I say, there could be other phrases, writing. How about making a will? If you search for making a will in Joondalup, you've got the adverts at the top there, very expensive, and again they come up first and second. And the other phrase was I think creating a will. So for creating a will, again they come up first and second, and the reason they come up first and second for all 3 different keyword phrases is because I optimized the website to come up well with those 3 different phrases. So concentrate on the phrase that people search for most. That's the cherry, as it were, and then if you've got other phrases which are related but not used so much, make sure you show up well for those as well. So as I say, in this case they come up well first and second for all 3 phrases. If you're looking for basically creating, making, or writing a will in Joondalup. If they didn't show up, then obviously you'd have to look at all of these websites here, then go on to the next page of results and see who these people are. You've got the usual big players as well as the small independents. And as I say, really you'd have to examine all of these in detail and see what they've done right, what they've done well, and also, examine their websites for ideas, see if they've used phrases you hadn't actually thought of. Now you can actually use what's called the Google Auto-Suggest to help you with your keyword phrases. So for instance, if I type in, notice the typo here, holiday homes rental Bustleton, then it comes up with various things. You think, why is it talking about Dunsborough? Well, Dunsborough is almost next to Bustleton. Google knows it's in the same area. So, it's suggesting things like luxury accommodation Bustleton, Bustleton self-contained accommodation, Bustleton accommodation cheap. These are the sort of things that people type in. So, if this was an important phrase to you, holiday home rental Bustleton, then you'd also want to include these other phrases somewhere in your website. So this is a great way of expanding your list of keyword phrases. If I just simply type in holiday home rental Bustleton, here's my list of alternative phrases. So cheap is something that's important to people, self-contained is important, luxury is important, and also you might want to possibly in this case have something about Dunsborough in there as well, because Dunsborough and Bustleton are not very far. So obviously you don't want to try and cheat customers by pretending you're in Dunsborough, But there's nothing wrong with pointing out the fact that Bustleton and Dunsborough are very close to each other, so they might want to consider looking at Bustleton rather than Dunsborough. Now, another way in which Google can help is by displaying what are called related searches. So in this example here, I've just searched for something like cheap holiday, and at the bottom of the results was a list of related searches, as you can see. So again, let's try this for real. So here I am, I've searched for cheap holidays. You've got the usual adverts at the top here. Then as we go down here, you've got all the big players here, Flight Centre and so forth. But if you come down to the bottom here, here's the related searches. So all of these items here, So all of these items here, they could be the sort of phrases you might also want to include, on your pages if that phrase, cheap holidays, was important to you. The other thing is if you click on one of these, like for instance, cheap overseas holidays 2018, if you click on that, then go to the bottom again, you've got more related phrases to that particular phrase. So as I say, you can click on something, look at the related phrases, click on one of the related phrases, that gives you more phrases, and before you know it, you've got quite a long list of potential sort of keyword phrases that you want to optimize for. Now, just a note of caution here. If you're doing lots and lots of searches one after the other, what you need to do is to make sure that you do one phrase, or you search for one phrase, and then ideally close down the browser and restart it. The other thing you want to do is to go into the advanced settings for your particular browser. They're all slightly different, but you should be able to find it quite easily. And essentially what you need to do is turn the cache off. So with most browsers, what you can do is you can do a search, and if the cache is turned off, when you close the browser and reopen it, is like a sort of clean version. You'll find that if you do one search followed by another, followed by another, followed by another, then the results that you see get skewed slightly to what you're searching for. Google adapts to you. So it's just one of those things. Just set your browser to turn the cache off, and when you're doing searches, do a search, look at the results, close the browser, restart it, and make sure that the cache is turned off. Now, something else you want to think about when you're doing research is what's called word stemming. So, for instance, do you want to use the word plumber or plumbers? In some cases, people might use completely different versions of a word or different spellings. So in my case, if I'm talking about SEO for websites or something like that, then the word website could be all one word, or you could have web space site, or possibly you could have web dash site. It doesn't matter whether this is correct English or not. These are the sort of things people will actually search for, these different combinations. So that's another little tip. Ideally on your website have different versions of words, be it single and plural, or slightly different spellings, or maybe abbreviations and the full thing. So in my case, I might use the word SEO in a sentence, and then later on I'd use the words search engine optimization, and Google does actually know the two are linked. Now, if you're anything like me, as soon as you start trying to think of a list of alternative words, your mind goes completely blank. So what you can do is you can use a thesaurus. You can go and buy a traditional printed thesaurus if you want to, or you can use an online thesaurus. In this case, if I click here, this has brought up an online thesaurus for me. So, for instance, if I want a term like, marketing, I just simply type it in and go and search for alternatives. So it's basically saying alternatives you might want to think about are buying, commerce, retailing, selling, purchasing. Not a very good example in this case, I must admit, but you kind of get the idea. So, one of the things you should think of is using as many different versions of a word, or many different words as possible when doing your research. Incidentally, you can do this in Microsoft Word. So if I type in the word marketing, if I just double click to highlight the word, I can use the online thesaurus. You can access this by pressing Shift F7, or you can go to where it says Review Thesaurus, or you can right click on this, and from there you can go to thesaurus or synonyms. So I go to thesaurus here, and over here it brings up alternative words like advertising, promotion, selling, publicizing, presentation, advertising, selling, etc. The other thing you want to think about are using what are called long tail search phrases. A long tail search phrase is one that won't be used very often, but if you can think of some keywords or keyword phrases that make up a long tail phrase, like in this example here, plumbing services in Perth's northern suburbs, as I say, there won't be that many people that use that particular phrase, but if you can optimize a particular page so it kind of nails that particular phrase, then you've got a very good chance of showing up pretty well on the first page. So one of the mistakes that most people make when they're thinking about keyword phrases is they go for the top of the tree phrases, the ones that get an awful lot of searches. Whereas if you go for sort of the low-hanging phrases, like these long-tail phrases, then far fewer people actually search for those particular phrases. But if you go all out to optimize a page for one of these, then you've got a much better chance of showing up. Now, if you're a large multinational company, you're not really that interested in the long tail phrases. You want to go for the sort of trophy phrases, as it were. But certainly if you're, in this case, if you're a small plumbing business, you just got a few employees, then, if you are based in the northern suburbs, then that's really what you want to optimize for. So in Perth, you could have somewhere like, Joondalup would be the obvious candidate for something in the northern suburbs. You'd want to go for local businesses there rather than go all the way down to Fremantle for some business, which is the other side of Perth. So again, try and tailor the phrases you're going to use to your particular business. Now, most people, when they use Google, they just type in a simple search and that's it. But there are a whole bunch of sort of power searching techniques you can use. So some of the basic techniques are illustrated on this page. Let's say you wanted the word website and SEO. So you wanted to find websites that contained, both these items, website and SEO. Then you just simply type website plus SEO. Let's say you wanted an exact phrase, like something like SEO companies in Australia. Then within the search, you just simply type in the inverted commas, SEO companies in Australia, then inverted commas, do a search, and that would do a search for that exact phrase. Let's say you want to do a search for the word SEO, but you didn't want entries from the United Kingdom or the UK showing up. You type in SEO followed by -UK. Let's say you're doing a search for something like SEO and or SEM. You could do a search for website SEO or SEM. SEO is search engine optimization, SEM is search engine marketing. They're the same thing really, just slightly different terms. Now normally when you do a search, it searches the entire web as far as Google knows about it. If you want to, you can do a search within a particular website. So let's say I wanted to find the phrase SEO seminars, but I only wanted to search within a particular website, in this case www.4seotraining.com.au. So as you can see at the bottom there, what I'd do is I'd type in for the word SEO, I'd do a search for SEO seminars, which I'd contain in inverted commas, and then I'd type in site : and then the name of the specific site I wanted to search. So in this case, that bottom line of text there would search for the phrase SEO seminars, but only in the site www.4seotraining.com.au. Now in this particular case, it's one of my sites, but the point is you could search other people's sites. Once you've identified a list of competitors, you could use this trick to basically see, well, do they show up well for the phrase SEO seminars, but just within their site? Or you could have Instead of, in my case, SEO seminars, I could search for SEO training or SEO tutorials or whatever it happened to be. And as I say, this is great for doing searches on your competitor websites to see what kind of optimization they've done to customize it for a particular phrase. The other thing you can do is you can search for particular document types. So let's say you wanted to search for the phrase SEO tips. I could contain that within the inverted commas, and then I could type in something like file type :PDF, and what that would do is it would give me a list of results, but instead of website pages, it would just show me PDF documents contained within websites. Alternatively, instead of PDF, I could have something like DOC for documents or PPT for PowerPoint presentations and so on and so forth. But again, another great way of doing research. Something else you can do, and this doesn't work for all websites, you can do a related search. So in this case, if I do a related search to Microsoft.com using that syntax there, what that will do is it will show me websites that are in some ways related to Microsoft.com. Maybe they're in a similar field. So, I get results like, say, IBM and Oracle and similar sort of software websites. This is another idea, the all-in anchor text. So basically, you can use this to specify that all the words in the search query must appear in the anchor text of links pointing to a web page. So if you do this, what you're basically searching for in this case is the phrase SEO training, but you're looking for that phrase as it appears within an anchor text on a page. So again, a very nice way of doing research for your competitors. In this case, we're doing a search for the words either SEO or training, or and training. And again, in this case, I'm looking for the anchor text, in this case, Perth. So this would again be a nice way of doing research on competitors. I'm looking for competitors that basically have the words SEO and or training appearing in the website, and also they have the word Perth appearing somewhere in the anchor text. In this case, I'm going to specify that all the query words must appear within the body text of a web page. So in this case, I'd search using the phrase all in text, : and then my phrase or my words. So in this case, I'm looking for the words SEO training Perth. If I wanted, I could put those in inverted commas to get an exact phrase match, but the point is those words must appear within the body text. Now this is similar to the last example, but in this case I'm searching for the words SEO and seminars, but the word Perth must appear somewhere in the body text of a particular web page. Now here's another example. So in this case, I'm going to specify that the query words must appear in the title of a web page. So in this case, I'm using all in title, and that basically means that in this case, the words SEO, training, Perth, all three words must show up in the title of a web page. So again, nice way of doing competitor research here. So you're looking for competitors in this case that would have the words SEO, training, and Perth all within the title. In this case, I'm looking for the words and or SEO Perth, but within the title there must be the word training. So SEO and Perth could appear anywhere on the page, but within the title of a particular page, I would need to specify that the word in this case is training. Now here's another example. In this case, I'm specifying that the words SEO, training, Joondalup, all three words must appear in the URL. So that's the address of the web page. This is a slightly similar example. In this case, I'm searching for the word Perth, but within the URL of the page, there must appear the words SEO and training. So again, a way of focusing on companies in this case that are involved in SEO training and are also based in Perth. In this section we'll see how to do an advanced Google search. Now what you need to do is to go to the normal Google address and then just do /advanced_search. When you do that, a special page comes up, and let's look at this for real. We'll go live here. So as you can see, it's a normal Google address, then you have /advanced_search. So you've got various options here, so you can have all of these words. So if I typed in, I don't know, in my case, maybe SEO Training Perth, then it would only show websites containing all 3 words. This next one here is an exact word or phrase, so I could have something like WordPress seminars, and it would only show that exact phrase, WordPress seminars. This next one is like any of these words, so if I typed in half a dozen words here, then any website that contained all or some of those words would be displayed. Conversely, you can say you want to exclude something. So let's say you wanted to exclude, say, the word USA or UK. You could type that in here. Down here you can narrow your results, so where it says any language, if you click on the down arrow here, as you can see, you've got a load of different languages. You know, the default one is English. In the region, again, if you click on the down arrow, you can specify a region. So in my case, let's say I just wanted to specify Australia, I could specify that there, or alternatively I could select the default, which is any region. Let's say I want to do some research on, freshly updated websites. I could just specify pages that have been updated maybe in the last year, or in the last month, or the last week, or the last 24 hours. I can find my search so that if I type in a domain name here, www, whatever it is, then whenever I do a search up here, I could specify I only want that search to take place within a selected domain. Now this is interesting. You see where it says terms appearing. If you click on the down arrow here, you've got a number of different options. You can have anywhere in the page, in the title of the page, in the text of the page, in the URL of the page, or in links in the page, what's called anchor text. Now this is a real giveaway that those are very, very important areas for SEO, because the fact you can search by those different areas means that Google tracks this and that those areas are very important. So to put it another way, this is saying that the title on the page is very, very important. Obviously the text within the page is very important. The words that make up the URL are important, and the words that make up the text links on a page are also very important. So there's a very strong hint there that these things are very, very important from an SEO point of view. But it also means in this case I can do competitor research, for instance just looking at stuff in the title, the text, the URL, or in the anchor text that make up the text links. You can also filter if you want, so you can do a safe search. If I move down slightly, something else you can do is do a search by file type. And again, this is a real giveaway from an SEO point of view. The fact that you can search for PDF files, or if we move down a bit here, PowerPoint files, or document files, or rich text files, RTF files. The fact that you can search for those is another huge SEO giveaway, because what it's saying is that if you create things like PowerPoint, Excel, or PDF files, then these can show up in the search engine results. So again, a huge sort of pointer towards good SEO there. But it also means, looking at it from the research point of view, it means that, for instance, you could have a look here and say, I just want to show PDF files. So what you could do is you could search up here for something relating to something you're interested in and only show PDF files, and that would allow you to investigate the way your competitors use PDF files or Word documents or whatever it happens to be. Something else that's kind of useful here, you've got some other bits down the bottom here. So for instance, you can find pages that are similar to a particular URL or to a link. You can click on where it says use operators in the search box. And what that means is it will basically explain the sort of things we saw in the last chapter. So if you want, you can do it that way, Or conversely, you can just bring up the advanced search screen here, which just makes it easier. That way you don't have to remember the syntax. Something else that's kind of useful is customize your search settings. If I go and click on that, bear in mind, this whole chapter is about doing competitor analysis. Instead of just having 10 pages displayed on the screen, you can drag this across and then set it to maybe 50. And what that means is that when you do a search on something, instead of the normal 10 results being displayed, you'll have 50 per page, and it just makes it a lot easier to do competitor research. Something else you might want to consider is clicking on this thing down here where it says open each selected result in a new browser window. That means that if you click on an item within the search results, that item will automatically open in a new window. So if I go down here and click on save, so that's now been saved. If I just go to the regular Google here, instantly notice that if you're doing multiple searches, Google will maybe activate this thing here, because what Google doesn't want is automatic software continually using their systems. It kind of chews up their bandwidth. So if you do see this thing that's just popped up here displayed on your screen, don't worry. Basically, Google making sure that you're a real person, not some automated software trying to spam their system. So select all images with mountains or hills. So what have we got? There's one, there's one, there's one. Verify. Submit. And providing you got that right, you're back where you were. So as I say, if you are doing a lot of searches within Google, you'll probably see that little pop-up that we just saw there. And it's just Google's way of verifying you're a human person as opposed to some software who's just trying to spam their system. Anyway, if we go back to regular Google now that we've saved those changes, if I do a search for something, so for instance I'll search for making a will in Journalab. As you can see, instead of the usual 10 results, I've now got 50 results being displayed, or up to 50 results. And if I just go and click on one at random, maybe this one here, notice it'll open in a new tab. So that's the original tab. This is the new tab that's opening. Going a little bit slow, that one. Let's go back here and we'll click on something else. Again, just at random. Click on this one here. And again, it's opened in a new tab. In order to use the Google Keyword Planner, first of all, you've got to sign up for a Google AdWords account. You don't actually have to activate an account, i.e. you don't have to start using pay-per-click advertising. You just need to sign up for the account, at which point you then have access to the Google Keyword Planner. The purpose of the Google Keyword Planner, as the name kind of implies, is it allows you to see what sort of traffic you can get from different keywords. It's also a great way of suggesting other keyword phrases that you might want to focus on. So once you've signed up for and got an account and everything and opened up the Keyword Planner, this is what you'll initially see. So there's two things. You can get volume forecasts, and you can also get new ideas for different keywords. So if we go here, in my case, let's say I want to look at something like SEO training. I just simply type in SEO training here, and it kind of gives me an idea of what to expect. Also, it suggests other phrases. So there's the one I initially typed in, which was in my case SEO training. Other common things would be things like SEO course, learn SEO, SEO training course, SEO classes, workshop, certification, etc., etc. And down here you get a very rough approximation of the searches. Again, it used to be a lot more detailed than this, but for some reason they've sort of cut back on the amount of detail they give you. Where it says competition, that's competition in terms of advertising spend. Because remember, this whole tool is really designed to get you to spend money and advertise with Google. So this is basically saying that a lot of your competitors are spending money on the phrase learn SEO. A lot of them are spending money on SEO classes, whereas something like SEO certification is just medium. If we go down here, again, SEO company, SEO website, that would be medium, whereas SEO for dummies, that's very, very high. SEO copyright training. That's very, very high. And as I say, high in this sense means that a lot of other people will be interested in bidding for that particular phrase within the pay-per-click system. You've also got some sort of indication of what it's going to cost you to bid within this range here. So for SEO training, somewhere between almost $7 and getting on for almost $17, that sort of range. As I say, if you're not interested in using pay-per-click, you don't have to worry about that, in which case you can just come back over here and look at alternative search phrases. So in my case, if I'm looking to improve my SEO training website, these are the sort of phrases I'd want to incorporate at some point into the website. Not necessarily all on the home page, but this is the sort of things that I might want to include. Some of these things, like SEO for Dummies, there is actually a book called SEO for Dummies. I'm not sure if that phrase be copyrighted or not, but again, you have to think about sort of copyright issues and don't sort of infringe other people's copyright or intellectual property. If you come down here, there's all sorts of other things. SEO expert, that's that sort of medium competition, and so on and so forth. Now up here where it says locations, I've actually set the location for my local area, which is Perth in Western Australia, and there's approximately 1,700,000 people live in the area, in the targeted area. So as I say, always bear in mind this is a tool primarily for using targeted pay-per-click advertising from Google. But that said, you can get an awful lot of information from it for free, which is great. Now, apart from the free keyword planner tool from Google, there are loads of third-party solutions, some of them free, some of them paid for. In many cases, there's a free version, and then there's a premium version. So just go into Google and search for something like keyword analysis tools, and you'll find loads and loads of different alternatives. So in no particular order, here's just a few of them for you to have a look at. This is KW Finder. So this is the website you can go to there. So in this case, I'll just type in SEO training, and I'll find some keywords. Notice you can filter this for different countries and different languages, but in my case, I'll just type in SEO training, click here and see what happens. So as you can see, it's suggesting lots of alternatives: SEO training, SEO course, learn SEO, etc., etc. And I can go down here. You have got various numbers here, and if you just mouse over the question mark, you can see the search volumes in the last 12 months. So in this case, SEO training, that was the number of searches in the last 12 months. This is the average monthly search. This is the average pay-per-click if you're interested in Google AdWord advertising. So this is the level of competition, with 0 being low and 100 being maximum. And this is just an indication of how difficult it would be to become first on this particular phrase. So that's one example. Another example is the Moz Keyword Explorer, and this is the URL here. This is what it looks like. So this is what the Moz Keyword Explorer is like. Again, you just simply type in a keyword and do a search for it. You will have to sign up for this with a free trial. Here's another example. This is just something called the keyword tool. This is the address here, and this is roughly what it looks like. So this is another one. This is called keyword tool. That's the URL if you want to check it out. And this is what it looks like. You have got the usual filters here, so you can filter for images, videos, news, or all. So we just leave it as it is. And over here, you can filter against different countries and different languages. So we'll leave that as it is. I'll just, again, type something like SEO training, and I'll do a search. So again, this is suggesting more alternatives for me to go and examine. In this section, we're going to look at the importance of the domain name and ideally having your keyword phrases within the domain name. Now, it's important to realize that the name of your website doesn't have to be the same as your company name. So as I think I mentioned before, my company is called Cheltenham Group, whereas my SEO training website is www.forseotraining.com.au. So basically I've snuck the words SEO and training into the domain name. Now, it's important to realize that keywords in the URL have a small SEO effect. It used to have an enormous effect, but Google's cut back on that because too many people were just filling the URL with keywords. But it still has an effect. So the first thing, if you don't already have a website and you're going to create a new website, you need to see if a domain name is still available. Now, within Australia, the company I'd recommend you think about using is called Crucial. So I've gone to their website here, which is www.crucial.com.au in Australia. And if I click where it says Start Hosting and then go down to Domain Names, within here I can type in a domain name and see if it's still available. So in this case, I've typed in Perth Holiday Rentals, and if I just simply click on where it says Get Your Domain, surprisingly, this is actually available. It's always best to check your spellings, especially if your spelling's as bad as mine. So P-E-R-T-H, Perth Holiday Rentals. Yep, that seems alright. So if I wanted, I could go ahead and order this domain. In Australia, you buy domain names in 2-year blocks. If you're buying something like a .com or .co.uk, then those generally are available for 1-year blocks. It's just the way things are in Australia. It's a minimum 2 years. Notice that it's actually also selected these other variants as well. If I didn't want these, I could just click on Unselect and Unselect. On the other hand, as we'll see in a minute, it might be an idea to actually bag these other versions as well. So this top version is the .com.au, which is the preferred version within Australia. Then there's a .net.au, and then there's a .net. I could also register this one as well, which is perthholidayrentals.org.au. Now the thing is, if you buy up multiple domain names, you don't want to all have them pointing to your real website. The idea, as we'll see in a minute, is if you buy up these alternative domain names, it just stops other people buying those. And as you can see, they're not very expensive. And as you can see, some are cheaper than others. This idea of buying up multiple similar domain names is called cyber squatting. Basically, you can bag those names now, and as I say, prevent your competitors from registering similar URLs. So I won't go through the whole process, but if I wanted to actually buy this, I'd just click on Add Cart, go through the normal process, and then that would be my domain name bought. So the obvious question is, well, what do you do if your preferred name is taken? Well, in a lot of cases, people have got all the obvious names. So in this example here, if you've got a plumbing company in Perth, then I'm pretty sure that Plumbing Perth would be registered, and all the sort of obvious variants would also be registered. So sometimes you have to be a little bit creative. In my case, as I think I mentioned before, I came to Australia in about 2007, I think it was. And in Australia, you have to have an Australian company number in order to buy an Australian.com.au. And by the time I got to Australia, someone else had already bought SEOtraining.com.au. So what I did was I just simply registered for SEOtraining.com.au. Sometimes you might have to buy an alternative. So for instance, if you wanted something like over here, Perth Plumbing Service, as you can see, the .com.au is already registered at the time of doing this, whereas the .net.au is available and the .net is available. It's important to realize that if you're in Australia, the best type of URL to have is a .com.au. If you're after international business or you're based in the United States, then really you want a .com. If you're in somewhere like the UK, you'd have a .co.uk. And you'll find that in those various areas, like in England, for instance, in the UK, generally a .co.uk will outperform, for instance, a .net version or something else. So Google does seem to give preference to sort of the national URL, as it were. Certainly if you're after international business, you really want a .com. because in America rather, people might wonder what a .com.au is. You know, they might think it's Austria or something. So as I say, think about buying up alternatives, you know, the .net AU and the .com versions and all the rest of it. The cost of buying domains is very inexpensive, and as I say, it just kind of protects your investment really. So if you've got a sort of unique name, buy up all the different variations and it just stops somebody else from registering them. Because by and large, URLs are given out on a first come, first served basis. There are caveats to that, obviously. If you try and register a domain name with a registered trademark in it, for instance, if you try to register, for sake of argument, Coca-Cola Australia.com.au, well, firstly, I pretty much guarantee Coca-Cola would have actually registered that already, but if they hadn't, then you'd be laying yourself open to sort of legal issues there. So don't use other people's trademarks within your domain name. Incidentally, if you do buy up a whole load of different URLs and you have all these URLs pointing to a single website, at first glance that seems like a pretty cool idea, and I've seen this many times. In actual fact, if you have like half a dozen different URLs all pointing to a single website, then Google may see each website as multiple websites with similar content and view this as an attempt to spam the search engines. Just because you own half a dozen URLs, Google doesn't necessarily realize that, and as I say, it will just see duplicate content all over the place. So, you know, never use identical content on multiple websites. Now, using the 2 or 4 trick, as I mentioned when I got to Australia, SEOtraining.com.au had already been bought up. So what I did was I just stuck a 4 in front of it, so it's like a kind of play on words, for SEO training. I could have used a 2, so for instance I could have 2 get found in google.com.au or something like that. The advantage of this is that it seems to be, from Google's point of view, if you have a single digit in front of your domain name, that's almost as good as having the same version of the URL but without the number in front of it. As I said, buying up international versions of the URL is quite a good idea, except that in a lot of countries you can't do this. So as I already mentioned, in Australia, you have to have a registered company name in order to register the URL, and I believe the same is true for Ireland. With .coms and .co.uk's, on the other hand, anybody can buy them. And as I said, there are different versions, you know, .net, .org, .info. In fact, there's loads now. There's .euro, I'm trying to think of some other versions. There's loads and loads of the different URL extensions now. Just buy up the common ones. Don't go for some of the more exotic ones. I believe there's also a TV extension, which I think belongs to a small island somewhere, and they're actually the island's making a lot of money out of it, because they're selling these at inflated prices to people just so they can have a company name followed by a .tv. There are lots of places that will sell expired domain names. They kind of hoard them up and sell them for inflated prices. You should be very careful about buying an expired domain name, because you don't know what sort of history has been attached to that domain name. What I mean by that is that if a website has abused Google's guidelines in some way, then that domain name could have been marked as a sort of bad URL by Google. And sometimes you've got no way of telling if you just simply buy a domain name from one of these brokers. So try and do some research, see if the domain name has been blacklisted. An obvious thing is just type the domain name in and see if it's listed at all within the Google search results. But as I say, treat old domains with caution if you're buying them. In a similar vein, you can basically purchase an entire website. So let's say you're thinking of starting a company. You can go to lots of places where they actually sell up and running websites, and a common example would be something like Flipper. So the idea of Flipper, the reason it's called Flipper, is people write websites and flip them. As soon as they write them, they just sell them. So on Flipper, to be honest, most of the websites you'll find on there have very little value, and which is why a lot of them are sold very cheaply. That said, if you keep an eye on Flipper, every so often you get a really good website and for one reason or another it's being sold really cheaply. But it's the old thing, if a deal looks too good to be true, it probably is. So again, just check everything very, very carefully. So this is what Flipper looks like. So as you can see, there's lots of websites and also domain names and also apps for sale. So for instance, if you look down here, you've got a couple of dodgy looking domain names. You've got this one here, which is Super Consciousness, and they're asking $25,000 just for the domain name, which I know nothing about it, but that seems a little excessive. If you come down here, there's some others. Supersave.net. As I said, .net addresses are not really what you want. You want a .com or a .com.au or a .co.uk or .ie if you're in Ireland. So I would advise against going for .nets. They're just harder to promote. Over here you've got fully featured websites. So what have we got? Anything interesting? poppopdeals.com. No idea what that is. If we click on see all, you can see some more. So if I just scroll down here, as you can see, there's loads of different websites for sale. We'll just pick on one at random. Update SEOlink.com. Let's go and have a look at that one. Well, apparently the site is 5 years old. It's making about $120 a month from advertising, apparently. I'm not saying it's not, but what I am saying is check any claims you see on here with caution. Do your own checking, and just go and make sure that things are as they're advertised, basically. If I click here, we'll look at the actual website, and that's the live website. So it's there if you want it. Go and check it out. It's flipper.com. And that's spelled F-L-I-P-P-A. There are alternatives to Flipper, and Netfleet's another one there. Let's say just go and have a look, see what's out there. There are a whole load of places where you can buy premium website domains. These are companies basically who've either registered or bought up premium domain names with really good domain names, and they'll charge you a lot of money to actually buy a domain from them. But again, it might be worth it. It depends what sort of business you're in. In a similar vein, there are various companies here or various websites where you can basically see websites that have recently expired for one reason or another. So you've got Fresh Drop and Just Dropped and what have you. So this is what Fresh Drop looks like, and you can do various filters here to determine how good or bad a particular domain name is, and you can sort of scroll down here and find all sorts of domain names. So let's find something interesting. Well, I'm searching in vain. I can't find anything that I'd actually want to buy, but again, it's just another source of information. Go and check it out. In this chapter, we're going to look at some basic copywriting techniques. Now, the first tip is to focus on your product or services rather than your company name. The reason for this, if you look at a lot of websites, the home page, generally the first thing that is mentioned is the company name. So, as I've mentioned a few times, my company name is Cheltenham Group. So if you look at my SEO training website, I focus on the fact that it's all about SEO training. I don't focus on the company name, which is Cheltenham Group. So as I say, you want to focus on your products, your services, and a location. If people already know your company name, so in my case, if they wanted to find my company, they could type in Cheltenham Group, and they would find my sort of main company webpage, and from there they could find the various different websites that I run. So as you can see in the last bullet point there, the whole point of a website, in most cases anyway, is to attract potentially new customers who may not be familiar with your brand or your company name, but are interested in your products or your services. Now, obviously, you should use your keywords and your keyword phrases within the body text. This is kind of SEO 101. It may seem obvious, but you can check it out yourself. It's surprising how many times websites sort of leave out the obvious. They might be based in a particular city or a particular suburb, but they don't actually mention that city or suburb within the pages. So it's very important you try and include your keywords relating to your product or your service and any other specialist terms, as well as a location within the body text. The other basic SEO principle is don't keep repeating the same thing over and over. So again, in my case, if I've got a website about SEO training, I don't want to mention the word SEO training over and over again. What I can do is I can use variants. So for instance, I could use something like SEO training, SEO courses, SEO seminars, and SEO tutorials. And the other thing I can do, instead of using the word SEO, I could use the full version, which is search engine optimization. So I could have search engine optimization training, search engine optimization courses, search engine optimization seminars, and search engine optimization tutorials. So as I say, try and use similar phrases or similar words rather than the same thing over and over again. The other thing you might want to consider is using single and plural versions. As you can see in the second bullet point there, many years ago, I created a website for a school in the English town of Cheltenham. Now, when I did the research for this and worked out what people actually search for, they didn't search for Cheltenham School. What they actually searched for, the phrase they used, was schools in Cheltenham. So in a lot of cases, people using that phrase would be sort of people who are thinking of moving to Cheltenham, and they were just looking for the exact phrase, schools in Cheltenham. So that's what I optimized the website for, that particular phrase, schools in Cheltenham, because that's what people will be searching for. The other thing you can do is use different spelling versions. So again, in my case, there's two types of SEO. There's on-site SEO and there's off-site SEO. So instead of just using one version of these words within a page, if you look at my websites, I will use on-site, all one word, on-site, and the third version is on-site. Google will notice this and it will reward me for not using the same thing over and over again. The other thing, as you've already seen now, is you can use abbreviations and the full version. So again, in my case, I could sprinkle the text with the word SEO and also mix it up with the phrase search engine optimization, because Google knows that SEO is an abbreviation of search engine optimization. So again, Google will reward me for this. Now, another mistake that you should avoid is trying to cram too many concepts into one page. So many companies, especially with their homepage, try and cram all the different alternative keywords into the one page, and that makes it very difficult for Google to figure out what the page is about. What you should do is to have lots and lots of different pages and really optimize each single page for something different. So again, in my case, I might have one page for SEO training, a different page for, say, SEO seminars, another page for maybe WordPress consultancy, and you get far better results by separating these into different pages rather than trying to cram all the ideas into one page. So again, let's take another example. Let's say you have a product and you both sell and rent it. What you might want to consider is having one page that talks about renting your product and another page that talks about selling your product. Again, in the same way, let's say you're interested in promoting your products or your services across many different cities, then within reason, and I do stress that, you can set up different pages catering for different locations. Don't overdo this because Google might regard these as landing pages. And as always, if you go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, it specifically mentions landing pages and it says basically don't overdo it, use with caution. So what you don't want, and this is something I've seen quite a few times, is to have literally hundreds and hundreds of different pages. And really the only difference between each of the pages is the basic text is the same, but they mention a different city. So, one or a different suburb. So for instance, just locally here in Perth, I've seen some websites where literally there's one page for just about every single suburb and virtually all the content is the same apart from the name of the suburb. And that would be viewed as very obvious spam from Google's point of view. So, don't do that. Now the other thing is, where do you locate your keywords? Well, it's very important that you sort of straight off the bat, as it were, right at the top of the page, you go straight in and mention your keyword phrase. You know, what you don't want is the first paragraph that's long and flowery and says, oh, hello, welcome to our website and blah, blah, blah. What you want is the first line that basically says clearly and succinctly what you do and maybe where you are. The other area that's important is the area right at the bottom of the page. So again, try and use a similar sort of phrase at the bottom of the page, but again, try and use a different keyword phrase, you know, in both sections. Don't just repeat yourself over and over. Now, keyword density just simply refers to the percentage of times a particular phrase or keyword is displayed within the web page compared to the total number of words. So it's the keyword density of a particular phrase on that page. As always, don't overdo this. If you do overdo it, it's what's called keyword stuffing, and Google takes a very, very dim view of that. So there's no set rule here, but most SEO people would say you want a keyword density of somewhere between 1 and an absolute maximum, say 5%. Certainly no more than that. Now, the keyword frequency just simply refers to the number of times a keyword or phrase is used within a single web page. If the keyword is repeated too often within a single page, Google could penalize you for attempts to spam the search engine. So, you know, don't repeat the same phrase too many times. You know, use different phrases maybe. As I say, in my case, I could use the word training, seminars, workshops, you know, different words but kind of mean the same thing. So keyword stuffing basically just means overusing keywords and phrases within a single page. Google specifically mentions keyword stuffing in the Google Webmaster Guidelines, so, you know, do it at your peril basically. Now finally, the number of words on a page. A lot of people will argue about this, but Google basically likes text, and the more text the better. So if somehow you can get maybe 500 well-written words on a page rather than just say 50 words, Google will like this because Google will understand text and Google can analyze the text, figure out what the page is about, and you get rewarded. As it says in the last bullet point there, most websites do not have nearly enough text on the actual pages. In this section, we're going to look at how to use SEO Quake, which is a free add-on for your browser. Now, if you want to use SEO Quake, you need to install either Chrome or Firefox. It doesn't work with things like Explorer. If we take a quick look at their website, as you see, they describe it as a powerful SEO toolbox for your browser, and it's totally free, which is nice. So what you can do is you can click here to install it, or you can install it directly into your browser, and I'll show you that in a minute. So as you can see, around about 3 million people have downloaded this add-on. Now, if you don't already have them, what you need to do is first install Firefox or Chrome. If we just quickly look at these. So if you want to install Firefox, just go and search for it within Google and you'll find this website. And I won't actually do it because I've already downloaded it. You just click on download, follow the instructions, and that's it. It's fairly straightforward. In a similar way, if you don't already have Google Chrome, what you might want to do is just search for it. You can just simply click here, and again, it's simple to download and to install. Something that will make life slightly easier for you is within something like Firefox, you can display the menu bar. By default, I don't think it's displayed, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. So firstly, we'll look at installing SEO Quake within Firefox. So I've installed Firefox, and this is what it looks like. Something you can do to make life easier is if you just go up to the top here and right click, you can click on where it says menu bar, and that'll display the Firefox menu bar. It just makes it easier to use this program. So the first thing we want to do is we want to install the SEO Quake add-in, and the way you do that is you go up to Tools once you've made the menu visible, you click on where it says Add-ons, and over here to the right, you see where it says Search for Add-ons? I'll just search using the phrase SEO. And as you can see, there are numerous different SEO add-ons you can install. There's loads of them. You might want to check out some of these other ones, but in this particular case, I'm going to install this one here. As you can see, this one has the most users, so according to this display here, it's got 28,000 users. Some of the other ones not so much, but there again, you might want to check out some of the other ones. So if I want to install this, I just simply click on it. Then I'll go and click on this button that says Add to Firefox. I just click on the Add button here. And that's it, it's now installed. If you look over here, you can see there's a little SQ icon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close down some of these extra windows. And now what I'm going to do is to just bring up a website. It doesn't matter which one, I'll just bring up one to show you. So this is my SEO training website. Now over here, if I go and click on the SQ icon or the SEO Quake icon, you get this little box here, and there's various things you can go and examine. So for instance, if I go and click on where it says page info, now in the last chapter we just mentioned things like, keyword density and things like that. So we'll look at that in a second. You'll notice that you can also examine the title and description, and of course you can do this for any website, not just your own website. So it's an easy way of looking at the title and description of your competitor websites. If I scroll down a little bit, I can look at the keyword density. So bearing in mind this particular website is all about SEO training in Perth, it's just about spot on, because the word that's has the highest keyword density is SEO, and that's a keyword density of about 3.8. Then training, which has a density of about 3.2, and then the word Perth, which has a density of 3.09. And then we got various other things like YouTube and website and Google, design, WordPress, business, and web. So it's a nice way of just examining your own website so you can see it's focused on the right things. And also, as I say, you can check out competitor websites and see what they're focusing on. So this is the number of single words. It also examines two-word phrases. So in Perth SEO training and Perth SEO and training courses and search engine, those are kind of the most popular two-word phrases. If we go down here slightly, we can look at other things. We can look at three-word phrases. So SEO training Perth, which is absolutely spot on. That's what I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to target with this website. So that's pretty good. And we've also got some other things which are not quite as expected, like set up the green screen, because that's another thing I do actually teach here in course, how to do green screen filming. Google My Business, which is important for local SEO, that turns up as well. And of course, search engine optimization. That turns up with 3 repeats and has a density of 0.96. Then finally we've got some four-word phrases. Those are not quite so interesting, but you can examine what's there and change it if necessary. So as I say, this is a brilliant free tool to examine things like your keyword density and just make sure you haven't used a word too many times, and also to see what turns up most. So as I say, this one's about spot on. So the word that comes up first is SEO, then training, then Perth in terms of keyword density, which is exactly what I'm trying to achieve in this case. Incidentally, while we've got this on the screen, there are various other things here. So for instance, if you click on where it says density, you can look at further examples of keyword density there. I'll just let you play with that one later. There's also a nice little thing called diagnose, which we'll see more of later. But this is a kind of a very simple, fairly unsophisticated page SEO audit, and it just lets you look again at either your website or, more importantly, your competitor's website. So you can sort of look at what's going on, what's the URL, it has something called a conical tag being set, more on that later. You can check out the title and the description and see exactly how long they are and what's contained within them. And we've also got other important things, as we'll see in a minute. Headings are very, very important. So if I click here where it says headings, the first heading just simply says SEO Perth, which is just exactly what I want. Down here it's telling me that all the images have alt attributes. Again, more on that later. It is saying that I don't have enough text, which is basically the sort of thing you see on most websites. It is very important to have as much text as possible, and really it's saying that in this case the ratio between the text and the HTML code is a little bit low. That said, it shows up pretty well, so in this case I'm not too bothered. If we come down here, it's telling us various other things, like it hasn't got frames and flash. That's a good thing, because you don't want frames and flash these days. It's also telling us we've got some other things, like for instance we've got something called schema. Again, more on that later, but schema is good for SEO, and as is Open Graph and Twitter cards. So again, more on those later. In this particular case, I haven't actually optimized it for something called AMP, which is short for Accelerated Mobile Pages. Again, more on that later. But it has been optimized for mobiles because it has what's called a meta viewpoint set. Again, don't be too concerned about this, exactly what they are at the moment. The point is, you can use this nice little free tool to go and analyze your competitors, check out their headings, their title, and all the other bits and bobs. And if you come down here, there's more bits and pieces. So on your own website, you can tell whether a robot's text file has been set up, an XML sitemap, whether the language has been specified, and the doc type, and the encoding, and also whether you have a fave icon. As I say, don't get too bogged down in exactly what these things mean at the moment. It will be explained in due course on the rest of the course. But the point I'm trying to make here is this is a very simple way of doing a quick audit, in this case on the home page. And of course you can use it on every single page. So at the moment it's showing the home page. If I displayed another page and then clicked on the SEO Quake icon over to the right, that would show me details for that page, and also page information, which has things like keyword density and such like. Now, as you're probably beginning to realize, Google likes text, and the more text, the better. So there's no set rule about how much text a single page should contain, but really as much as possible would be my advice without overdoing it. That said, you don't want to have absolutely reams and reams on a page. So the other advice is, if you've got an awful lot of information, think about splitting it, group the information into different sort of themes. Split it up, and maybe instead of having one long page, very, very long page, maybe have 2 or 3 separate pages, all of which are kind of focused on a different keyword phrase. But that said, don't be afraid of having a lot of text on a page. Google loves it. Now, generally when clients see me and I tell them, well, basically you need a lot more text, the reaction is really all the same. People like nice, pretty websites with pictures and videos maybe, and not too much text, because people just don't read that much these days. It's sad but true. So the problem is, how do you get more text on a page and effectively hide it from people who don't want to bother reading it? And the solution is something called tabs. So if you use tabs, and here's an example over here. In this particular case, I've got 3 tabs. This is for a little pretend holiday company, and I've got one tab for London, one for Paris, one for Sydney. And the idea of tabs is you can hide information. I'll show you this as a real demo in a second, and you'll see what I mean. So this is a page I created just to sort of show you what tabs are. Now at the top you've got your menu system, the normal menu system. And if you look right down at the bottom down here, when I move over here, if I was to click on this would show me the home page. This one here would show me the about page. This one here, the contact us page. And as you can see, if you look down at the bottom left, when I click on these, those would take you to, click on those links would take you to different pages. Now, bear in mind, the problem was, how do I kind of sneak more text on a page without it looking sort of, like too much? And this is a solution. Look, I've got a whole lot of information here about London, and that's in the London tab. Now if I move over here and click on where it says Paris, keep your eye on the URL here, the address at the top. If I click on Paris, can you see what happens? I stay on the same page, but I just show you some different information. If I click on Sydney, again, I stay on the same page. So if I move up slightly so you can see this, so that's London and a whole load of information about London, Paris and a whole load of information about Paris, and Sydney and a whole load of information about Sydney. The reason this is such a cool idea is, from a human's point of view, I can choose to see information about London, Paris, or Sydney, and that's almost like looking at a different page. In fact, that's probably what most people would think is happening when you click on those London, Paris, or Sydney links. But in actual fact, all that's happening is when I look at stuff in the Sydney link here, it showed me a picture and some text which is on that page. And when I go and click on Paris, that showed me some different text and a different picture, but it's also contained on the same page. Or to put it another way, I've got a long page here containing information about London, Paris, and Sydney, all on the same page. So when Google looks at this page, it sees all the text. So remember, when Google looks at this page, it's looking at all the code in the background for this particular page. So effectively, I've got a very long page here full of lots and lots of text. Viewers are not really aware of all that text unless they choose to go and look at it, but Google is. So that's one way how you can get a lot of text into a website without annoying your visitors, and in actual fact, in this case, providing extra information to visitors so they can concentrate on what they're interested in. But as I say, Google sees everything. It sees everything on the page. And as I say, don't confuse tabs with menus at the top here. When you click on the menus, you go somewhere completely different. So this style here, where you've got these tabs up here, that's actually called tabs. If I scroll down, I've done another example here using what's called an accordion, which uses exactly the same idea, but instead of tabs being across the page like this, the idea of an accordion is I've got one for Paris here, and we can see that, and underneath I've got Sydney and London. If I go and click on the Sydney one, can you see what happened? The Paris one closed, the Sydney one opened. If I go and click on London, the Sydney one closes and the London one opens up. But again, it's the same story. All of this text, when I click on these accordions, all of this text is actually on the page, and it's up to the viewer to click on the one that they're interested in, and they don't get swamped with all the other information. If they're only interested in London, they've got no interest in going to Paris or Sydney, then that's what they can concentrate on. But as I keep saying, in the background of all this, this is all on the one page. Google will see information about London, Paris, and Sydney. So a kind of cool idea that. How you actually make that work, there's lots of plugins that will do this in WordPress for you, or this one is actually done in something called Divi. I will be producing a completely separate course on Divi. Divi is not a plugin, it's a theme you can install with WordPress, and I'd strongly recommend you take a look at Divi. It's a really powerful theme for WordPress, and I don't know, where do I start? There are so many things you can do with Divi. It just makes your life so much easier. It kind of takes WordPress to the next level, but as I say, I'll be producing a separate course on Divi in due course. This is a very short chapter, but I've given this topic its own chapter because it's such a powerful idea. People search using questions, they don't search for the answers. So if you take an example here, let's say you've got a website about Kilimanjaro, which is the highest mountain in Africa. If people want to know how high it is, what are they going to type in? And the answer is, how high is Kilimanjaro? Most websites, if they're talking about Kilimanjaro, will say something like Kilimanjaro is blah blah meters high. It's actually 5,895 meters high apparently. So most websites will supply the answer. Now, I've already said the most important SEO factor, bar none, is the title. So if you have a website and within the title you put the phrase, how high is Kilimanjaro? And then you have other information on that page, which kind of re-emphasizes the question. So for instance, you could have a header as well that would be similar to the title but not the same, basically again asking the question, how high is Kilimanjaro? And if you had lots of text on the page which was about Kilimanjaro and about Tanzania, which is the country it's based in, and a whole load of relevant information, then you've got a very high chance of coming up first. So let's actually do the search. We're going to search for how high is Kilimanjaro. So here I am in Google. I've actually typed that phrase in, how high is Kilimanjaro. We've got some information at the top there, we've got some information over here, we've got some more bits and pieces over here. But if you look at the organic results, look at the one that comes up first. The title actually says, how high is Kilimanjaro? And there's some other stuff after that, because Google doesn't like titles that are too short, so that's something else you have to consider. But right off the bat, the start of the title is, how high is Kilimanjaro? Then you've got a description here which also sort of mentions things like the words Kilimanjaro and Africa and Tanzania and related content. But do you get the point? What we've concentrated on, or what they've concentrated on, is using an exact keyword match with what people are actually going to type into Google, which is, how high is Kilimanjaro? If we go down these other ones here, some of them will have similar things like the height of Kilimanjaro is, but or this one here, how high is Kilimanjaro compared to blah 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 blah, some other text there. But again, it's starting off right off the bat with the question, how high is Kilimanjaro? So this is a very, very simple trick, but a very, very powerful trick, because again, it's turning the whole thing around. Sort of, instead of just presenting information, you're thinking about what people are going to actually type in, to search for your particular page. And by putting a question in as the title and as a related header, we'll see more of that later, by basically asking the question within the website page, it's much more likely you're going to show up high in the search engine results, as you can see here. So as it says, the final bullet point there, try and optimize for the question, not for the answer to the question. Now in this short chapter we'll look at a couple of tricks. As I've already indicated, when you write text within the body text area of your website, you should use natural sounding paragraphs, and ideally what you want to do is try and, as much as possible, stuff these paragraphs with your essential keyword phrases, but without overdoing it. You don't want to have something like, hello, we're the blue widget company and our blue widgets are the best blue widgets, blah blah blah, because all Google is going to see is a whole load of spam, and it just will not be impressed at all. So obviously you need to include your essential keywords and phrases within the text, but it must be done in a subtle way so that the words or the phrases are included, but they don't sort of drown out everything else. Now, if you've got a load of text on a page, on your website page, there's a really nice little trick you can use. So if you look at this slide, what stands out? And the answer is the word bold. Why? Because it's formatted in bold. Now, people realize that if they want to draw attention to a small piece of text in a large page filled with text, then one way to do that is to make a word or a short phrase appear in bold. Now, Google recognizes this, so what you can do is, if you've got a load of text on a page, simply by marking a very small amount of it, and I do mean a very small amount, maybe one word or a very short phrase, if you mark it in bold, then Google will say, this has been marked in bold for a reason. Obviously, the words that have been marked in bold are important. So if you've got, 200 words on a page, and sort of 2 or 3 words that are, marked as bold, then Google will say, well, those are the important words. When I say 2 or 3 words, I mean 2 or 3 words that are next to each other, part of a sentence or something. What you don't want to do is to just pick out all your important keywords on a page and make sure each one of those is displayed in bold, because Google will, not be impressed by that at all. So if you're going to use this bold trick, do it to one word or to one very short phrase in a page, and I'd say no more than once on a page. Obviously, you can have it on different keywords being highlighted on different pages, as many times as you want. That's no problem. But on each individual page, you just want to use this trick once. And as I say, the whole point of this trick is to basically get Google to concentrate on a small piece of text contained within a large amount of text, and Google then realize that particular information, ideally containing your keywords, is important. Now, a kind of related technique which I really like is using bulleted or numbered lists. As I've already indicated, what you want is well-written text that has a few of your keywords maybe sprinkled within it, but they're kind of spaced out to some extent, and it's not overdone. What you don't want is, in my case, I do SEO training, I do WordPress training, and I do YouTube training, amongst other things. So I don't want those sort of, those phrases just sort of splattered all over the content. What I want to do is to maybe use those phrases as headings, or headers rather, within a page. I want to be reasonably subtle about it. However, there is a nice feature you can use. If, as you can see here, I've got 3 lines: SEO training, WordPress training, YouTube training. What I've done is I've marked those as bullet points. Now, maybe that doesn't sort of convey so well on this slide here, but the point is that normally in a web page you wouldn't have bullet points. You just have text, paragraphs of text. And as I said, normally you would have well-written text, and you wouldn't sort of concentrate your keywords, too closely together for fear of Google, taking offense. But simply by putting them into bulleted items like this, Google understands that people like bulleted points. It's quite acceptable. So this is a kind of a way of concentrating your SEO, if you like, because you can have a number of different items. Don't overdo it, as always, but you can have a number of different items in a couple of short bullet points. And as I say, it's a way of just packing your keywords into a page. Again, providing you don't overdo it. You don't want to do this in every single page, but just sort of sprinkle this idea through your website. You can use numbered lists or bulleted lists. It's exactly the same effect. And as I say, think of it as a way of concentrating your keywords without it being classed as spam. In this section, I'm going to look at how to use headings within your web pages. Now, you use headings in exactly the same way you'd use headings within, say, a Microsoft Word document. So let's bring up a Microsoft Word document. Now, the fact that this is Microsoft Word rather than something like WordPress doesn't matter. It's just the principle that's important. Now, as you can see, I've got a whole load of text here, and if I click on a bit of text, you can see up here in the Styles section, it's marked as normal. So if I click on this first line here, you can see that's also marked as normal. And the way I'd change that from normal to heading 1 is purely by clicking here. So if I click outside it, that's normal. If I click within here, you can see that's a heading 1. In exactly the same way, I want to apply heading 2 and heading 2 to this line and to this line. So if I click within the line here, and I click on where it says heading 2, if I click on this line here and click on heading 2, what I've now got are 2 styles. The first line here, and I'll click within it, as you can see, is a heading 1. This one here, as you can see, is a heading 2, and this one here is also a heading 2. And if I want to, I can put further headings in. So for instance, where it says examples of on-site SEO, if I click within that, I can mark that as a heading 3 by clicking here. And if I go down here, I can do examples of off-site SEO and mark that as a heading 3. So what I've now got are 3 heading levels. The heading 1 at the top, and I only have one of those. I've got a heading 2 there and a heading 2 here, and this is a heading 3, and that's a heading 3. Now, the fact this is a Microsoft Word document rather than a web page doesn't matter. It's just the principle I'm talking about here. And it's very important that on every single web page you have a heading 1, and as we'll see, only one heading 1 per page. You can have a couple of heading 2s if you want, and also a couple of header 3s. Now from an SEO point of view, it's very important that you cram your keyword phrase somehow into the H1, the heading 1 up here. So in this case it just says all about SEO, which is not a particularly good heading. Maybe a better heading might be something like SEO tips and tricks. Whoops. That way I've got maximum SEO benefit from this heading 1. So it's talking about SEO tips and tricks, and that's exactly the sort of thing that somebody might type in to a search engine, to try and find some information. So by having the words SEO tips and tricks marked as a header 1, that is an indication to Google about what the web page is about. As I say, the fact we're talking about Microsoft Word here, it doesn't matter, it's the same difference, we're just talking about the principle. Now Google likes structure, so what Google wants to see is a heading 1 on every single page, possibly a couple of heading 2s and a couple of heading 3s, but it always wants a heading 1. It's astonishing the number of web pages that either don't have a heading 1, or they have a heading 1 that says something stupid like welcome to my new website. As I say, you should think of heading 1s and heading 2s as fantastic SEO opportunities. You want to get your keyword phrases into the heading 1s and the heading 2s, and they really help with your SEO. So as I said, the heading 1 is the most important factor. Always have a heading 1, and always find some way of getting your important keyword phrases into the heading 1. The heading 2s also have an SEO an effect, but it's much smaller than the H1s. Do not overuse H2s on a single page. The other day I was actually looking at a competitor's website, and I think I found about 27 H2s on the home page, which seemed absolutely ridiculous. So use these sparingly, like all the other SEO techniques I'm going to talk about. Don't go crazy with them, and use them in a sort of a way that's useful to visitors, but also useful and informative to Google. The key thing that most people miss out on is they use headings for styling. You should use headings for SEO. What I mean by that is that if people are using WordPress, traditional WordPress prior to the release of WordPress 5.0, there was very little you could do in terms of formatting the text. It seemed ridiculous. You couldn't even change the font type or the font size in many cases. So what a lot of people do when they create certainly a website in WordPress is they use headings to basically style the text. So they'd use a heading for the first line that said something stupid like welcome to my new website, and then use heading 2s for other things that were basically inappropriate as well. And as I said, that's entirely the wrong way of doing things. You want to use headings for SEO value. If you want to format the text in different ways, then find some other way of doing it, but don't use headings to do that. And as I say, one more time, make the keywords within your headings relevant to what the page is about. Don't have silly H1s or header 1s that say something like welcome or welcome to our website, or even worse, sometimes just the company name, because as I said repeatedly, you should try and optimize your website for your product, service and location, not the company name. Now something you should be aware of is the rule is only one H1 per page. You can have as many H2s and H3s as you like within reason, but the rule is one H1 per page. And again, if you go and use SEO Quake to check out some of your competitors, I'm willing to bet you'll find a lot of them that have multiple H1s on the home page, which is not the sort of thing Google is looking for. The other thing that Google doesn't like is gaps in the hierarchy. What I mean by that is, if you have, say, an H1, no H2, and then a whole load of H3s and H4s, you're not going to get banned from Google for that, but Google will not like it. What Google wants is an H1, then maybe some H2s, possibly some H3s, possibly some H4s. It doesn't really care, but what it doesn't want is gaps in the hierarchy. So as I say, no H1, H2, then no H3, then an H4. That would not impress Google. In this section, I'm going to look at the HTML title. Now, as I've said a number of times now, the HTML title is the single most important on-site SEO factor that there is. Now, when you construct a title, it's generally recognized that Google will only display the first 64 characters. So what you want to do when you're composing your title, amongst other things, is try and limit it to 64 characters, because that will be displayed. You can have a longer title, as we'll see, but do remember that the title is the first thing that people are going to see about your website when they look at the snippets, the 10 results you get when people search for things. So it's very, very important you get a title that looks good to visitors and also looks good and works well with Google. Now, as it says in the fourth bullet point there, Google will often display the exact title that you specify. However, it's important to realize that Google will use what's called relevancy rather than simply relying on the contents of your title. So in plain English, what that means is that you need to have a title that's specific to the contents of that particular page. So remember, when we're talking about titles, each single page on your website can have its own HTML title. Each page will be about something slightly different. And as I say, you want the HTML title on every page to closely reflect what's on that particular page. As you can see in the last bullet point there, if Google thinks that your title is not particularly relevant, then it'll make one up. And even if you do have a really good relevant title and everything's just right, then Google might still create its own title depending on what people search for. So it's important to realize that if you specify a title, it doesn't mean Google will automatically use that. It's just if you write a very good title that's relevant to that particular page, there's a much higher chance of Google using the title that you specify. It puts you in control. Now, if your title is too long or too short, then Google will use its relevancy algorithm to display a more relevant title. And again, you can use the Google Search Console. You need to sign up for that. And if Google thinks there's anything wrong with any of the titles on any of your pages, it'll tell you, it'll say this title's too long or too short, or other things that Google doesn't like about it. So do keep an eye on the Google Search Console. Now, if you're using programs such as WordPress, generally the WordPress program will automatically generate a title for you. In some cases it does, in some cases it doesn't. But as we'll see, what you want to do is use something called SEO Yoast if you're using WordPress, and that can control exactly what your title and description looks like. More on that later. Now, as you can see in the last bullet point there, sometimes you see absolutely disastrous titles. Now, as I say, bearing in mind the importance of the words in the HTML title, having a title that says something absolutely stupid like homepage, welcome, new page, title goes here, or in some cases no title at all, is absolutely crazy. You might think I'm making this up, but go and check it out yourself. There are numerous examples of websites where the homepage, as I say, just says, the homepage title rather, just says homepage, or new page, or welcome, something like that. Now, again, as I've mentioned repeatedly, you want to concentrate on promoting your product, your service, and your location, not necessarily the company name. Generally, if you've got a company name that's fairly unique, like in my case, Cheltenham Group, that's very easy for Google to find. But what I'm promoting would be things like SEO training, or WordPress training, or YouTube marketing, depending what it is. And that's where the title comes in. Those are the sort of phrases I would want to put into my titles onto different pages. The other thing is, don't waste your titles by having the company name at the start of each title. That's another common mistake, because there's only about 64, 65 characters that are displayed. So if you've got a long company name and you start your title off with the company name, that's a huge waste of real estate. Just think, you've got 64 characters. In my case, the company name is Cheltenham Group, so that would take up a significant portion of my title. So I might have my company name on, say, the contact page or something like that, or the about page, but on every other pages, people don't really care what my company is called. What they're doing is they're looking for my product, my service, my location. And always remember those three things. Now, matching the HTML title with content, it's very important that the words you use, or the phrases you use in the HTML title, also appear in the body text. So for instance, if my title on a particular page was something like SEO training seminars in Perth, then I'd want to use either that exact phrase or something very similar to it in the body text. If there isn't a match, then Google's much more likely to think, this title is not really appropriate for that page, and it'll make one up. The other thing you should remember is to have unique HTML titles for each page. So let's say you've got, 200 pages for sake of argument, then every single page should have a different title and also, as we'll say, a different description. When I tell people this, especially if they've got large websites, sometimes they moan a bit, until I remind them of the fact that because the HTML title is so important, if you do have 200-300 pages, then by having a different title for each page and making that title specifically relevant to the contents of that page, that means all of a sudden you've got 200-300 different opportunities for optimizing for different keyword phrases. So instead of thinking of it as a chore to customize your titles on every page, look at it as an opportunity, an SEO opportunity. That said, don't try and spam the titles with your keywords. You want a title that is a short little phrase in reasonably good English. What you don't want, in my case for instance, would be a title that said SEO training, SEO seminars, SEO tutorials, SEO blah blah blah. You kind of get the idea. You don't just want a spaghetti mix of words. You want a proper little phrase that reads good to the people reading it and also sounds good to Google. So as you can see in the bottom example there, let's say you're a plumbing service in Perth. You could start off your title by saying Perth Plumbing Service. So, straight off the bat it tells viewers and Google exactly what you're about. And then you could go on to say something like qualified plumbers available 24/7. So in a very short phrase there, a single line, people can see exactly what you're about, and also the fact that you're in Perth and you're available 24/7, which if their tap has just blown up in the middle of the night, is exactly what they want to see. So as I say, the title may be displayed within the search engine results, but only if it's a really good match to the contents. So as you can see in this example here, locally here in Perth, if I type in something like SEO Training Perth, if you look at the titles I've got in the results there, those are exactly taken from the titles that I specified in my HTML tags. Remember, the HTML titles go in the head area of the HTML code. So if you don't have a title, or the title's a bad title, particularly not relevant to the contents, then basically Google will just make one up. So, common bad titles are no title at all, maybe just the word untitled as the title, or title goes here, endless variations of the theme, or something that's completely not relevant. Or another variation is just having your company name, and that's it in the title. And if you have that for every single title on every single page, again, Google will not like that. Now, the click-through rate and SEO, the more enticing your title looks to human beings within the page of search results, the more likely they're going to click on it. So the better the title looks, the higher the click-through rate. Because do remember, the whole point of SEO is to ideally get you onto the first page results. Normally there's only 10 snippets, 10 results being displayed, and ideally you want to be as high as possible. The thing about SEO is most people just concentrate on trying to get onto the first page, and it doesn't seem to occur to them that what the snippet looks like is also important. So as I say, you want a really snappy, enticing title, with some sort of call to action ideally, that people are going to click on. You don't have to be the first one, you just have to be ideally towards the top of the page, if that's possible, and you want something that looks enticing. You want your snippet to look better than your competitors' snippets, maybe more relevant. Now, something else you should consider, bearing in mind I've said that Google will look at your title, then look at the contents of the page. The other thing it will do, it'll look at your title and then it'll look at your H1 heading, and providing the two are kind of on message, not identical, but on message, you don't want the titles and the HTML headings to be the same, you just want them to be similar. Now, keyword positioning within your title, we've already established the fact the title will only be about maybe 64 characters, 65 characters, something like that. That'll be displayed as sort of maximum length of a title within the snippet results. So bearing that in mind, what you want is to have your product or service right at the beginning of your title, because what happens is Google looks at the words at the beginning of the title And as it moves along towards the end of the title, the words or the value of those words become less important. So the really important words, they should go right at the start of your title. So again, in my case, the ideal title would be SEO Training Perth. So that's exactly what I do and where I do it. Later on in the title, I could have other things like the fact I do online training as well as physical training in Perth. Now, localization of your titles, obviously this depends on what kind of organization you represent, but if you're just a small company, local business looking for business in your sort of area, your suburb, your region, your state or your country, then you want to try and get those words into your title. So for my physical training seminars where I deliver training to a group of people, really I'm looking for customers in Perth. So it's very important in my case I would have the word Perth, or maybe Perth Northern Suburbs or something like that in the title, or maybe the words Australian or WA, short for Western Australia. These are the sort of things you should think about. Also, if you are going for business further afield, do bear in mind that different countries and different regions have different spellings. So for instance, the word organize in America it would be with a Z, in Europe or Australia it would generally be with an S. So there's these different spellings you have to think about. Now here's something that people don't realize. A lot of people, once they start doing serious SEO research, they realize that only about 64 characters of the title will be displayed. However, it's important to realize that Google may actually index more than 64 characters, in fact maybe up to 250 characters. What I mean by this is that if you have a long title, more than 64 characters, when you see that title displayed in the search results, it will get so far within that 250 characters, and then it'll be truncated. You just see the ... But Google are actually on record as saying they can take the information in a long title of up to about 250 characters and use that to determine what the page is about. So when it comes to the length of your titles, some people like nice clean titles that don't truncate, in which case they keep them to a maximum of 64 characters. I tend to use a mixture, so some of my titles will be limited to 64, so they're nice, clean and don't truncate, whereas other pages I'll use maybe a much longer title, up to about 250 characters. Obviously that won't be displayed in the snippet, but Google may actually examine the rest of the words within that long title and use it to determine what the page is about. So it's a bit of yin and yang there, depend what sort of visual look you want for your titles. So as it says in the last point there, if you do have a longer title, you could include sort of keyword variations and plurals and synonyms within the longer part of the title. It's not actually displayed, but which Google may well read. Now, titles and branding, as I've mentioned, what you don't want to do is to just bang away and have the company name right at the beginning of the title. What you want to concentrate on is not the company name, it's your product, your service and your location. Now if you've determined that you have a number of words that are important for your SEO, then in my case I wouldn't want the word SEO, then a whole bunch of words, then the word training. I want to group those words together. So for me, the phrase SEO training is very important. So in the title, it just means I need to have those two words next to each other, SEO training, not SEO blah 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 training. Simple point, but again, just something to bear in mind. So, if you do have a list of key words, try and organize them into a sentence that doesn't sound too artificial. And as I say, try and get the important keywords right at the beginning of your title, because as you move across along the title, the value of those words becomes less important to Google. So the order of your keyword phrases is also important. So again, if we stick with my example, I could have SEO training or I could have training SEO. Far more people would search for SEO training rather than the other way around. So again, if you have a list of single words, try and sort of get them into the order that people would actually use within a search phrase. Something else you want to try and consider is to essentially have two parts of your title. So have the first bit, boom, 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 sort of 3 or 4 words, and then maybe a separator, and then maybe repeat one of those words Again, so in my case, I could have something like SEO training course, then a separator, and then something like courses run in Perth or something like that. So I've got the word course in there twice, once as a single version and once as a plural version. Again, very simple technique, but very powerful. Something else is to use similar words in the title. So in the same way within the body text, again, taking my example, if I was talking about SEO training, so in my case, instead of just the word SEO training, I could have something else, like instead of the word training, I could have course or courses, seminar, seminars, tutorial, tutorials, and maybe things like workshops, something like that. So try and get as many different words within reason that kind of mean the same but are slightly different words. Don't overdo it. Ideally you should take this idea and spread it out across a couple of pages. What you don't want in the title is a phrase that says, literally something like SEO training, SEO courses, SEO seminars, SEO tutorials, because that sounds boring to me, and as sure as anything, Google will find it offensive as well. So it'll just look at it as an attempt to spam. So always remember, as I say, keep your titles sort of sounding natural, basically. Now, there are some stop words which Google will ignore. To some extent, you have to have these in your title, otherwise it just sounds like a list of keywords. So little words like and or and similar words like that, they're actually ignored within the search. That said, you have to use them sometimes, otherwise you just end up with a list of keywords and that looks like spam. So, just be careful. As far as separators are concerned, as I said, a good idea is to have maybe sort of 3 or 4 words right at the beginning for your title, then some sort of separator, and then a second part of the title using maybe a different form of those words, but kind of reinforcing the first part of the title, as it were. So in this case, I've just simply typed in SEO Sydney. We ignore the adverts at the top there, which are only there because they're advertised. If you look here, we've got SEO Sydney, then what's called the piping symbol, and then the second half here. Then we've got a dash, and they've actually opted for a longer title, so you can see it's truncated. You've got the ... In this case, they've got a nice short title, so it's SEO Sydney dash, and then it's backing up here what we've said here. So in this case, you've got SEO, the abbreviation, Sydney, and here we've got the long version, search engine optimization, and again they've repeated Sydney, and they've also snuck in the word consultants. So you'll see in a lot of these cases, they're doing the sort of things that I've advised you to do. Have a short version, and then the longer version. So here it's SEO, there it's search engine optimization. These ones here, look, SEO, and then the longer version. And they've got the words in, so they're talking about the product, or the service, and the location, so SEO Sydney. Then they've just got SEO on its own, and then they've got search engine optimization, Sydney. So as you can see, in a lot of these cases, what was the search I did? SEO Sydney. In a lot of these cases, the word Sydney appears in the title, yes? In fact, I think just about every case the word Sydney appears in the title. So that kind of re-emphasizes what I'm saying, in your title, you put your product, your service, and your location. So in this case, obviously, it's Sydney, and they're talking about SEO. Now, the other thing, if you've only got 64 characters, sometimes, if you think about it, you can use a smaller version of a word. So, for instance, let's say for some reason you wanted the word and in a title, you could use this symbol instead. And if you wanted the word copyright, you could use this symbol. Or maybe you could use an abbreviation. So again, in my case, I could have search engine optimization, or I could just type in SEO, which is like a much shorter version of the, the full version of the word. Now, using exact keyword matches, when you use either the Google Keyword Planner or a third-party research tool to see what sort of phrases people actually search for your product or service, then ideally you want to go and look at the volume searches that people use, the volume phrases that people use to search, and then try and replicate those exactly within your title. So what I mean by that is you do your research, you find that this particular phrase is used by, for sake of argument, 5,000, whereas another phrase is only used maybe 500 times a month. Then the phrase that appears 5,000 times a month, that's the phrase you want to try and sneak into your titles. Something else to consider is capitalization. What you don't want is a title in all caps. It kind of looks spammy, so stick to natural capitalization. Some words like the word OK, or indeed the word or the abbreviation SEO, those can be in caps, that's fine, but keep everything else, to natural capitalization. Start off the title with a capital letter, but everything else in lowercase. Something else to look out for is you don't want a title and a description, which we'll look at in the next section. You don't want the two of them to be exactly the same. You want them both to be on message and roughly about the same thing. As I've already mentioned numerous times now, the title is incredibly important for SEO. The description, on the other hand, doesn't actually affect your SEO as such. What it does do is affect your click-through rate. But that said, you don't want a title that says one thing, then a description says something completely different. So, as we'll see, a lot of the rules that we've talked about for titles also appear for descriptions. But the other thing is, as it says in the second bullet point there, the description can be a lot longer than the title, and it's basically where you can put some extra information in there, maybe your phone number or your precise location, things like that, and what exactly makes you different from your competitors. Right, and finally, don't use a trademark name within your HTML title or indeed your description. So, for instance, if you were producing some sort of fizzy drink, you would not want to use the words, say, Coca-Cola or Pepsi in your title. I'm not sure about this, you need to take legal advice on it, but I believe there was a ruling in the United States many years ago where if you used a trademark description in your title, the lawyers could actually take action against you. So it's like all things to do with trademarks, respect other people's trademarks and don't abuse them. But again, you'd have to take proper advice from a lawyer on that. In this section, I'm going to look at the HTML description. Now, in the previous chapter, we looked at the title, and as I said, the title is very important from an SEO point of view. The description doesn't really affect your SEO as such, but it's very important for the click-through rate. Now, as we've previously seen, the description, or the meta description as it's sometimes called, is displayed within the head section of each web page. So each page should have a unique description that relates particularly to that individual page. So if you go and check out the syntax, it looks something like this. It starts with meta name, then it says equals description, then content, then you've got where it says your description. That is the description as displayed on your particular page. You don't really need to know this, it's just if you want to go and directly look at your code, it'll look something like this. So as I say, the description is very important for the click-through rate. The way I like to think about it, a really good title will help to get you onto the first page, and a really good description will help you to get clicked on, because remember, if you do actually get onto the first page, you're just one of 10 snippets there. So you want a really sort of brilliant description that will get people's attention, and they'll click on your description rather than anybody else's. Now, as with the title, Google may ignore your description. If your description is basically an exact match to the contents of that particular page, remember each page has its own description in the head area. If it's a really good match, then chances are Google will use it. But as with your titles, if you have a bad description that doesn't really describe what's on that page, or sometimes websites have exactly the same description for every single page, then in that case Google will ignore the description, just make one up really that relates to what was searched for by the users. So if you have a very bad description, Google will just make one up. If you want to see the descriptions as they appear for your particular website, what you can do is you can type in the word site : followed by your URL. So in this example at the bottom here, if you typed in site : www.4seotraining.com.au, if you did that search, you'd see the titles and descriptions displayed within Google. So here I am, I've typed in site : followed by the website URL, and as you can see, there's the title, underneath I've got the descriptions here. So I've got a description there for that page and this page and so on and so forth. And as you can see, each page is slightly different, because the whole point is you want different descriptions on different pages. So remember, if you're talking about a snippet, if you look at this example here, that entire thing there is a snippet. You normally have the title, the URL, and then you have the description. And then if you go to the trouble of organizing some what are called rich snippets, more on those later, in my case, as you can see, you've got reviews showing up in the actual results. So as I said, the key thing is unique descriptions on every page, and that description should basically be a close match to the contents of every single page. As far as the description length is concerned, as we saw with titles, they were generally limited to actually displaying about 64 characters. Google have been playing around the lengths over the last year or so, so it used to be quite short, and you might find it can be anything between, say, 230 or 320 characters thereabouts. As I said, that's sort of something that Google have been experimenting with, so you might want to create a longer description on the grounds Google might use it. If they don't, they'll just simply truncate it, so they'll just see the first number of characters that Google decides it's going to display that month. As I say, it does change sort of on a fairly regular basis. So description and page content, they have to match, remember that. In this section, I just want to briefly mention something called the meta keyword list or keyword tag. Back in the day when things like Alta Vista and similar search engines were just starting up, this is actually very important for SEO. Google are now on record as saying this has been spammed so much that they just ignore it. So, you know, in the head area of your website, you've got your title and your description. Even now, you still see lots of websites with an extra bit that says meta name, keywords, and then a whole load of keywords. So as you can see in this case, the keywords I'd be using would be SEO, search engine optimization, SEO training, SEO seminars, SEO tutorials, SEO workshops. Now, just by reading that, you can see it looks really, really spammy, and that's basically the conclusion that Google came to as well. So Google doesn't use these. Most search engines, I think, just ignore this term now because it has been spammed so much. The only reason I mention it is I still find occasionally videos on YouTube and saying, oh, what you want is a keyword meta statement within your head area. Well, it's nonsense. You don't actually need it anymore. In fact, let's go and see what Google says about this.
So we had an interesting question from someone who just asked me, how much do you use the keyword or keywords meta tag in your main search results? And the answer is basically not at all. So let's talk about that in a little more detail because
Well, there we have it. This is from Matt Cutts, who used to be the chief sort of anti-spam engineer at Google. And as you can see, how much do they use it? Basically not at all. So that answers that question. So this is something you just don't have to worry about. If you've got it, you know, maybe you've got a website and you've got a meta keyword statement in there, it's probably not going to do you any harm. It just won't do you any good. Certainly if you're creating a brand new website, don't even bother creating this. It's a waste of time. In this section, we're going to see how to use the plugin, the SEO Yoast plugin with WordPress. Now, obviously, this only works with WordPress, but once you've installed it, underneath each page, you have this area here where you can set your title and description exactly as you want it. Now, here I am within WordPress. I've logged in, and if I just simply search for SEO Yoast, as you can see, this is a well-respected plugin. It has 1 million plus installations, and it's got a whacking 22,000 5-star reviews. At the time of filming, it was last updated 4 days ago, and it's compatible with the current version. If I go and look at more details here, as you can see, it's a fully featured plugin. There's actually a premium version as well, which you might want to investigate. But as I say, if you look at the reviews here, it's got 22,000 5-star reviews, and it's got comparatively very few 1, 2, 3 or 4-star reviews, so a well-respected plugin. Now once you've installed the plugin, directly underneath each page you have a panel here from SEO Yoast, and if you click on where it says Edit Snippet, from here you can directly insert both a title and also a description. It'll also give you information on things like readability and such like. We will look at the plugin in more detail later, but certainly if you're using WordPress, it's the ideal way of setting your ideal title and your ideal description. And as I say, you can use it to have a different title and different description on every single page, and of course you make sure that your title and description matches the content of every single page. So it's a very easy to use plugin. It can do a whole host of other things, but at the moment we're just looking at SEO Yoast to produce really good effective titles and descriptions. Now in this section I'm going to look at anchor text and SEO. Now anchor text is the text that appears within a text link. So on a lot of websites you'll see something like, click here to download our tips and tricks sheet or something like that. And the section of text that is clickable is called the anchor text. So as you can see in this example, I've got a load of links here to different pages. So the first one says pictures but no text, hidden text, alt tags and pictures, web page title, and so on and so forth. So in this case, the anchor text, the text you can see in blue in this particular case, that is the text where ideally you want to put some important keywords in there. So these are quite specific because these are off my SEO website. But let's say you wanted to have something, for your website. Let's say the website was to do with custom carpentry or something like that. You could have a link that said something like, click here to see examples of our custom carpentry, and whichever part of that text you chose to use as a hyperlink, that text or those words within the clickable hyperlink would be referred to as the anchor text. And as I say, the whole point of anchor text is you want to include your keywords in there. So in this example, this is from a chiropractor website. Let's say you wanted a link to the prices page. The actual anchor text could be something like Perth chiropractor prices. In this particular case, the text is displayed as blue and underlined, but it's depending on how your system's set up. Sometimes it's underlined and displayed in blue, sometimes maybe other colors, maybe not underlined. So it varies from one website to another. But it's important to realize that the text you use within the anchor text can greatly affect your SEO. Now, one of the very common mistakes I see over and over again is a phrase like, click here, for instance, click here to download my SEO tips and tricks. And the words click here are actually the clickable link. So the words click here are the anchor text. So if you have click here to download my tips and tricks, and if click here is the clickable portion of that text, what you're really telling Google is that the words click here are important. So if we take that example, where you'd say something like click here to download my SEO tips and tricks, what would make far more sense is have the words SEO tips and tricks as the clickable link, as the anchor text. So don't make this mistake that so many websites make. If you're going to have clickable links, maybe clickable links to documents or to other pages, as I say, you can use the phrase click here to blah blah blah, but the actual clickable bit is not click here, it's something relating to the target page. If you go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, which is always the starting point for SEO, they do clearly say that Google likes web pages where you have a couple of text links to all your important pages. So something I tend to do is to have an area at the bottom of my website where, in this case, as you can see, I've got links to SEO Perth, SEO Training Perth, WordPress Training in Perth, YouTube Training Course, seminar dates, web design consultancy, and contact us, as well as a few other links over to the right. And these are clickable text links, and as I say, the text that makes up the words that are clickable is referred to as the anchor text. And it's a very good idea to have lots and lots of clickable links, text links within your website. And as I say, you want to, as far as possible without overdoing it as always, try and pack the links with your important keyword phrases. As well as including links at the bottom of the page, it's also a good idea to have links within the sort of main body text. So instead of just having a whole load of text on a page, have a whole load of text by all means, but make some of that text clickable. So for instance, if I've got a page that's just generally talking about, say, seminars that I run, within that page, somewhere within the body text, I could have something like, click here to see details of my SEO training course, and elsewhere I could have something like, click here to see my YouTube training seminars or something like that. And those links obviously in turn would link to a relevant page. So this idea of matching your anchor text to the target page is also very important. If, for instance, I have a link that says SEO tips and tricks, and that then points to something to do with WordPress or YouTube, that's not so good. If, on the other hand, I have a link that says, oh, click here to see more details about my YouTube training courses, and that in turn links to a page, and that page has a title and headers and all the rest of it to do with that particular topic, then that's how I gain the maximum benefit. So it's a very simple idea. You match up the anchor text link, and remember, anchor text is simply the text within a clickable link. So you match up the words within your anchor text to the content page, and you make sure they're all on message. In this section, I'm going to look at broken links and what are called 404 errors. Now, within a website, if you click on a broken link, a link that no longer links to somewhere, it's broken for some reason, then technically you get what's called a 404 error message. So sometimes you actually see this displayed on the screen as a 404 error message. In other cases, you have automatic redirects, in which case, instead of displaying an error message, you're directed to somewhere else. So what does Google say about broken links? Broken links are specifically mentioned within the Google Webmaster Guidelines, so you should regularly check for broken links within your website. So here we are within the Google Webmaster Guidelines. If you click on the section where it says Help Visitors Use Your Pages, as you can see, the second item down, the second bullet point says ensure that all links go to live web pages. That's Google speak for making sure you don't have any broken links. So the next question is, well, how do you test for broken links? Well, if you're using something like WordPress, as we'll see in a minute, you can have plugins that will regularly check maybe once a week for broken links and send you an email report if it finds any. Or the other thing you can do is to use a specialist program that will check your entire website. So there is this program called XENU. It's like the word menu, but beginning with an X. It's a well-respected program. It's been around for a very long time, and it's absolutely free. Now, this is actually not an online program. You can download this little program and you run it from your computer, from your laptop or your desktop. Now, in a lot of cases, when you want to download some software, you should be very, very careful where you download it from. So a little trick I use is I go to Google and I search for free downloads. And generally, when you search for free downloads, the website that comes up first is this one. It's the CNET website. If I go and open this is a very well-respected website. And the point of going to the CNET download page, and you can see the URL at the top if you want to go directly there. The point of going to this is that they do take some steps to eliminate sort of dodgy versions of the software. So in this case, we want to download this program called XENU. We're not quite sure where to download it from. So all I have to do is to type in the title up here, which is XENU, and do a search for that. And as you can see, here it is. So if I go and look at the details here, as you can see, they give you details about the program. And all you'd have to do is click on download here, and it would download, and you can install it onto your computer. As I say, if you've never seen this website before, it's a very good place to download things from. So I say in this case, I just click here. If you just go back for a second, just while we're looking at this website, you can see if you look at their popular downloads, for instance, there's a whole host of things you can download from here. So for instance, CC Cleaner is a little program for cleaning up your computer and making it go faster. There's a free antivirus. There's a driver program here that will check for outdated drivers and all sorts of other things. Malwarebytes, which is like an antivirus program but specifically designed for looking for malware. And there's also other bits and bobs, and if you click here you can see more popular programs. For instance, that's a very good video player. So anyway, I digress. I'm just pointing out the fact that it's a great safe way, or largely safer way, of downloading software. So if you'd actually gone to the trouble of downloading this XENU program, you could once you've downloaded it, you could open it up, and here's the program. So all you do is you click on where it says File, check URL. You can type in the URL here, so I could do something like, I don't know, www.forseotraining.com.au in this case, and I won't actually run it, but if I clicked on OK, it would check all the internal links, it would check all the external links, and then it give them a report of any broken links at the end. Obviously it won't fix those, you have to go and fix those on your website, but at least then you know if you've got any broken links on your website. So as I say, it's a free program, well worth downloading and using. Alternatively, if you're using something like WordPress, there are many plugins within WordPress that you can use that will check for broken links. So within WordPress, you just simply go to Plugins, Add New, and then you do a search for something like broken links. And as you can see, there are numerous broken link checkers. This one here is very popular. It's got 600,000 active installations, despite the fact it was last updated over a year ago and it's been untested. This one, on the other hand, has 7,000 active installations, nice reviews, updated 1 month ago, and it is compatible. And as you can see, there's various other checkers you can use as well. So if you want, I won't actually do it, but if I wanted to install this, I could click on Install Now, configure it, and in most cases you can set these up so it'll check maybe once a week or whatever you want. So if it checks once a week and if it finds any errors, it'll just simply send you an email saying, oh, these are your broken links. So at that point you go and fix them. Now, broken links is not something you have to obsess about too much. You know, Google are on record as saying, you know, they're not overly bothered by this, but the fact it's mentioned in the Google Webmaster Guidelines, you know, it's one of those things where if Google says to do something, be on the safe side, go and do it. And certainly you don't want lots and lots of broken links. That just doesn't look good to Google. And also, more to the point, it's going to annoy your visitors. In the last section, we saw how to check for 404 errors, for broken links, basically. Ideally, what you want to do is trawl through your website, and if you do find any broken links, go and fix them. However, especially if you've got a large website, there is another solution. You can use what are called 404 error redirects. So again, if you're using WordPress, there's lots of plugins you can use that will basically catch a 404 error and redirect it to a different page of your choice. So for instance, if you're being lazy, you can just simply have it so that it will redirect to the home page. Or better, what you might want to do is create a specific little page. You can call it whatever you want, but on that page you'd have a little message saying, oh, I'm terribly sorry, the page you were looking for either no longer exists or there's an error of some sort, but here's a list of pages that you might want to visit on a website. And instead of seeing an error, the visitor actually gets redirected automatically to a useful page. Again, I believe in the Google Webmaster Guidelines. I think Google does actually suggest that you use 404 error redirecting. So again, if you're using WordPress, what you could do is just simply go into the plugins, search for new plugins, and as you can see on the screen shot here, I just searched using the word 404, and this one here came up first, which is just simply called 404 to 301. The reason it's called that, a 404 is an error message, page not found error message, and a 301 is what's called a permanent redirect. So in this case, if you install this, and as I say, 100,000 plus people are using this, and it's got what, a 4.5 recommendation. It's all updated recently. By using this plugin, as I say, it'll automatically redirect from the 404 error message to a page of your choice, be it the home page or a customized 404 error message page. There is another very popular one. It's just simply called redirection, and again, it's got similarly good reviews, but in this case, over 1 million people use it. As you can see in this case, we've got the 404 to 301 plugin, and I'm just looking at some of the details here. So all of these indicators here are good. It's got very good reviews. There's always somebody who will give it a low review. I swear, if you give away free money in the streets, somebody will complain about littering the streets or something. So there's always some people that complain. But as you can see, it's got very, very good ratings. So as it says down there, it'll redirect the 404 error message to any page that you set using a 301 permanent redirect. And this is the method that Google actually recommends for redirection. If you're not using WordPress, then there's probably other ways of implementing this, but this is yet another reason why you should just use WordPress. Everything is so much easier because you've got all of these plugins to do the complicated stuff for you. Because you might think, well, what actually is a 404 or a 301? Who cares? You just simply set up this plugin, you install it in less than a minute or so. That's it, done, sorted. So, as I say, if you're not using WordPress, think about it. It makes life so much easier for yourself. Now in this section, we're going to look at internal linking between your website pages. Now, Google likes text-based hyperlinks. If you go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, and I'll keep mentioning this because it is very important, if you go and read the Google Webmaster Guidelines, and especially if you read between the lines, as it were, over and over, Google will make the point that it likes text-based links. And the reason for that is Google can easily understand links that are text-based. And best of all, of course, you now know that you can use your anchor text within the text links and basically pack your keyword phrases within reason into your text links. Now, Google likes a nice, complex internal website linking structure. So you don't want to link every single page to every single other page, because that would be stupid. But if Google finds like a complex web of interlinking pages within a website, it's going to find it more interesting. It's going to find it easy to follow the text links from page to page, and over time you're going to get rewarded by Google. Now, at the very least, you want to make sure that every single page within your website can at least link back to your website. Again, this is specifically mentioned in the Google Webmaster Guidelines. What you don't want are any what are called orphan pages, where you link from a page to another page, and for one reason or another there's no menu or no link back on that orphan page to go anywhere else. This is also referred to as a blind alley page. Now, this will annoy your web visitors, because they'll be forced to use the back button if they end up on a blind alley page, but it's also going to annoy Google, because what Google likes is to be able to hop from page to page, ideally using text links, and if it finds itself on a page and there's no other links to go anywhere else, you can't really blame Google if it kind of loses interest and goes off and looks at some other site. So at the very least, make sure that each of your website pages links back to your home page. Another good little trick is to use a mixture of both text and graphic links. Google loves text links because it's easy for Google to understand the text links. But if you have a graphic link, and what I mean by that is you have a picture and when people click on that picture they link somewhere else. If it's done properly, that can also convey an awful lot of information, because as we've seen, if you're going to upload a picture or an image, then the first thing you do is give that image an SEO friendly file name. So that's a little bit of information that Google can interrogate and recognize. Once you've uploaded the image to your website, then of course you can insert what's called the alt tag behind the image, and then of course you can link from the image to somewhere else that's of interest. And if that target page kind of links up with the information in the alt tag and also in the file name, then all of those little bits of information are all kind of lined up, as it were, and then it helps Google to understand what the target link is about and what the target page is about, and it'll also give you relevance to the page you're linking from. So the whole thing kind of lines up, as it were. So the basic idea is make sure you insert links to each of your important pages. If you have lots and lots of descriptive pages which are a little bit sort of airy-fairy and they're a little bit unfocused, so be it. But what you want is lots and lots of links to the important pages. So for instance, in my case, I've got basically 3 areas I would concentrate on with my training website, and that would be WordPress training, SEO training, and YouTube training. So I'd want to make sure that those are the pages that get linked to most within my website's internal linking. In this section, I'm going to look at the consequences of buying links and also look at bad neighborhoods. Now, the following is a direct quote from Google. Your site's ranking in Google search results is partly based on analysis of those sites that link to you. The quality, quantity, and relevance of links count towards your rating. The sites that link to you can provide context about the subject matter of your site and can indicate its quality and popularity. Any links intended to manipulate a site's ranking in Google search results may be considered part of a link scheme. This includes any behavior that manipulates links to your site or outgoing links from your site. Manipulating these links may affect the quality of our search results, and as such is a violation of the Google Webmaster Guidelines. So that's basically Google's way of saying don't buy links. There is actually a page in the support.google.com website. This is a page in the support.google.com website, and it talks specifically about link schemes. And as it says, any links intended to manipulate what's called page rank, or the site's ranking in the Google search results, may be considered a violation of the Google Webmaster Guidelines. So it's saying here, look, the following are examples of link schemes which can negatively impact a site's ranking in search engines: buying or selling links that pass what's called page rank, excessive reciprocal links with other sites, large-scale article marketing or guest posting campaigns which are redesigned to affect SEO, and also using automated programs or services to create links to your site. So to say, it couldn't really be clearer. There is, no reason to buy links. If you do buy links and Google finds out, you'll get banned. It's as simple as that. You've got to be very, very careful about buying links. Just don't do it. The other thing you need to be very careful of is, if you have got links to your website, seeing where those links come from. So there is what's called a bad neighborhood. A bad neighborhood is really a website or a group of websites that Google disapproves of. So if you do have links from what it considers to be bad neighborhoods, you will get penalized. Classically, this happens when you buy in links. And as it says, Google's own words again, don't participate in link schemes designed to increase your site's ranking within the search engines. In particular, avoid links to web spammers or bad neighborhoods on the web, as your own ranking may be adversely affected by those links. So again, it couldn't be clearer. You have to be real careful not to buy links. And even if you start attracting, natural organic links, you have to check those every so often just to make sure they're not coming from bad areas, bad websites basically. The other thing you need to check is that if you've got links going from your websites to other websites, just make sure A, those links are working, and B, they're going to good websites. Because website ownership can change over time, so you might have installed a link from your website to somewhere else, which is perfectly okay at one point. Then someone else bought the website and now it's not so good. So, as I say, check incoming and outgoing links. So how do you identify a bad website, a bad neighborhood? Well, one of the things you can do is simply see how old the website is. If the website's been going for a long time and lots of its pages are available within Google, that's a pretty good indication that the site is absolutely fine. What you can do is use the Whois website to check when a website was created, or the other thing you can do is you can use the SEO Quake extension for things like Chrome and Firefox. So in this case, I've gone to the Whois lookup. So if I bring up one of my websites, which is cctglobal.com, and if I go to the Whois lookup, we can see exactly how old this website is. And as you can see, there's the creation date. It was created way back in 1996, in April. And in terms of the internet, that's sort of up there with the dinosaurs, really. That's a very old website. It's been going for over 20 years continuously. So that's an indication it has a really good sort of pedigree, as it were. As I say, the other option is you could use SEO Quake to see how old a website is. Now, once you've established how old the website is, the next thing is to see how many pages are actually listed by Google. Even if it's an old website, and if it's a bad website, then you'll find that if Google's basically kicked out the index, then it won't have any pages listed. In this case, I've done a search using the site : trick. So within Google, I searched for site : then the name of a URL. And as you can see in this case, it got 183 results. Let's try that. So here we are within Google. I've typed in site : then the name of a web address. And in this case, it's got 119 results. Now, the point is, it's got 119 pages that show up in Google. So obviously it's not been banned by Google. So that's a way of saying that, well, this is a good site. There are other warning signs to look out for. So, if the website that you suspect is a bad website is littered with typing errors and bad grammar, if it's got lots of areas saying coming soon and stuff like that, if it's got lots of broken links, or it's got links pointing to what are bad neighborhoods, then that's obviously a bad sign. Way too many adverts and affiliate links is generally an indication of very poor quality. Websites whose primary purpose is to sell sort of link building problems, that's an obvious thing to look out for. Websites with no proper contact details, it's always a little bit dodgy. Ideally you want a landline or a mobile and address. So the more contact details, the better, really. And if you've got websites that are just simply packed with links to other pages, again, that's a sign that maybe it's not a very good website. So, basically just use common sense when you're trying to identify if a website is good, bad, or indifferent. Now in this section we're going to look at the Google Disavow tool. Now in the past, Google took the view that you were solely responsible for the outgoing links from your websites because you could control those and it didn't worry about the incoming links. Because so many people signed up to link schemes and link farms and all the rest of it, Google kind of got fed up and has now said, well, you're responsible for incoming and outgoing links. Now, the trouble with this is if you've maybe in the past, maybe yourself or your predecessor bought a whole load of links in and you now realize that was a serious mistake, the trouble is how do you get rid of those links? You could try contacting the webmasters of the companies that are linking to you or the websites that are linking to you and ask them to be removed. Chances are, if they're a little bit dodgy to start off with, they'll just simply ignore you. So the question is, well, how do you get rid of the links? And the answer is you can't. However, what you can do is you can disavow the links. And what that means is you basically go to Google and say, well, look, I've got a whole load of links from a dodgy website or a couple of dodgy websites. I didn't ask for them. We don't want them. We don't want to benefit from any SEO benefit from them. can you ignore those links? Can you disavow those links? So that's really what this tool does. It's a way of saying to Google, well, look, there's a whole load of links from somebody else's websites to our websites. We think those websites are dodgy. We don't want those links. Can you ignore the links? So it's very important that on a regular basis you analyze all your incoming and outgoing links. The way you check out your incoming links is to use the Google Search Console. And if you do identify any bad neighborhoods, as I say, first try and ask for removal from the offending websites, and then use the Google Disavow tool. Now, in order to find the Google Disavow tool, the easiest thing is just simply go into Google and search using the phrase Google Disavow tool. So here we are in Google, and I'll search for Google Disavow. And there it is. That's the first link that comes up. When you go there, basically you need to go and sign in. So once you've signed in, the page will look something like this. And you just, if necessary, select your website if you're controlling more than one website. Then click on where it says Disavow Links. And it does warn you here that if you do this wrong, it can seriously harm your SEO. So I'm assuming you've read that and you know what you're doing. You then click on where it says Disavow Links. And all you do is you have a text file. So a text file is a text-only file. You could use Notepad or something like that to create it. It generally ends in the extension .txt. That text file just has a list of the links you want to disavow. So I won't actually do it, but if I was doing this for real, I'd click here where it says choose file. I'd select a file from my hard disk, upload it, submit it, and there you are, it's done. As I say, it is important to realize that once you've done this, the links will still be there. So if you're looking at, if you're using analytic tools, you will still see the links from dodgy sites linking to you. It's just that by doing this, you've told Google, please ignore those links. You're basically saying to Google, look, I don't want any possible SEO benefit from those links. And Google says, fair enough, at which point you will not be penalized even if you do have dodgy links coming to your website. In this section, we're going to look at follow and no follow links. Now, there's a concept called link juice and page authority, and what this is about is if you've got lots of high quality, relevant websites linking to you, then providing their standard links, what happens is something called link juice flows from their website to your website. It's a kind of a voting system, if you like. Now, this only really works if we're talking about high quality, high authority and relevant websites that link to you. Now the thing is, once your website has accumulated a good amount of link juice, what you don't want is to squander that link juice by in turn linking to other websites, and then the link juice flows away from your website to somebody else's website. So it's important to realize that if you do have a standard link from your website to somebody else's website, then link juice will normally flow from your website to their website. Not all of it, obviously, but it's like a kind of voting system. You have lots of good quality links to you, the link juice flows into you, you link from your website to somebody else, and some of that link juice flows out to their website. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is that the standard link, the normal default link, is what's called a follow link. And what that means is that Google will follow that link. What you can do if you want is specify an attribute called nofollow to the link. So in an ideal situation, if you have lots of high quality, relevant websites linking to you, then the link juice flows in your direction. If you then have some links on your website to other people's websites, if you mark those as what are called nofollow links, it means the link juice stays with you. And even though users can click on the nofollow link and quite happily follow the link to another website, it means that Google will not follow that link, so the link juice doesn't flow away from your website. But as I say, it's important to realize that follow or no follow doesn't matter as far as people are concerned. They can click on the link. So follow or no follow purely applies to Google. Now, Google actually introduced the nofollow attribute way back in 2005, and it was really to help reduce link spamming and blogs, because an awful lot of people were having articles placed on article directory sites and blog sites and all sorts of things, and the only reason they were doing it is so that they would get a link back. So what a lot of social media sites do now is they mark their outgoing links as a default of no follow, which means that that way it's not looked at as an attempt to spam. So as I say, if you had lots and lots of articles posted somewhere, then you might find people could read those, and if they find them interesting, they could obviously follow those links back and come to your website, but Google would not follow those websites, so you get no SEO benefit from it. Now, down at the bottom there's an example of a nofollow link. So in this case, don't worry about the actual syntax, this is just a piece of HTML code, but we've got a link here to a website called example.com. The anchor text is just the word example, but you'll notice the rel equals nofollow in inverted commas. That's the bit that makes this a nofollow link. As I say, people can follow it, but Google will not follow the link. Now, it's not that difficult to manually go and edit the code yourself, but why reinvent the wheel? If you're using WordPress, as always, that's the great thing about WordPress, there's always a plugin for whatever you want to do. And of course, there are nofollow WordPress plugins. So generally, when you insert a link within WordPress, you get this insert edit link box come up, and there's really just one option normally, this checkbox at the top, which is slightly obscured here, and what it says is open in a new window. If you install this plugin called Ultimate Nofollow, literally all it does, it adds an extra text box to this dialog window here, and if you click on that, that will add a nofollow, rel equals nofollow attribute to the link. That's literally all it does. So as you can see, this is the back end of one of my WordPress websites, and I've just simply installed that plugin called Ultimate Nofollow, and there's no configuration really as such, you just install it and get on with it. Now if I go to a new page here, just to show you how it works, so I'll just call it temp. Literally all I have to do, so I just simply typed in a phrase that says see my other website, and I'll just simply double click on that, go here to insert a link, and in this case I'll type in the full URL to another website, like so. I'll just go to the link options here, and as you can see, instead of the one checkbox, I've now got this extra checkbox, and if I click on where it says add link, that's now done that. As you can see, if I click on this text tab here, which shows me the code in the background, sure enough, there's the rel equals nofollow. So that's literally all that plugin did. Now the rel equals nofollow attribute works at a link level. If you want to, you can work at a page level. So you might have a page on your website which you don't want Google to index. It's not to do with hiding it from Google. I mean, sometimes there's perfectly good reasons. I mean, if you look at the Google Webmaster Guidelines, it does say that Google doesn't like lots and lots of doorway pages. So sometimes if you're running a sort of advertising campaign or something like that, you might want to create some doorway pages that kind of link in from your advert, but you don't necessarily want Google to index these, because Google could basically interpret these doorway pages as an attempt to spam. So as I said, there are perfectly legitimate reasons sometimes for hiding pages from the Google index, because you're not really hiding them, you're just simply saying to Google, look, don't index this page, I'm not trying to spam your search engine, I'm just using this page for some other purpose which you don't need to worry about, but it's certainly not for SEO purposes. So as I say, entire pages can be marked as nofollow, and the way you do that, do you remember each web page is divided into a head area and a body area? And if you remember, in the head area, things like your title and your description and stuff like that went into the head area. Well, if you want to, you can also add this statement here, this meta name robot content statement. So in this case, I've got two statements, one that says no index and one that says no follow. So the no index basically says to Google, look, I don't want this page to appear in your index. And the no follow basically means that even if Google does find it, it won't follow any of the links, therefore it won't interpret that page as an attempt to spam. So you don't have to have both of these attributes here, the no index, no follow. You can have just one of either of them, or you can have both of them depending what you want to do. But that's how you basically set the entire page to be a no-follow page. Another example of using no-follow is where you might have a page with possibly loads and loads of links to maybe other websites that you're interested in, or if you're a web designer, maybe you might have a portfolio with lots and lots of links to websites you created. Normally, if you had like a large amount of links on a page, Google would regard this as suspicious, but by simply having a no-follow attribute in the head area, Google says, fair enough, I'll just ignore all these links, so there's no problem. And Google says, well, it's obviously not an attempt to spam the search engines, which is primarily what Google's interested in, is keeping the search engine results good. As to how you actually get this statement into the head area on a particular page, we'll look at that in a different chapter, but basically that's the method you would use. Now, many social media links, if you actually check them out, tend to be no-follow links. So a lot of people think, this particular social media platform allows me to put a link in there, but it's a no-follow link, so I'm getting no SEO value from it. Well, you might not get SEO value from it, but you're still getting valuable potential leads, because people can follow the no-follow links back to your website. It's just that Google won't follow them. It won't sort of pass link juice. It won't pass any sort of value to your SEO, as it were. But any way of getting more visitors to your website is always a good thing. So another question that sort of springs to mind is, well, how do you know if it's a follow link or a no follow link? Well, obviously you could go and examine the code. Or the other thing you could do is you could use SEO Quake. So with SEO Quake, do you remember that's an add-on you can use with Firefox and Chrome? With SEO Quake, you can configure it so that it'll actually mark any no-follow links with a strike-through. As you see, a strike-through basically looks like this. And that's basically how you do that. If we go into this for real, I'll just show you how you set that up. Now here I've just got a website displayed within Chrome. I've installed SEO Quake, as you can see here, and if I go and click on that icon there, once I click on that, there's a little gear icon that's displayed. If I go and click on that, can you see here it says, highlight no-follow links. And what that means is from now on, any no-follow links are displayed within this particular browser will be displayed with a strike-through through them. In this section, we'll see how to add a no-follow or no-index to a page on a page-by-page basis by editing the head area of the page. Now, there is a plugin that will do this in WordPress. It's called Per Page Add to Head. You will notice, however, that at the time of recording here, it hasn't been updated for 2 years. That said, 20,000 people are using this as an active installation, and it's got excellent results. But it is untested with the latest version, so a big sort of word of caution here. It looks like it's probably going to work fine, but make sure you back up your WordPress installation prior to installing this, just in case. So, you have been warned. So in this case, I brought up WordPress, and I've just gone to Plugins, Add New, and I just used the search phrase Add to Head, and the first thing that came up here was this Per Page Add to Head plugin. As I say, it hasn't been updated for a long time, but that said, it's got good reviews and a lot of active installations. So I'll go and install it, and I'll activate it. Now, this is just a test site. Had this been an actual live site, I would have certainly backed up my WordPress installation prior to doing what I just did there. But in this case, even if I lost the site, it wasn't the end of the world. Now, if I go and create a new page, you'll notice that underneath the new page, you've got this add to head. So all I have to do is basically just pop something in there. So this was something I already had in memory, I just pasted it down. So in this case, I'm using the meta tag that says no index, no follow. and I'll go and publish this. So this page will now have this information I've just inserted. It'll have this contained within the head area of the web page. In this section, we're going to see how to look at or how to view incoming links. Now, we've already established that if you have incoming links from bad neighborhoods, these days that can adversely affect your SEO, so it's important you check this every so often. Now, the way you check for incoming links to your website is, if you haven't already done it, you sign up for the Google Search Console. Once you've signed up for the Google Search Console, you just simply click on links once you've opened up the Google Search Console, and that will show you all the websites that link to you. Once you've done that, you just simply click here where it says links. And as you can see, these are the various types of links. So you've got external links, internal links, and then you've got the top linking sites here. If I click on the down arrow here, we can see more top linking sites. So as you can see, there's a site here in South Africa that's linking to us, and it has 13 pages that link to us. The fact that you have numerous links from a particular website is not necessarily bad. In many cases, in this case for instance, this is an outfit that is to do with training materials, and this website was one of mine, ccglobal.com, is basically all about training materials, things like Microsoft Office. So what I could do is I could click here if I wanted to get more information. So that would take me directly to the linking website. And in this case, apparently it's a university in South Africa. Having links from universities is actually very, very good for your SEO. So the fact I've got numerous links from here is actually a good thing, not a bad thing. What you want to do is try and examine these links for things that look obviously bad. I mean, if you had a website with a title like, oh, I don't know, freelinksareus.com, I don't know if that site exists or not, I just made it up. But that would probably be an indication of a site that, from Google's point of view, it wouldn't be very happy with you having links from them. Also, sometimes you can just look at the extensions. So for instance, .au is Australian, .com is international, this is South African. Sometimes you might find links from countries that you wouldn't normally expect links from. So for instance, .ru is one to look out for. You know, I'm not saying there's anything against RU, which is RU is the abbreviation for Russia. I actually got married in Russia. My wife was English, and long story, I was working for IBM at the time, and I just loved the place. We got married in Moscow, so I've got nothing against Russia as such. However, there are a lot of dodgy Russian websites, unfortunately. It's a bit of a free-for-all there, it seems. So if you do have links from, for instance, a Russian website extension, which is .ru, then I'm not saying they're bad, just check them out. I remember a while back, for this particular site, in fact, I had quite a few sites from a Russian URL, and I looked at it with grave suspicion. When I checked it out, it was actually a university in Moscow, and they just happened to like my site, and they put quite a few links in. So as I say, don't just sort of delete without thinking, always investigate first. Incidentally, there are various other things you can do here. So for instance, on this down arrow here, you can export the data. So I won't actually do it, I'll just show you. If I click here, I could export this as a CSV. A CSV file, if you're not familiar with that expression, just means it's comma separated. So what you could do is you could download a whole load of information as a CSV file, and then import it into something like Excel, and then you could analyze the data within Excel if you wanted to. But the important point is, this is how you see links, you know, that come into your website from elsewhere, and periodically you just need to check that they seem okay. If they're not okay, then of course you then need to start using the Google Disavow tool. So you make a list of any sites you're not particularly happy with, submit those to Google using the Google Disavow tool, at which point Google will ignore those incoming links. In this section, we'll look at the benefit of outgoing links from your website. Now, most people know that for good SEO, you want to try and attract good quality, relevant links to your website, and this will help with the SEO. What most people do not realize is that providing you just do it in a sort of limited way, if you have a couple of links from your website to other high quality websites that are relevant to what you do, then this can also help your SEO. So in the example given there in bullet 3, for instance, if you are an electrician in Sydney, then if you can locate a well-respected organization in Sydney for electricians, that's relevant to you and well-respected, then if you put a link from your site to their website, you'll gain some authority for your page by linking to another relevant high authority page. Do make sure these are follow links so that Google can follow the link from your website, in this case to the Sydney-based website relating to electricians. Don't have too many of these because, as I say, they only work if they're follow links, and if they're follow links, to some extent the link juice is flowing from your website to their website. Going back to a previous chapter when we talked about bad neighborhoods, periodically check all your outgoing links just to make sure that they're going to where you thought they went and you didn't accidentally link to a bad neighborhood. Maybe you typed in the wrong address or something like that. So, as I say, just periodically check all your outgoing links. Also, do remember, if you're linking to websites and there's no particular SEO value from linking to that website, then in that case mark that link as a no follow link. That way you keep your link juice intact. Now, this is not strictly an SEO topic, but it's one I've been asked so many times I thought I'd include it anyway. A lot of people say, well, where can I get good, free, legal images for my websites? If you do a search, you'll find lots of these. The trouble is knowing which ones are legitimate and which ones aren't. So a well-regarded source for free, high-quality images is a website called Pixabay. So in this example here, I've just searched using the phrase sunsets, and as you can see, there's lots of beautiful images. You have to check because the policies do change over time, but at the time of writing, I'm fairly sure you can use these images on either a personal website or indeed a commercial website, but do check just to be on the safe side. As I say, Pixabay is just one of many different examples, but the trouble is if you just simply search for some sort of image library like this, some of them have ripped off images that have been, should we say, borrowed from elsewhere, but Pixabay has a high reputation and it's one you can trust. So this is what Pixabay looks like. If you just go and search for something, I don't know, we'll try space. As you can see, lots of beautiful images here. So let's say you wanted, say, this one here, you just simply click on it. If I wanted to download this image, I just simply click on free download. And notice you can have different resolutions. So you can have low resolution, slightly different shapes. So if you wanted ultra high resolution, so this is like 5616 pixels by 3744 pixels. Larger file, obviously 3.5 megs. Or if you wanted, you could have this, which is standard HD resolution. And if I wanted to download it, I'd just simply click here and I could download it and that'd be it. In order to download it, by the way, I had to sign up for this, but it's a free sign up. It's just the usual sort of details. You supply it to them, after which you can download and use any of the images as you see fit. If I click here where it says images, you can select different types of images. So you can have photos, vector graphics, illustrations, or videos. So I mouse over this. There you are, you can have a video. This one here is a sponsored one, so you'd have to pay for that. Whereas this one here is a free one. Again, over here, let's have a look. So if you look at the details for this one here, this is 4K. Most of these are HD, whereas 4K is a much larger file, but it's a much higher resolution. And let's go and have a look at some others here, just find something interesting. Maybe this one. So if I wanted to download that video again, I'd just simply click on it. Obviously you have to check out the license here, and it says free for commercial use, no attribution required, which means you can just use it as you see fit. And if you look at the image there, I'll just mouse over it so you can see the bar at the bottom as it runs through. As you can see, quite a beautiful image, or beautiful video in fact. There we go, the sun just set. So again, if I went to where it said free download, again I can adjust the resolution, and obviously if you go for the very highest resolution you're going to have an enormous file, so possibly on a website that wouldn't really be appropriate. This one here is still pretty big. 640 by 360, you're down to 2.6 megabytes, which is kind of more acceptable. But as I say, a great source of different types of pictures and also videos now. Now do remember that all images are covered by copyright. At the end of the day, someone created an image, someone took a picture, whatever, or filmed a video, and they own the copyright. In a lot of cases you have to buy images. In the examples that we just saw from Pixabay, the great thing is that there's a license there that allows you to use them on your websites, and you don't have to put a message saying this picture was supplied by so-and-so, and you don't have to pay for the picture or the video. What you don't want to do is just simply go into Google, find a nice picture, download it and use it on your website, because that means effectively you've just stolen a picture. And as you can see in the second to last bullet point there, the big commercial stock image companies have teams of people scouring the internet looking for people who've basically breached their copyright, and they can be pretty mean. So you do not want to steal pictures, because if the original stock image company found that you'd stolen one of their pictures, they would basically slap some sort of lawsuit on you or fine you or something. So you're in for trouble. So again, stick to the rules. Now again, this is not strictly an SEO topic, but again it's one I'm asked about a lot. Where can you get design work done sort of very cheaply? And the answer is an outfit called Fiverr.com. Now the idea of Fiverr.com, I'm not quite sure who actually runs it, but they're well respected. And the idea is that you can go to Fiverr.com and you can search for, graphic designers, logo designers, whatever it happens to be, website designers for that matter. What happens is you can look at people's work. The work has been reviewed by previous clients, and when you decide you want to buy something, you don't pay the individual. What you do is you pay Fiverr, and when everyone's happy, Fiverr in turn will pay the person that actually created the work for you. So it's a bit like PayPal. If you're running a PayPal service, then people don't have to trust you. What they're doing is they're trusting PayPal. So it's the same kind of idea. So remember, it's called Fiverr, spelled with 2 R's. And the initial reason it was called Fiverr is because every job was $5. That's an English expression. A fiver was like £5. You'll find that in many cases jobs are considerably more than $5, because it tends to work in multiple of fivers. So don't assume that every single thing is going to be $5. If we're going to have a quick look at them, so this is their main website, Fiverr.com. So let's say you're looking for, logos. I'll just search for logos. Now, as you can see in this case, this one, the logo is starting from $1,700, which is a long way from $5. So as I say, don't expect sort of something super cheap here. It's like most things in life, if it's too cheap, there's probably a reason for it. So what you can do is you have a look at some of these. So let's have a look at, this one that looks nice. That looks quite nice. Luke's design here. If we go and click on this, so you will have to sign up for this. Again, it's a free sign up, but as you can see in this case, we can scroll through here, see examples what this person has done. It looks pretty good to me. So as you can see, you've got details there. You've got basic service, a standard service, and a premium service. If you look at the basic service in this case, it promises 3 days delivery, 3 different revisions, transparent logo, high resolution, all the rest. As you can see, this guy has a lot of good reviews, so he's got 1,200 reviews altogether. Yeah, it looks pretty good. And if we come down here, you can get more information. So again, it's like most of these things, you need to do your research properly. You know, find someone who seems well recommended, and you know, just go and check out to see if it's what you want. In this section, I'm going to have a quick look at image names and SEO. Now, as I think I've already mentioned, if you're going to upload an image, the first thing you do is you give that image an SEO-friendly name. So instead of something like image 0284.jpg, if you use something like a plumber or something like that, you could have a file name for an image, something like fixing a leaking tap. And it's best not to have spaces, have hyphens. Don't use underscores. Google doesn't really like underscores. So as I say, the best possible name for, or the best possible convention for naming files is to use hyphens rather than spaces. Now, if you want to, you can always inspect any image on your website or indeed somebody else's website. So in something like Firefox, you can just right-click over an image and you'll see a pop-up menu displayed. If you just click on where it says Inspect Element, as you can see in the example here, it will show you the name of the file. So in this case, the name of the file was David Murray SEO Perth Company.jpg, and again separated by dashes. If we go and have a look at this, so here I've got one of my websites displayed in Firefox. If I just move over this image and right click, I can go to where it says Inspect Element, and this is basically just highlighted the information about this particular picture, the one I right clicked over. And there's a fair bit of information here. As you can see, there's the alt attribute, which is SEO Training Perth. If you look at the name and location of the file, it's called Cheltenham SEO Tutorials Training.jpg, and again it's separated by dashes. It also gives you things like the size of the file and stuff like that, you know, the width and the height and so on and so forth. So as I say, you can always extract information here about the image. So that's one way of just checking that your images, you know, do have alt tags and they do have, you know, a really good SEO-friendly file name. Now in this section, I'm going to see how to use image alt tags. Now one of the great things about the web is as well as displaying text, you can display pictures, images. As it says in bullet point 2 there, unfortunately, Google doesn't really understand what the picture is about. So the good news is there is a way of telling Google what the picture is about, and you can use something called alt tags. Now alt is short for alternative. The original idea of alt tags was that you would tag a picture for the benefit of people with visual impairments. So they would use special software that when it came across a picture, it would read the alt tag in the background of the picture and then read out loud what the alt tag said, so that it would be useful, as I say, for people with visual impairments. Now it's vitally important that you do use alt tags. If we bring up the Google Webmaster Guidelines one more time and go to where it says Help Google Understand Your Pages, you can see clearly it says ensure that your title elements and alt attributes are descriptive, specific, and accurate. So what that means is you need to use alt tags, but you need to use them in the right way. They need to be reasonably short, they need to be descriptive of what the picture is about, specific to that picture, and they need to be accurate. You know, what you don't want are alt tags across 100 different pictures all having the same alt tag. You know, each alt tag should be unique for a particular picture. Now the way you use alt tags will obviously differ depending on what sort of program you're using to create your website. If you're using WordPress, it's very straightforward, as we'll see. In fact, let's take a quick look. So here we are in the back end of a typical WordPress installation. If I wanted to, I could go to where it says Media, and I could go to Add New, and I could click on Select Files or just drag and drop to move the files in. But if I click on where it says Select Files here, and then go to Pictures, select a particular file, notice this file in this case has the file name Microsoft Office 210 Training Materials. So this is actually a image I customized for one of my training programs, so we'll leave that as it is for the time being. Anyway, I just click on Open here to upload the program, or upload the image rather. So the image has now been uploaded. If I go to Media here, I can see the image I've just uploaded, and over here to the right you have this alt text. So in this particular case, let's say this was something to do with word training or something, I could type in something like Microsoft Word Training, just crack the typo there. Basically what Google would do, it would take the image information, the file name, so the file name in this case is Microsoft Office 2010 Training Materials Cheltenham.jpg, and it would also have the image from the alt tag, which is Microsoft Word Training. So if I now close that, that will be associated with that. So if I go and create a new page, just a temporary page in this case, this is actually using the old editor, but we'll go with it. I'll just give it a file name, and in here I'll just go to Add Media. We'll get the image from the media library. Notice it's got the alt tag there. If I insert that into the page, if I go and click on text here to see the information in the background, the HTML information, you can see sure enough it's got the alt tag embedded within it. So I'd say there's various ways, even within WordPress, you can associate an alt tag with a picture. But in that particular case, what I did was I associated an alt tag with the picture when I uploaded it, which is probably the best way of doing it. As we saw earlier, using something like Firefox, you can hover over an image, right-click, click on where it says Inspect Element, and then, as you can see in this example here, you'll see information displayed about that particular image and the file name and the alt tag and so on and so forth. In this section, we're going to see how to use metadata within images. Now, lots of good picture editing programs will allow you to insert this hidden information called metadata, sort of behind the picture. People can't see it, but Google can see it. So in this case, what I'm using is a free program called GIMP, G-I-M-P. The nice thing about this program is, as I say, it's totally free. And for most people, just about whatever you want to do with images that you use on your website, it'll do it. Other well-known programs are obviously things like Photoshop, but you have to pay for that. This one's totally free. So in this particular case, I've just quickly uploaded an image here. And if you go to where it says Image, Metadata, Edit Metadata, from there, I can give it a title, I can specify an author, I can put a description in, maybe a few keywords in there, and also things like a copyright notice and a copyright URL. So as well as helping with your SEO, you can also, especially if you're using original pictures, you can copyright those with metadata hidden behind the picture. This means if someone in the future steals your pictures, maybe uses them on their websites, if you've gone to the trouble of actually embedded sort of copyright information behind the scenes, within the metadata, it makes it legally a lot easier to establish the fact that you owned the picture, not the person that stole it from your website. But as I say, that's how you do it, very straightforward. We'll look at GIMP in more detail later, but as you can see, as far as inserting metadata, it couldn't really be easier. Incidentally, we're talking about pictures at the moment, but the same principle, as we'll see later, will also work for things like documents and also videos. So a Word document, you can embed metadata. Pictures, you can embed metadata. Videos, you can embed metadata behind the scenes. And the good news is Google can actually read that metadata. So the reason you're doing this is you're basically making it easier for Google to figure out what your picture is about. So if you go to the trouble of renaming the file name for your picture, putting metadata behind the picture, and once the picture is uploaded, then inserting an alter attribute, you've pretty well got it covered in terms of trying to tell Google what that picture is about. In this section, we're going to look at optimizing your images. Now, the first thing to think about is, the image file size. You want it to be as small as possible. We've already established that there are 200 factors that go into SEO, who comes first, who comes last, and one of those important factors is the loading speed of your website. So when it comes to pictures, you want to make the file size of each picture as small as possible, and also within reason, you want to cut down the number of individual pictures on every page. Sometimes, you've got something like an image gallery, then obviously you're going to have lots of pictures on a page, but certainly on your home page and things like that, where it's vitally important that the page loads very, very fast, try and keep the number of separate pictures to a minimum. So as I say, in this particular bullet point, as it says, try and optimize your pictures so the file size is as small as possible while still retaining a decent image quality. As we'll see, there are ways of compressing pictures, but the more compressed a picture is, the worse the picture actually looks. Now, the first thing to consider is the actual picture or image pixel size. So let's say you've taken a picture with a high-end digital camera. Then these days the resolution, the number of pixels across, the number of pixels down can be enormous. Now, there's very little point in having a picture, say 4,000 pixels across, when you're only going to display it on a website that's maybe only going to display the picture within the website as 800 pixels across. So what you should do is reduce the pixel size prior to uploading to your website, and of course reducing this physical pixel size, the width and the height, will also decrease the file size. Another consideration is the resolution. So if you have very high resolution pictures, maybe 1200 dots per inch, again, if you're just displaying these on the screen, that's crazy. Bring it down to 300 dots per inch or considerably lower. You can take it down to 100 dots per inch if you want to. And again, the lower the resolution, the smaller the file size, the faster the picture will load, but the image quality obviously will go down. So as always, it's a balancing act. Now, something else that's not immediately obvious is if you want to display pictures, for instance, on your website as maybe 500 pixels across and so many pixels down, then if you resize all of these pictures to the actual size you're going to use to display them within your website, that'll actually help with your loading speed. The reason for this is, let's say you've uploaded a picture and the physical picture size is something like 3,000 pixels wide. But if you're only going to display it as, say, 500 pixels wide within the actual website page, then the CPU has to do a calculation, resize the picture on the fly, as it were, and that sort of slows everything down slightly. It's a tiny, tiny effect, but as I've said numerous times, SEO is about getting everything right. So if you can decide in advance what size you can display the pictures as, then you can resize them to that exact physical size prior to uploading them. And as I say, it will make the loading slightly faster. In some cases, let's say you've got 3 pictures in a row, 1, 2, 3 going from left to right. What you could do is actually combine those 3 pictures into one picture, and what that means is that when they load on the website, instead of having to make 3 calls to 3 separate pictures, just 1 call to 1 picture is made, and again it will speed up the loading for you. Now, most people are used to the idea that original content in terms of text content is valued by Google. What a lot of people don't realize is Google also values original images or original downloadable documents or original videos. So you can go to a stock library, photo library. You can either get free ones or you can pay for images. And in this case, you're just recycling the same old images. In some ways, you're much better off using your own images, creating your own pictures, taking your own photos. And Google may reward you for using original content if you do this, in the same way that, if you have embedded videos that you've created, again, that effectively is original content from Google's point of view. And Google's on record as, saying that it wants to reward interesting original content, new stuff, as opposed to just the same old being recycled over and over again on different websites. So just one more thing to think about, if you have got a decent camera or even just an iPhone or something like that, then iPhones can take surprisingly good images these days. So, do spend a little time trying to take your own pictures, your own images, possibly do some editing of them within, an editing program like GIMP or Photoshop, just make them as perfect as possible. If you want to install the GIMP image editing program, just go to gimp.org, and this is the GIMP website. If you want to download it, just simply click on this and off you go. There is some information on here, and there's also some tutorials and things, so you might want to read through those. Quite a few tutorials in fact. So just go and install the GIMP program, and when you install the GIMP program, it'll look something like this when you fire it up. Now, if you've never used an image editing program before, this probably looks a little bit confusing, but it's very straightforward, so let's just check out a few things. If I click on where it says File, Open, and in this case I've got an image called Image 01 in my Pictures subdirectory, so I'll just click on that, click on Open to open this picture. Now, as you can see, this is marked in thousands, so this is well over 7,000 pixels wide, and it's well over 4,000 pixels high. So this is an insanely large picture to actually have as a picture displayed on your website. If I go into the Windows Explorer here, the File Manager, you can see this is the file I've just opened. There's the dimensions, and that's the file size. So we're talking about 10 megabytes, over 10 megabytes this file, and the dimensions are 7360 by 4912. So the first thing we want to do is to resize this picture to something more manageable. As I said, at the moment it's getting on for 7,500 pixels wide. Now, many websites will only display maybe 1,000 pixels at the most across. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to resize this so it's 800 pixels across. And the way you do it is very straightforward. You just click on where it says Image, Scale Image, and where it says Width and Height, in the width bit I'll just put 800 in there. And if I just click on the height bit, you'll see it automatically resizes that, so it keeps the sort of height to width ratio the same. So I just click on Scale, and that's now been resized. What I'm going to do is save that just so we can see what's happened to the file size. So I'm going to go File. Now, you don't go Save or Save As you might expect. What you do is click on where it says Export, and you want to export it as a type of file. So I'm going to just rename it as Image 02, and I'll click on Export, and I'll click on Export here again. And if we go and look here in the subdirectory, you can see it's gone down enormously. So the original file was 1,107 kilobytes. By resizing it, it's gone down to under 400. So from over 10,000 to 400. Now, with some types of file, you can compress the images, and JPEGs are a type of file where you can use image compression. So I'm going to go File, Export As, and we're going to call this one image 03, and I'll click on export. But last time I didn't change this, so the quality here is 100%. If I bring the quality down to say 58 and then go to export, you can see the file size got even smaller. So that was the original file size. That's when we made it smaller, and this is when I applied compression. Then finally, if we're preparing this picture to upload to WordPress or something like that, I need to put my metadata in. So I'll go to Image, Metadata, Edit Metadata. Now this particular image already has some metadata in it because I bought it from an image library. So it's already got a document title there. So if I wanted to embed something in there about, I don't know, in my case, SEO, I could have sort of SEO training in Thailand. And then I could put maybe a description in here that was kind of more relevant. So I could just put something like Dave Murray is now delivering training seminars in Thailand. Something like that. Check your spelling if it's as bad as mine. I think that's more or less okay. And down here where it's got a whole bunch of keywords, instead of the original ones there, I can change those to something like, well, let's get rid of the ones there already. So I get rid of the original keywords here. And I could have something like SEO training, comma, SEO Thailand. I could just do something simple like that. So generally with keywords, you put something in, 1 or 2 words, then a comma, and then another phrase or a word, then a comma, and so on and so forth. So when you finish, you just click on this button, Write Metadata. So again, we'll go and export this one. So we go File, Export, and we'll call this one 05, and we'll export that with the new metadata. In this section and the next couple of sections, we're going to look at how to get documents found within the search results. Now the first thing you need to think about, obviously really, is the document file names. So in my case, let's say I want to create a document about, say, on-site SEO tips and tricks. Then what I can do is I can create a PDF document and I actually call the file name SEO tips and tricks, separated by dashes. So as it says in the second bullet point there, the document name really should contain, your relevant keyword phrases and possibly also your location. So, the document file name should relate to your product, service, location. It's the usual rules. The other thing, if you're going to create a document, instead of just a little document, just one page, it's the same kind of rules as for web pages. The more text, the better. So if you're going to go to the effort of creating a document, instead of just 30 words, why not create 500 words? All the usual rules apply, so make sure it's properly spell checked, use proper grammar, make sure it's within reason, packed with your usual keyword phrases, but as always, don't overdo it. And all the sort of rules we talked about for the actual website content applies as well. So you want lots of different variants of a particular phrase, so you don't want the same phrase over and over. Again, use single and plural versions of the word. So, these ideas you're beginning to see get recycled over and over and over again. And that's one of the great things about SEO. With SEO, if you're applying SEO to a web page, to a document, to a video, it's really the same old, but slightly different context. In this section, we're going to look at document linking. Now, what you should do is upload your documents to your website and then link to those documents in the normal way. And what you need to do is to use a text link with SEO friendly text as the anchor text. So for instance, in my case, if I've got a document that I've produced, maybe a Word document or a PDF document, I can link to that with a phrase something like, please click to download my SEO tips and tricks document. And the point being that the anchor text has SEO friendly words in it. The other thing you should do with your documents is to make sure that within the documents themselves you have clickable hyperlinks back to your website. So for instance, maybe in the footer on every page you could have your your web address or also email address maybe. The other thing you want to do is to make sure you have clickable hyperlinks within your document that link back to your website. So in some cases this could link back to your home page, or maybe link back to a page on your website that's directly related in some way to the contents of the downloadable document. Now, a clever way of using content is to create a web page. So on the web page, maybe it's tips and tricks about something or other. So in my case, I might have a web page displaying tips and tricks about on-site SEO, for sake of argument. What I can then do is to create a document version of the same material. So basically I'm recycling the material, but I create it maybe in a Word document, so I can save the information as a Word document and also as a PDF document. So what I can do is to have a web page with information in it. Then at the bottom of that page I can have two links, one to a Word version and one to a PDF version, and it's essentially the same content as on the actual web page itself. The advantage of doing this is you then have, if you make a Word version and PDF version, you make basically three versions of the same content. So you only have to write the content once and recycle it three times. Once on the website, once on the Word document, and once in the PDF document. And the great thing is that all three of those items can show up in the search engine results. Now, if you've gone to the trouble of creating a load of documents that have been embedded in your website, you need to find out how many of those documents have actually been indexed by Google. And what you can do is use this special type of search called a file type. So in this particular example here, I'm going to use file type :PDF. So I'm basically specifying I only want to look at PDF files, and I'm also limiting this to a particular search. I'm basically saying only search this site. So I'm saying site : www.google.com. So the effect of these two bits here essentially means search the Google website for PDF files and show me any files that have been indexed by Google. So in your case, you could replace the word Google with the name of your website, and that would show you how many PDF files have actually been indexed by Google on your particular site. If you also had document files, of course, instead of using PDF, you could use DOC. So this is a live view of that syntax. So I'm just saying file type :PDF. So I'm saying show me just PDF files on which site? This site here, site : www.google.com. And as you can see, these are PDFs that are showing up. And as you can see, in total about 2,220 PDF files have been found on the Google site. So the question is, why use videos? Well, the simple answer is people like videos. There's an old saying that a picture's worth 1,000 words, but in my opinion, a video's worth 1,000 pictures. most people are kind of lazy. They'd much rather watch a video than read through a couple of pages of text. So just give people what they want. You will find that some brands, some companies are totally focused on video. So for instance, if you search for the phrase Red Bull, which I've done here in this screenshot, as you can see, you've got videos showing up in the results because this is a brand that's very, very focused on video. Now, as I've mentioned a couple of times, the whole point of your website is ideally to get it listed on the first page of results. And as I've sort of indicated as we've gone along here, you don't just think web pages, you need to think documents, as we've seen, and also videos. So here's a nice example. This is a search I've done shortly before the release of WordPress 5.0. You may be aware that WordPress is actually quite an old program, but it's essentially looked the same ever since it was first released. And when WordPress 5.0 came out, all of a sudden it had a new editor, something called Gutenberg, and it looked totally different. So in the sort of lead up to the release of WordPress 5.0, a lot of people would type in information to find out, what the new features were. So let's actually try this. In fact, I'm going to go back here. So I'm just going to type in WordPress 5.0 and then press the space bar. So just so you can see I'm not cheating, the thing that comes up as sort of recommended, the thing that most people would search for when they type something in about WordPress 5.0 is the phrase WordPress 5.0 features. So that's the one that most people would go for. And if you look here in the results, there's a couple of videos that have shown up at the top. Now, there's two things I'm particularly pleased with here. A, they're both mine. That's my name, David Murray, and that one there is also me. So they're both my videos. It was the most popular phrase that people were searching for prior to the release of 5.0. And what's even better than that, it's not two videos, it's actually one video. This video here, if you keep your eye on the bottom of the screen down here, and I'll just mouse over it, as you can see, the address for that one is the address on YouTube. If I just mouse over here, this one is actually an embedded video in my SEO training website. Now if I right click on this and go to open new tab, and I'll do the same with this one, open a new tab. So we'll look at the first one here. I'll just pause it so it doesn't run. This clearly is a video, one of my videos, and it's running inside YouTube. If I look at the second tab that I opened, if I scroll down here, and if I run this, that is actually the same video. So the point I'm making here, it looks like I've got two videos listed. It's actually the same video. This one here is showing the video, directly within YouTube. This one here is the same video, but it's the YouTube video embedded within a page on my website. So that shows you how you can totally max out on videos by obviously having the videos within YouTube itself, but also go to the trouble of embedding those videos into pages on your website. And then when they're suitably promoted, these are the sort of results you can get. And that really answers why you should use video, because this is a very, very competitive phrase, WordPress 5.0 features. As you can see, if you typed in WordPress 5.0 and stopped and then just got it to auto-suggest, it suggested features, so you can see I wasn't cheating here. And what are people going to click on here? You've got something there, you've got some stuff here, you've got more stuff down there, but the first two videos, more than likely, that's what people are going to click on. And as I say, the really nice thing is they're both the same video. So as I say, that's why you should use video. Videos can get you onto the first page. Once they watch your videos, of course, in this case, they would be on my website already because they're watching an embedded video. In this case, the video would be running on YouTube, but in the description underneath, I'd have a link back to my website. So regardless of which version they looked at, they could still, find information about my company quite easily. In this section, we're going to look at the importance of a good video thumbnail. Now, when you upload a video to something like YouTube, you can just simply upload the video, and in most cases you can also upload what's called a thumbnail, which is basically a custom designed picture or thumbnail that people will see when they see a preview of the video. Now, you should take the time to create one of these. Generally, if you're using YouTube, the thumbnail would be sort of the standard high-res 1080 type resolution. To some extent, you can use this for branding. So if you have a thumbnail that kind of looks consistent across all your different videos, maybe a color or an image or something like that. Apparently, psychologists reckon that if you have an image like in this example here, your brain is kind of hardwired to look for faces. So if you put a face looking out from your image and you go to YouTube and you're doing a search in YouTube, and there's a whole bunch of thumbnails displayed, apparently your brain will sort of home in on any that have faces looking out at you. So in this example, apparently, that's one of the reasons I get a lot of hits, is because people like the thumbnail. If we look at that example from the last chapter, you can see there's 3 video thumbnails displayed. This one, maybe the video is great, I don't know, I haven't watched it, but the thumbnail's not too interesting. Whereas this one here, it's redesigned to be kind of interesting. It's got some color in it and it tells you exactly what it's about. In this case, WordPress 5.0 Gutenberg preview demo. This one here is using a web design type logo, and again, it's just designed to kind of catch the eye. In the same way, of course, when you embed a video in your website, it can use that thumbnail to have a more interesting embedded image. So, here, if I scroll up and down, that is the thumbnail for this particular video. So this is as embedded on my website. If I click on this, then it will run the video. Incidentally, something I've just noticed on this, I made the mistake of putting 2017 edition. That's one of the things you shouldn't really do, because if you do, that instantly dates it when it becomes 2018, and it is actually now late 2018 when I'm recording this. So that's kind of breaking one of my own rules, in fact, which is if you're going to create a thumbnail, try and make it so it doesn't date. So obviously I forgot what I was doing in this case. It might have been late, I don't know. But again, try and get everything perfect. If you're going to create a thumbnail ideally that doesn't age. Don't put a date in it. So just a little extra tip there. If you're using WordPress, another thing you might want to do is to install a dedicated video sitemap plugin. So if we go to Plugins, Add New, and just do a search for video sitemaps, you'll see there are quite a few available here. Some of them are actually very out of date, however, so you have to sort of check these, make sure they're not too out of date. So this one here, for instance, if you just read it, it says an easy-to-use XML site generator with support for image and video sitemaps for WordPress. So just go and find one that looks okay. I mean, this particular one has 10,000 active installations, it's compatible and everything. So what you could do is just go and install this one, then activate it. This is called Sitemap Generator, this plugin. It installs itself over here. So if we go and look at Sitemap Generator here, I do have a couple of videos installed on this sample website, and I just click here where it says generate your sitemap. It can take a while, but after a while you'll be able to sort of see the sitemap if you want by clicking on here. As you can see, it's working through the URLs here, and it's generating a video sitemap for you. There you are, done. Now in this section we're going to see some of the common sense ideas for uploading a video to YouTube and getting it promoted. Now, the first obvious thing you need to think about is the actual file name of your videos. If you film them yourself, don't use whatever file name the camera produced. Make sure the actual file name is packed with your usual SEO friendly phrases and possibly location. And make sure you use that for the actual file name prior to uploading it. Now, once you've uploaded your YouTube video, you can supply a title, a description, some tags, and also assign it to a category. So, do think about these things carefully. Now, as far as the tags are concerned, don't go crazy with this. Just put a few tags in, and it's the usual kind of rules. You might have a short tag describing what you do, a location, and what the video is about. But again, don't put too many tags in. It's going to look a bit spammy. Now, the title is again very, very important in YouTube. So as we've already seen on numerous occasions now, the title on the web page is the single most important SEO factor there is for web pages. And the same is kind of true with the title for your YouTube video. So this is not the file name, this is the actual title of the video. So just like when you're creating a title for your web pages, think about it, don't just dash something off, and try and make it as descriptive as possible, and also make it as enticing as possible. The other mistake that most people make on YouTube is, if you're used to creating web pages, on web pages you have a very short title and the description can be slightly longer, but not much longer. The good news is that on YouTube you can have a description of up to 5,000 characters. So you can get a lot more information in there. There's lots more opportunities for packing your SEO friendly phrases within there. Now again, if you go and check out your competitors, in the vast majority of cases, people don't seem to realize the fact that YouTube descriptions can be much longer. So I really would advise you to, take advantage of that. Maybe if your video contains spoken words, you might want to have a sort of long document, a sort of transcript, if you like, of what the video is about. This is good for Google, and it's also good for people whose first language isn't English, assuming that your video is in English. The other thing you should have in your description is a clickable link back to your website, plus also links back to your social media. If you really start getting into YouTube, there's all sorts of clever things you can do. So let's say, for sake of argument, you have, one video, some sort of instructional video that's an hour and a half long. What would be a nice idea is to put, like a table of contents in the description. How to do this is beyond the scope of this particular course, but I cover it on the YouTube course. So you could have a series of links that would go to specific areas within the YouTube video. So the first one obviously would start at the beginning of the video. Then if the video is basically divided into topics, you could have it so the links in the description, if you clicked on them, would go to a particular topic, and another link would go to a different topic within the same video. Now this is something that so many YouTube channels just don't do. Your description should always have a clickable link back to your website. Even those people who do put in their websites, quite often they might just put in like a shorter version of the URL. So in the example shown here, they might just have something like www.4seotutorials.com. Well, that might show up in the description. It might not be clickable. What you need to do is put the whole thing in there. So, the HTTP or HTTPS, depending on what version you've got, so start with the HTTP bit and then put the whole web address in. It then becomes a clickable link as opposed to just being displayed within the description. The other thing you might want to consider is, instead of just simply linking back to your home page, if the video is about a specific item and there's more information about that item on your website, then what you could do is, instead of just linking back to your home page, link to a page from the video description to a page on your website that's directly relevant to that particular video. Or the other option is, let's say you've got a list of different videos available, then you could link back to that list on your website, and once they're on your website, they could view videos embedded within your website rather than watching them on YouTube. That means you've now attracted them to your website, and the chances are they might go and explore the rest of your website. Now here's the really clever bit with videos. As I've said over and over again, Google likes text. Google understands text. So the best type of video you can produce in terms of SEO for YouTube is to have a video that contains spoken words. And the reason this is useful is because if you upload a video that contains spoken words, what YouTube will do automatically in the background is produce a transcript. So what it's doing basically is it's taking your spoken words that contained within the video, it produces a transcript. And what's a transcript? Text. At that point, Google can read all the text, and providing that you've got a video that contains all your keyword phrases, Google will pick those out and help to promote that particular video for those keyword phrases. Now, this automatic transcript creation is okay as far as it goes. It used to be absolutely appalling. It has got a lot better over the last couple of years, but again, I'm not going to get into it now because it's not a YouTube course. But what you should do is go and check your automatically produced transcript, and if necessary, go and edit it so that it's correct. As I say, this will have the effect that anyone whose first language is not English, that will help, again, assuming that the video is in English, and it will also help YouTube. So, YouTube, Google, same thing. I forgot to mention the fact that Google actually own YouTube, which is why YouTube is an important SEO factor. But all things being equal, you're going to get a much bigger bang for your buck, as it were, if you have videos that contain spoken words, not just music. So as I say, make sure the spoken words are SEO friendly, pack your phrases in there, but as always, don't overdo it. Also make sure that spoken words actually sort of relate to the title and the description and the tags that you specified when you uploaded the file. As I say, do check that video transcript. It's a lot better than it used to be, but I've seen some dreadful transcripts. It also depends how clear the words are on the video. And a good tip is, if you're going to produce videos with spoken words, it's all very well having a nice camera, but you want a nice microphone as well. I would say in some ways with YouTube, the microphone is actually more important than the camera, because you want nice, clear audio. In this section, I'm going to look at something called vidIQ, which is a browser extension for the Chrome browser. Now this extension, as far as I know, only works with Chrome, so let's go and search for it first. So I searched for vidIQ, and here it is. It's listed here as a browser extension, so I'll go and click on this. This is what it looks like. It basically puts a little box so you can examine details about other people's videos, or indeed your own videos. So let's go and install it. So you just follow through here. I'll click on where it says Add to Chrome, Add Extension. As you can see, over 700,000 people are using this. Right, once you open up a video, the vidIQ, as you can see, is displayed over to the right. So there's various things you can see, so you can get a total vidIQ score. So in this case, it's not particularly good. It's about 60 out of 100, so there's definitely room for improvement. That said, it has had 107,000 views. The video is a nice length. It's over 15 minutes long, and on average it's getting about 1.6 views per hour, which is not great, but as I say, this is actually an old video for an old version of Microsoft Word. This is actually Word 2.10. As you can see, in terms of the social media sort of feedback there, it's not that great. If we just mouse over this, it'll give you some information, and it's basically saying, well, it's okay, but it's not brilliant. So as you can see, in this particular case, it's notched up 408 likes, 20 dislikes, and it's also generated 42 comments. Now Google stroke YouTube, same thing, they definitely like comments on YouTube. It's also got a couple of Facebook likes, which is nice because I haven't particularly promoted it on Facebook. If we come down here and look at some of the other things, there are no end screens, no cards, so this is definitely an old looking video from Google's point of view. If we move down slightly, we can see some more information. So you can see the tags, for instance, the channel tags and also the video tags. So in this case, it's tagged very definitely for Word 2010. So the tags are things like Word 2010, tutorials, tables, learn, training, courses, lessons, etc. But as I say, the great thing about this free vidIQ thing is you can look at other people's websites, look what sort of tags they've got, look at sort of some of the feedback they're getting about their channel and how well they're doing. And basically you can try and get ideas to improve the SEO of your own video. A long time ago in YouTube, you used to be able to easily see the tags that other people used, but I forget when they stopped doing that, but that was a long time ago. But by using this tool, you can now look at the tags that other people use. So as I say, the fact that I own this particular video means I can see the tags, but the point is anyone can see these tags. You don't have to own the video. So you can see I've got other information there. So for instance, the channel as a whole is getting around about 632 views per day, which again is not great. I definitely need to do some more work on my YouTube channel, and around about 19,000 people have looked at the channel in the last 30 days. So as you can see in both cases, those stats for the last 30 days have gone down, and it's really telling me I need to do some more work on YouTube. That said, I have got about 14,000 subscribers and 1.6 million total views. So I'd recommend you do install this tool. As I say, it's totally free. The only thing is, as far as I know, it only works with Chrome. Now do remember, if you're going to produce video, prior to uploading it to YouTube or Vimeo or wherever you're uploading it to, you should actually go to the trouble of embedding some metadata within the video. So any good video editing program, something like Adobe Premiere Pro, can do this. And as well as embedding metadata for SEO reasons, the other thing is you can embed copyright information, relating to your company and, establishing ownership of the video. Right here I've got a video in the timeline. If I wanted to export this, I could go to File, Export, Media, and within the export settings, can you see down here there's a metadata tab? So go and click on that, and this brings up various types of metadata. Probably the best one to use is something called Dublin Core. And in here there's various information you can embed. So for instance, you can put the name of the contributor, the author, the date, a description can go in there. You can also put a title in there and also some keywords. In this chapter, we're just going to look at some of the tips for embedding a video within your web pages. Now, the first thing is that if you embed a video, it can increase what's called dwell time. Now, dwell time is simply the amount of time that people spend on your website. So let's say you've got a video at the top of your home page. If it's enticing, if it's got a nice thumbnail, if it's on message and matches what people were looking for, what they were searching for, then in a lot of cases, people will much rather watch a video than read through lots and lots of text. So, as I say, this is a kind of win-win. If you embed the video on your homepage, at the top of your homepage, don't make it too long, just make it sort of really interesting and on topic, then obviously people will spend more time, watching the video. What you don't want is people going to your website, not really doing anything, bouncing straight off again. And that's referred to as sort of, bounce ratios, the number of people who go to your website and then just go straight back to the search engines. You don't want that. So, as I say, using video is good for dwell time. Now, if you embed a series of videos, that can reduce your bounce rate. You might have a rather curious situation where if you just have one video on your, say, home page, people might watch that, so okay, the dwell rate goes up. But if they then don't click on anything else and just go straight back to the search engine, regardless of how long they stayed on your homepage, you still got a pretty high bounce rate, because they go from the search engine to your homepage, don't find anything of interest, and just go straight back to the search engine, so the bounce rate is high. So one trick you can use is to have a series of videos. So maybe on your homepage you just have a single video, people watch that, and then underneath you can have some text trying to entice them to watch the next video in a series of videos. And when they do that, they go from your homepage to a different page, at which point the dwell time has gone up and your bounce rate has gone down, which is always a good idea. And as I say, bounce rate is also an SEO factor. Now, the basic rule is one video per page. You don't want lots and lots of videos on a page, because A, that'll make it slow loading, because it's got to load up the thumbnails and everything else and get some information from YouTube. Also, if you look at what Google actually say, they recommend one video per page because they just find it easier to index. The other thing you should make sure is that you don't just simply have a video on the page with no text, because always remember Google loves text. So the best kind of mixture is to have your video at the top of the page and then a whole load of related text underneath the video. And ideally you want the related text, the text under the video, as I say, to relate to the content of the video. Now, different people have different ideas on this. Personally, I think if you're going to embed a video, I would actually embed it at the top of the page, so straight off people can see there's the video, they either watch it or they don't. And if they do watch the video, there's, as I say, lots of benefits to that in terms of bounce rate and dwell time. So the other question is, well, if you're going to produce videos, how long should they be? It really depends on how engaging your videos are. I mean, ideally, if you can have long videos and people watch them all the way through, that's absolutely brilliant. Trouble is, people's attention span is not that great, so sometimes you might be better off having a whole series of short videos. Really, you should try and experiment. And what YouTube does, it basically looks at the number of visitors who watch, the beginning of the video, and then Google will monitor how many people sort of drop off, halfway through the video, and how many people actually make it all the way to the end. So if you can get a significant number of people watching, a significant percentage of the video, then this is fantastic for your SEO. It's hard to do because you've got to make the video enticing and interesting, on topic, and all the rest of it. But if you can produce, videos that people want to watch and they watch a significant percentage, that really helps with your SEO. Now, we've already talked about the fact that one of the factors for SEO is the loading speed. A factor that a lot of people kind of overlook is the loading speed of the actual web hosting service that they're using. You do tend to get what you pay for with web hosting. If it's cheap and cheerful hosting, maybe not so good. I would always go for maybe not the most expensive option, but certainly never go for the cheapest option when looking at a hosting company. And also look at the reviews, see what sort of speed they're claiming. The other thing you need to consider is, let's say you're based in Australia, so your web hosting is based in Australia and your company is in Australia, but you actually want customers in the United States. Then what you need to do is to make absolutely sure that your servers load fast for the United States. So maybe in that case you might want to consider actually moving your hosting company from Australia to the United States, or there's various other cloud options you can use. But it's just another factor you need to think about, the fact that if your customers are global, then even though the web server might be nice and fast in your local country, for the rest of the countries around the world, maybe not so good. So again, you need to do lots of testing and just sort of see, how fast the servers are in different countries. There is a service you can use, a free service. It's called webpagetest.org. And all you do is you just simply type in an address, and you can do advanced testing, simple testing. There's various sort of options here, or trace routes and what have you. You can select a test location here. So for instance, you can have New York, with Chrome or Firefox. Or you can also look at options, for mobiles, iPhone 6 and what have you. In this case, let's go for, I don't know, Denver, Colorado. And if you want to pick a browser, you can pick one of these. So we'll go for Firefox, and we'll start the test. And once the test is run, you can basically click on these to get more information. So I'll just scroll down here. So as you can see, you get information on what's loading, what's slowing things down, and you get some idea of the connection speed there. So again, a lot of this might look quite technical, but don't get too fazed by all the information. Really, you're just looking to look at how fast your website loads, say, in your country, and then compare it to some of the major sort of target countries that you're selling to. And basically, you want it to load as fast as possible. If it's very slow in other countries, you may want to consider moving or duplicating your server in other countries. You may want to consider upgrading your system, or possibly you might want some sort of cloud-based system where different people will see different servers in different countries depending on where they are. Now, it's vitally important that you check your loading speed every so often, especially once you start making changes to your website. Google are on record as saying that the loading speed is now an important SEO factor, especially on mobiles. So as you can see in the screenshot there's this thing called Google Page Speed Insights. And basically you get two values, one for mobile, one for desktop. Increasingly it's the mobile one that's actually important these days. And as you can see in that example there, which oddly enough was from Microsoft.com, that came up with a poor value. Basically you get poor, medium, good. Now, don't get obsessed with the loading speed because you don't get rewarded for a fast loading website. What you do is you get penalized for a slow one. That's probably the best way to look at it. So if you can have a green reading, a good reading, that's all you need. If you've got 90% or something out of 100, it's good enough. You don't have to go for 99, so don't get too obsessed with this. And I say, do bear in mind, out of those two numbers, the mobile one is actually the most important one these days. There's also a show how to fix option, so it might be a little bit technical at times, but in there's a whole load of things that Google will recommend that you go and change, and that will make your website load faster. So this is the Google Page Speed Insights page. If you haven't used this before, just simply go to Google and just simply search for Google Page Speed Insights. That'll take you to the right place. And then up here, you just simply type in your URL, and then you click on the Analyze button. And as you've seen, you've got these two values. You've got the mobile value, and there's an approximation of what the website's going to look like. And in this case, it's 69 out of 100. It could be better, but it's medium. What you don't want is low. You don't want a red value here. So medium's kind of okay. Ideally, do a little bit of tinkering around to get a green value. And once it's green, forget it, enough. If we go and look at the desktop option here, that's also medium. So the desktop is 68 and the mobile is 69. So the mobile is slightly more optimized than the desktop. And as you can see, you get an idea of what it looks like there. If we come down here, there's various things here like optimize images. How to fix those? Well, basically you compress the images so they're smaller. How to fix your JavaScript and CSS. A little bit technical there, but it tells you how to do that. How to minify things. Again, it might look a bit technical. As always, we come back to WordPress. In WordPress, if you want to optimize your CSS and you want to minify your JavaScript and things like that, instead of having to do any sort of complicated stuff, by and large, you just simply install a plugin. You don't even need to know exactly what it's doing. You just install the plugin that, for instance, minifies the code. That makes the code smaller. That makes the page load faster. It's as simple as that. If we go and look at the mobile one, again, it's a similar sort of thing. You get an approximation of what it looks like there. You've got your overall speed there. And down here, it's suggesting how you optimize things, how you improve things. So you can look at optimizations that have already been done. So in this case, the CSS has been minified, courtesy of a plugin. The HTML has been minified, again, courtesy of a plugin, as has the JavaScript. So a lot of this has been done via plugins in my WordPress installation. If you want to know how to optimize the images, well, it's kind of obvious really. You just compress them and make the file sizes smaller. You know, it's not rocket science. So I could actually do some work here to improve this, but as it is, it's not bad. You know, if you've got a medium value in both cases, okay, I'm being a little bit lazy. I should actually do some work, get it into the green just to show you I can do it, and I'll probably get around to that at some point. But a medium's kind of okay. I'd say what you don't want is low, you know, the red, because that's not good at all. Loading speed and images. We have covered this elsewhere, so I'm not going to dwell on this, but basically the points, once again, are reduce the file size of each image, so that can make the images physically smaller. You can compress them. You know, there's various techniques for getting the image file sizes smaller. Reduce the number of images on a page, and also resize your pictures prior to uploading, so that they are the exact physical sort of pixel size that you want to display them within your website. As I say, that has a slight speed effect because the CPU doesn't have to recalculate the size of the image as displayed within the actual page. Another important factor for increasing the speed of your website is to use what's called a caching program. And again, there's lots of different ways of doing this. There's lots of different types of caches. But again, if you're going to use something like, say, WordPress, there's numerous types of WordPress cache plugins you can use. One of my favorites at the moment is something called WP Fastest Cache, which, as you can see in this example here, it's got about 6 million downloads. There's, you know, pretty good votes for it, and it's got lots of features. And the other thing about this particular caching program is it doesn't just do caching, it does all sorts of other things like minifying your code and you know, generally doing a load of other things that basically speed up your website loading. So this is the website for that particular cache. As I say, it's a WordPress cache. It's called WP Fastest Cache. And if you come down here, as I say, it's got an awful lot of downloads, a lot of happy people. And if you look at the features here, you can basically compare this one with other popular caches. So things like W3 Total Cache, Super Cache, these are very popular WordPress caches. So I'm not saying this is the best one, it's just one that I like. And as you see, one of the nice features about this particular cache is it does your desktop and mobile caching. It also does minifying, you know, of things like HTML and CSS. If you come down here, you can also minify the JavaScript. And it can do a whole bunch of other things like gzip. Quite often people use gzip with WordPress, and that requires a separate plugin. In this case, it's integrated into the cache, which is quite nice. As always, there's always a pro version. So this is the free version. If you get the pro version, that just does sort of more good stuff, basically. It makes it even faster. So if you are going to have a cache, you might want to possibly investigate the possibility of getting the premium version. They don't cost very much, WordPress plugins, and anything you can do to get your website loading slightly faster is a good thing. Because remember, loading speed is an important SEO factor. Now, what is gzip? Well, technically gzip is something called server-side compression. Who cares at the end of the day? The effect of gzip is it speeds up your system. Basically, if you've got large files, and it depends partly on the type of files you have, but in most cases you just simply install gzip, enable it, your website loads faster. That's the whole point. Again, if you're using WordPress, there's lots of different gzip plugins you can use. Or in some cases, like WP Fastest Cache, which is a WordPress cache plugin, gzip is actually built into the cache program. So here's a website. I've installed WP Super Cache. It's installed down here in its own little menu item. And if you look here, there's an option to enable gzip. So to enable it, I just simply click there. And as it says, it reduces the size of files sent from your server. Click on the little information tag here and you get some more information. And again, it's just basically saying the same thing. It reduces the size of the pages and therefore makes loading faster. That's it really. And like I said, the beautiful thing is, if you're using WordPress, you just simply install this, it gets on with it. Now, what is mimifying? Well, it's basically reducing the size of the code on your website server. And by reducing the size of the code, it loads faster. That's the basic idea. There's three things you can minify normally. You can minify what's called the CSS, the cascading style sheets. This is just to do with formatting. You can mimify the HTML code itself, and you can also mimify what's called JavaScript. At the end of the day, this sounds a bit technical, so you don't have to worry exactly what it's doing. The end result is, again, if you're using WordPress, you just enable this, ideally for CSS, HTML, and JavaScript, and your website loads faster. That's it, basically. Again, if you're not using WordPress, exactly how you implement this, I have no idea, because it will depend from one platform to another. So, as always, I've been recommending WordPress all the way through this course. It's just another reason, if you're not already using WordPress, to think WordPress. Now, if you are using WordPress, there are various plugins you can use, or the other thing you can do is you can use a cache, in this case WP Fastest Cache, and that includes all the options that you can see there: CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. The other thing about mimifying you should be aware of is that Google recommends this within its speed testing tool. And as always, if Google recommends something, you don't ask questions, you just do what Google tells you. It's their game, and if you want to get to the top of the search engines, anything that Google recommends, you do. So here is the Google Page Speed Insights tool, and I'll just run it for a website. And if you come down here, it's basically enabling things that you should implement that aren't implemented, and it's showing you stuff you've already done, so optimizations are already present. If I click here, it says Show Details. Just scroll down a bit, as you can see. Mimifying CSS, that's already been done. Mimifying HTML, that's been done. And mimifying JavaScript, that's been done. And again, if you want to, you can click on these links here to get more information. So for instance, if you want to know more about mimifying HTML, there you are, there's more information. And you've also got some resources here to enable you to implement this. As I say, to be honest, if you're using WordPress, just use a plugin to do it. Now, in this particular case, I'm using WordPress. I've installed a plugin called WP Fastest Cache, which is actually a caching program. But if you look up here, you'll find there's quite a few minify options. So you can minify the HTML, you can minify the CSS, and you can also combine the JavaScript. You'll notice there's some options here which are not available because this is the free version. You might want to consider upgrading to the premium version, in which case these extra options will be available, and you'll be able to optimize the size of the file even more. You can reduce the effective file size for loading. So as I say, don't worry exactly how it works, just simply make sure it's enabled. Why? Because Google asks you to enable it. AMP is short for Accelerated Mobile Project. Now, most of the websites I see at the moment don't actually use AMP. If you're really interested in mobile users, you should seriously consider implementing this. It's a project, as I say, that's primarily designed to increase the loading speed of websites on mobile. and Google are on record as saying that they're really, focused on faster mobile loading speeds at the moment. It's covered in more detail in the section specifically about mobile topics. But first of all, let's go and see what Google says about AMP. So this is the Google developers website, and as you can see, there's a fair bit of information here. And straight off the bat it says Google search indexes AMP pages to provide fast, reliable web experience. Now, it doesn't just make it faster, there's a whole load of extra things you can build into AMP. It depends how deep you want to go. So if we scroll down a bit, you can see that providing you've properly implemented AMP, for a restricted number of categories you can have a carousel displayed within the search results. So a classic example would be recipes. So in some cases all the recipes displayed might be from your website, or failing that, it's up to Google to decide how to do this, but Google might use your recipes plus other recipes and put them in a carousel here at the top of the search results. Again, I won't go through all this now. If you're interested in AMP, you can read up in detail, but if we just quickly look here where they talk about carousels, we'll click here for more information, and again you've got more examples there and guidelines. The whole point of carousels and AMP is it's really designed to be informational rather than promotional. So there are a set of guidelines, for instance, they don't want you basically making claims about this, that or the other, or include prices. It's really so that information is displayed in a nice succinct way to users, to viewers. As it says, currently there's a restricted number of types that are available, so you can have things like recipes, film, course and articles. And as you go down here, as I say, it all looks a little bit complicated, but again, as usual, if you're using WordPress, what you can do is you can install an AMP plugin, we'll look at that later, and you can configure that and you can get some pretty interesting results. It's all about making your website load faster and also look more appealing on the mobile search results. Now there is an AMP testing tool from Google, and that's the address there, or you can just search for it. If you're not quite sure whether you use AMP or not, just type in the address here, then run the test. And as you can see in this case, AMP has not been enabled for this particular website. The other thing that might be a good idea is to check out your competitors, see if they're using AMP. So this is just a website, and remember earlier on we looked at something called SEO Quake. If I click on SEO Quake here, the icon, and then click on Diagnose, if we come down here, as you can see, there's information about AMP. So in this case, this website has been optimized for mobile. It's got what's called a meta viewpoint, which means it'll resize on a mobile compared to a desktop. But as you can see here, it says it doesn't have an AMP version. So as I say, you can use the SEO Quake to check out your competitors, see if they're using AMP. And as I said, the whole point of AMP is really to make the website load faster on a mobile, and also you get extra functionality within search, so you have different features, things like carousels and so on. So again, another thing to think about. Now, something else that can have an enormous effect on your loading speed, especially if you're using WordPress, is what's called the PHP version that's running on your server. Again, it's one of those technical things. You don't have to worry about what this is and how it works. PHP is a programming language that kind of runs in the background on your web server. The important thing to notice is there's different levels of PHP. Now, simply from upgrading from an earlier version to a later version can greatly increase the speed of your website because the code is more efficient. However, the downside is that maybe some of your plugins or maybe your theme might not be fully compatible with later versions of PHP. So the advice first before you do anything is at the bottom of the page there, back everything up just in case. So back up your entire website, ideally load it down to a thumb drive just to be on the safe side, and then consider upgrading the PHP level. As to how you upgrade the PHP level, if you've got no technical knowledge whatsoever, just simply contact your hosting company and ask them for guidance. If you're familiar with using the cPanel, then in most cases you can actually adjust the PHP level via the cPanel. And the advice is that you don't go from a really old version to the latest version in one go. What you do is you go upgrade from version to version. That's probably the best way to do it. So, it might be like a number, then a point, then another number. So you just upgrade them slowly from one version to another version until you get the latest version, all the while checking that everything's working okay. Because it's nice to have increased speed, but if that comes at the cost of your website not working that well, then obviously it's not a great idea. So, do treat this one with caution. But that said, the whole point of this is to increase the speed of your website. And always the reason you're doing that is because Google likes fast loading websites. Now this is a nice little diagram that sort of shows you, different PHP versions going right back to the early ones to the more recent ones, and there are new versions coming out all the time. But the important point to look at is this bit at the bottom. If you look at an old version like PHP 5.6, that was the loading speed, 0.395. It's simply by upgrading to this, then this, then this, and as I say, you do them incrementally. When you get to 7.2 in this case, the loading speed had gone down from 0.395 to 0.125, and that's without doing anything else. So that really illustrates very clearly why you want to consider doing this. But as I say, you have to think about compatibility, and as I say, if you've got no technical knowledge, talk to your hosting provider and see what they say, and absolutely make sure you back everything up before you change the PHP levels. As I say, if you've got some technical ability, then just try doing this via the cPanel yourself. But as I say, back it all up first, just in case. So the question is, why is mobile optimization particularly important? Well, Google now maintains two separate directories, one for desktop and one for mobile. And the reason is that increasingly Google is giving preference to mobile searches. That's what people are using these days. It's very important you do check your mobile loading speed, obviously as well as your desktop speed, but it's important that the mobile speed is as fast as possible. You can see in this case here, if you run the speed test insights from Google, if you've got a low figure like this, in this case it's 12 out of 100, that's not at all good. What you want ideally is a green figure, so you want, under optimization, you want to say either medium or good, preferably good. Now if you just search Google using the phrase something like Google Speed Insights or Google Website Testing Tool, generally you'll get to this page here. If I open this up, this is the Page Speed Insights page, and literally all you do is you just type in a URL, and there we have the results. Now as you can see, there's two different sets of results here. You've got mobile and desktop, and out of the two, the mobile is the more important. So in this case, I've got a medium score, which is not great. I should do some work to improve this. Ideally, I want that to be green, but the point is it's not red. Red would be very bad. For desktop, again, I've got medium. So what is a responsive website? Well, basically a responsive website is one that automatically responds to either a mobile or a tablet or a desktop. Now, if you're using WordPress, the key to a responsive website. Now, if you're using WordPress, what you need is a responsive WordPress theme, and this basically just takes care of it all, and it'll automatically change the way the website is displayed, as I say, depending on whether it's a mobile, a tablet, or a desktop. So if we look at an example of a mobile responsive theme, This is a website displayed on a desktop, so as you can see it's got the traditional menus at the top here and everything. Now, if I resize this to a mobile shape, so I'll just bring this in a bit, so we get something like that. So maybe something like that. So that's basically how it's going to look on the desktop. So you've got your traditional menus at the top here, and they sort of drop down in the normal way. Now if I resize this to the shape of a mobile phone, then as you can see things look different. We no longer have the menu, so the menu on the desktop looked like that. If I resize it, now we've got this sort of drop down type menu which works on a mobile phone. There's also some other features. So if we look at how this is going to be displayed on the desktop, there's no big button here, but if I resize this, in this case it automatically, just get rid of the menu, it automatically displays this button here, which on a mobile of course you could actually press the button and it would ring the company name. And you might think, well, how does this work? It's basically a plugin, a WordPress plugin. I think it's called Call Now or something like that. And you just install it, put your phone number in, and that's it, it works. Another reason why you should consider WordPress if you're not already using it. But as I say, obviously on a mobile, there's no point having that button there, so no button. So as I say, it adapts to the resolution, if you like. So it knows, the responsive theme knows whether it's working on a mobile, a tablet, or indeed a desktop stroke laptop. The other thing is, if I just sort of move this in and out, you'll see that on a responsive theme, this picture here responds to the width of the screen, like so. So if it's very, very small or large, it just adapts accordingly. In the same way with these panels here, if we move in, at that point they drop down underneath each other. If we move here, they're displayed side by side. So again, it responds to the screen dimensions. It's a responsive website. Now you need to check to see whether your website is mobile friendly. There's various ways of doing this. If I bring up my website, so I've just brought up one of my websites here. There's various ways of checking to see whether your website is mobile friendly. If you just search for the mobile friendly test tool from Google, you'll find this page, and literally you just enter a URL. Click on the Run Test button. So there you are. In this case, the page is mobile friendly. It gives you an idea of what it looks like here. This is quite a simple page, and you've got additional resources down here. Something else you can do as a quick test is bring up your website, and if you've installed SEO Quake, and if you go to where it says Diagnose, if you go down to the mobile section here, it will check to see whether your website has a meta viewpoint. If it has, that just means it automatically responds to a mobile, tablet, or desktop. So in this case it's got a tick, so it does. So it's important to realize that your website might be responsive but not necessarily mobile friendly. So responsive basically means the sort of layout and the size of everything will change depending on whether it's a mobile, laptop or tablet. But for true mobile friendliness, you need to use that Google tool, because for instance, if you've got a long menu and all the items are too close together, Google will flag that as not mobile friendly, so it might recommend you make some changes. So as I say, it's important that you do run the Google tool and just check that from Google's point of view, your website is mobile friendly. Now Google recommends that you create folders on your web server, and this is just like creating folders on your hard disk. I mean, why would you normally create folders on your hard disk? It's really to organize things. So let's say you've got an example of, say, a pet shop website. What you could do is you create one folder called cats, another folder called dogs, and then all the pages that you create that relate to cats could go into the cats folder. All the pages that you create that relate to dogs could go into the dogs folder. And the reason for doing this is because Google actually suggests that you do this. You organize things in a hierarchical structure and use folders with SEO friendly names. So as you see, this diagram is actually taken from a Google website. It's this one here. If we go and look at it in detail, this is taken from the Google support website. Now if I just scroll down here, as you can see, there's lots of information. Here we go. It's talking about creating a navigation system or a structure that's hierarchical. So in this case, it's suggesting, well, if you're going to have news, why not sort of divide them into, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. Basically, you group them into relevant folders. So I say Google suggests you do this. So the question is, well, how do you do it in something like WordPress? Well, in WordPress, let's say I wanted to create a folder called training. It sounds a bit odd, but just stick with it. What I'll do first is within WordPress, I'll go and create a new page. And I'm just simply going to call this page training, and I'm going to publish it. So what I've done is I just simply created a page called training. Now, effectively, I'm going to turn this page into a folder. Sounds a bit strange, but stick with it. I'll go and create another new page. So I'll click on Add New. And in this case, I'm just going to type in the phrase, say, SEO training. Now in this case, if I click where it says page attributes over here, you see where it says parent page. If I click on the down arrow here and select training, and then click on publish, this is now a child of the parent page, which in this case is training. So I'm going to create another page. It'll become clear why I'm doing this in a minute. So I'm going to create another page, and we're going to call this WordPress training. And again, if I click on the page attributes necessary to open this up, where it says parent page, I'll click on the down arrow and select training, and I'll publish it. And I'm going to do one more, and I'm going to call this one YouTube training. And again, in the parent page, I'll click on the down arrow, and can you see what's happened here? You're beginning to see why I'm doing this, because those two pages there were child pages of the training page. So as you can see there, underneath or at a subfolder level, if you like. So again, I'm going to select training here, click on publish. Now if I go and view this page, you'll be able to see why I went to all that bother. So let's click on view page. Forget all that bit there, because this is just a test website. But the point is, the YouTube training page, which is this one here, is in a subdirectory called training. So training was the parent and YouTube training was the child. You get the idea? So from Google's point of view, when it actually reads the entire URL structure here, it extracts the word training, which is the name of the subdirectory, and it extracts the name YouTube training, which is the name of this particular file. Again, if I go back and look at one of the other pages, so if I go and look at, say, the WordPress one, you can see the way they're listed here. That is the parent, these are the child. Let's go and bring up the WordPress training file. If I go and view this page, as it would be seen on the website, again, WordPress training is the name of this particular page, but it's in a subdirectory called training. So from Google's point of view, when it reads the URL, it extracts the word training, which is taken from the subfolder, and in this case the word WordPress training, which is the name of the actual individual page. Essentially, this has given us as an extra opportunity to sort of sneak in an SEO friendly phrase, in this case just the word training. In this case, I've got training and WordPress training, so it's a little bit repetitive. What I should have done really was called this tutorials or something similar rather than training. So that way Google would have extracted the SEO phrase tutorials from the subdirectory or folder name, and the words SEO training from the file name for the particular page. But I think you get the idea. So that's how you create folders, and that's how essentially you create a sort of parent-child folder relationship within WordPress. So what is an HTML sitemap? An HTML sitemap is just a normal page on your website that displays links to all the other important pages within your website. Now, if you go to the Google Webmaster Guidelines and you look at the section called Help Google Find Your Pages, you'll find here there is a section, the second bullet point, where it talks about provide a sitemap file with links that point to the important pages on your website. That's something called an XML sitemap. We'll look at that in a minute. It then goes on, also provide a page with a human readable list of links to those pages, sometimes called a site index or a sitemap page. So as I say, an HTML sitemap is purely just a regular page on your website with links to all the other pages. It's useful for humans so they can go to the sitemap file and find pages that they might not otherwise easily find. And it's also useful for Google, because Google will look at that page, and because they're all text links, and remember Google loves text links, because they're all text links, Google will easily be able to index the rest of your website starting from the sitemap page. So a typical sitemap page will look something like this. So in this particular case, if we went back to the home page, under About, down here I have the sitemap page, and humans can go there if they want to, and they can easily sort of see all the different information, all the different pages on the website. But more to the point, Google can also go there and find its way to all the other pages. So this is what we're talking about, an HTML sitemap. Now you could actually create a sitemap page from scratch, and you could just create a new page, call it sitemap, call it whatever you want, it doesn't have to be called sitemap. You could actually manually type in links to every other page. The trouble is, as soon as you start creating new pages or maybe deleting pages, before you know it, a manually created sitemap will be sort of out of date. It will point to pages that maybe you've deleted, or it might not point to new pages because you didn't actually get around to updating the sitemap page. So what you want is to have something that's dynamically updated, just make your life easy. So if you're talking WordPress, in WordPress, depending on what sort of theme you've got, some themes will actually supply page templates, which will allow you to use a page template to create a particular special page that will automatically display a sitemap. Not all themes do that. If the theme doesn't do that, no problem, in which case you just simply install a sitemap plugin and it will do essentially the same thing. So within WordPress, if you just do a search for something like HTML sitemaps, as you can see, there's loads and loads and loads of them. So as always with plugins, just make sure you sort of check everything, check how many active installations there are, make sure it's compatible with the latest version of WordPress, whatever that happens to be at the time, and just read the reviews. So as you can see in this case, it's got 142 reviews, it seems to be widely regarded, and it's got 200,000 active installations. Yeah, as you go down here, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with these might be newer ones possibly. This one only has 1,000 active installations, and as yet it's got no reviews. So as I say, just pick one you like. I mean, by and large, what most people do with these plugins is they kind of vote with their feet. So in this case, it's got 200,000 active installations, and by the way, an active installation means they're actively using it. It doesn't count if you install it, try it, don't like it, and uninstall it. That would not count here. So 200,000 active people are using this one, and it's it kind of looks good. If you want to get more information on this particular one, you just click there and it will give you a description of how to use it and why you should use this particular one as opposed to something else. So as I say, it doesn't really matter which plugin or theme you use to achieve this, just make sure you do have an HTML sitemap. Why? Because Google told you to. Using WordPress, I'll just quickly run through how you'd actually use one of these sitemap plugins. You go to Plugin, Add New. Over here you just type in something like HTML sitemap. There's this one here, it's called Simple Sitemap. That one will do. So I just click on Install now. Then I activate the plugin. In this case, this plugin uses what's called a shortcode. So all I have to do is to grab that piece of code there. Shortcodes start with an open square brackets, then a piece of text, like in this case simple-sitemap, and then at the end of the shortcode they have a closed square brackets. So all I've done is I've just simply copied this piece of code into memory. So within WordPress, I'll just simply create a new page, You can call it anything you want. I'll just call it sitemap. I'll just enter the shortcode there. I'll go and publish this. If I go and view this page, there you are, it's created the sitemap. Obviously what I'd normally do is attach this page to the menu, but as you can see, basically it's dynamically created a sitemap there. And the way this works is the plugin called Simple Sitemap creates the this information, and the way you link it into the page is via that shortcode. So you just generate the shortcode, copy it into your web page, and there it is, it's now displayed. An XML sitemap is really for the benefit of Google, it's not for humans. And the idea is that when the Google search robot, the Google bot comes to your website, if there's an XML sitemap, it'll look at that first, and the XML sitemap will basically tell Google, what new pages are being created, explain to Google the structure you have on your website, what pages have been deleted, that kind of stuff. So essentially, the purpose of the XML sitemap is to make life easier for Google, which obviously is a good thing for your website. Again, as always, if we go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines and look at the first bit here, it does clearly say provide a sitemap file, and if you click on here for more information, it'll give you information about why that's a good idea. So there's some basic information there about sitemaps, in this case an XML sitemap. But so the basic idea is it just makes life easier for Google to find its way around your website. That's really the whole point. Now, as far as installing an XML sitemap is concerned, again, if you're using WordPress, it's just simply a plugin. So let's actually have a look at that. So within WordPress, I just need to go to Plugins, Add New. And this time we search for XML sitemap. And as you'll find, there are loads of them. This one will do. I mean, this one's got 1 million installations. It's the Google XML sitemap. So let's activate this one. Now, if we go and look at the settings once it's been installed and activated, there's loads and loads of things we can sort of go and customize if we want to. By and large, in this case, you can probably use the default values. It's important that you specify the language of your website. So within the Google Search Console, Google will check to see what language has been specified. Now, you don't have to worry too much about these bits of code, but that's essentially how your language will look in terms of code, about how it's been specified. So for instance, the language might be specified as, say, American English or Australian English or whatever it happens to be. If you want, you can get more information from Google on their support website. You can watch this video if you want to for more information on how to specify the language. Now, in many cases, you don't need to get into the technicalities here because if you're using WordPress, there's no problem. It can just be done through WordPress. But as it does say here, it is worth doing from an SEO point of view, because if you have a look at this section here, where is it? If your content has small regional variations with similar content in a single language, for instance, you might have an English version content targeted at maybe the USA, Great Britain, Ireland, and other places like Australia, all of which have slightly different sort of regional variations. So again, if you are targeting to different countries, this is definitely something you want to think about. Now, if you're doing this within WordPress, you just go to the Settings General tab and you can specify it from there. So if I go to Settings General within WordPress, I'll just scroll down a little bit so you can see it. As you can see, I can set the language from there. Now, This particular website, it's a .com.au website, very definitely aimed at Australians, in which case I've set the language as not just the default, which would be English United States. I've set it to English Australia, and that will help Google to realize that I'm interested in the Australian market. Also, if I click on the down arrow here, you can specify the time zone. So by specifying the language as English Australian and the time zone as Perth, this is helping Google to realize that, hey, this website is primarily interested in Australia, and it's particularly focused on Perth because that's the time zone within Australia that I've chosen. So as I say, it's just another way of getting Google to focus on local results, if that's what you want. Right, in this chapter we're going to look at some website encryption issues. Now, the first thing is that Google Webmaster Guidelines recommend you have a secure site. The other thing is that if you view a site within Google Chrome that's not secure, you'll get this message. As you can see, it actually says not secure. Now, in some cases this might cost you some extra money. Some people do it, some hosting companies do it for free. But someone like Crucial, I think they'll cost you about $100 a year, something like that. At the end of the day, just get it done. It's an SEO thing that you can just set up and forget about. And as I say, Google actually recommends this for SEO purposes. If you do go to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, you'll see this bit here in the bit that says help visitors use your pages. It says, if possible, secure your site's connections with HTTPS. So there you are, it's in the Google Webmaster Guidelines, and as always, if Google recommends something, just do it. Now, as to what HTTPS is and how does it work, it doesn't really matter. It basically just secures your connection. So the data transfer between the 2 points is secured, it's encrypted. Now, the way it used to work was that sometimes you'd have a mixture on a website of secured and non-secured. So for instance, traditionally, a couple of years back, it was quite common for the website itself to be not secured, but when you went to the bit that actually took credit cards, the pages that took credit cards, that bit would be secured. Google has now taken the view that why not just secure the whole thing? So as I say, that's the way you should do it these days. So as you can see, these are the various sort of terminologies you have to know about: encryption, data integrity, and authentication. The good news is that in most cases you don't need to know anything about this. You just simply contact your hosting provider, ask them to implement it, they'll charge you some money, and that's it. In this section, I'm going to look at things like bounce rate, dwell time, and on-page time. So the first thing, what is bounce rate? Well, this is quite an important thing that Google measures. And the bounce rate is the percentage of visitors who only view a single page and then go back to the search engines or just simply close their browser. So they just simply look at a single page, then they're gone. Now, it's important to realize the bounce rate doesn't measure how long a visitor was on a page. So for instance, if your website consisted of a single page website and that was it, then they could spend a lot of time looking at the details on the page, but the bounce rate would actually be quite high because once they've sort of finished looking at your website, which is just a single page in this case, then they'll go somewhere else. So you need to think of strategies to keep the bounce rate as low as possible, because a high bounce rate will adversely affect your SEO. So what are the sort of reasons you get for a high bounce rate? Well, there's lots of reasons really. I mean, if you've got a slow loading web page, people just give up and go back to the search results and look somewhere else. Again, if they're using a mobile and the web page starts loading and it's not very friendly, they might think, oh, this doesn't look so good. So again, they go back to the search engine. If the content is too dense and hard to understand, again, they'll just go back. And obviously, if the content is not what the visitors are looking for, again, they'll go back and look for something else. So things like thin content, poor site navigation menus, no obvious call to action. These are all the sort of things that can result in a high bounce rate. There are other things you need to think about. So for instance, let's say on the page there's a link to something else, maybe a PDF file or a Word file or something like that. You always want to make sure that these open in a new tab, so that, let's say you link to a PDF file, when the PDF opens in a new tab and they close that down, then you go back to your page. What you don't want are links where, maybe the external link to another website replaces the link, replaces your website basically. So they're on your website, they click on a link to an external site, they go there and effectively leave your site. So one thing you can do to sort of adjust the bounce rate is to optimize your titles and descriptions so that you attract the right viewers for the contents of that particular page. Then they're much more likely to stay on that page for a while. So what is dwell time? This is the time between someone clicking on the website as displayed in search engine results and the time that they return to the search engine results. And you need to try and increase the dwell time as much as possible. As I said, this is another SEO factor. And as I previously mentioned, one way of doing this is just simply to embed a video on the page, because if people spend time watching the video, then that increases the amount of time they spend on the page, it increases the dwell time, it helps your SEO. So what is on-page time? Well, this is the amount of time a visitor spends on a particular page before they go somewhere else. So the somewhere else could be back to the website results, it could be linking through to somewhere else, or it could just be simply closing the browser altogether. And so you need to try and increase the on-page time as much as possible. And again, another way of doing this is just simply to embed a video. One other way of increasing the on-page time possibly is to have a series of tabbed menus. So when people click on the different tabs, it just takes you to a different part, or it displays a different part of that page. So it doesn't actually go to a different page, it just shows more information on that particular page to the user. So that's quite a useful little trick. So what is schema markup? Well, it's basically, as it says, it's a collaborative community activity with a mission to create, maintain and promote schemas for structured data on the internet. You might think, what on earth is all that about? Well, if we skip the important bit, it was founded amongst others by Google and these other companies here. So the fact it was founded by Google means you have to pay attention. And as it says, it's really a shared vocabulary that makes it easier for people who create websites to use a schema and get the maximum benefit for their efforts. What all that really means is, if you look at this sort of stylized example here, instead of having a snippet in the search engine results, which purely consists of your title, your URL and your description, wouldn't it be nice to have something a little bit more interesting like this? So you could have like a star rating here, for instance, and you could have a picture here. Really, that's what schema allows you to do in terms of SEO visuals. Also, in the background, it allows you to attach extra information that won't necessarily be seen by your visitors, but will be seen by Google. Let's say you've embedded a video onto your website. You can use schema to tell Google much more information about that video, supply a title, description, stuff like that. As to whether Google actually acts on the information you've included in your schema is up to Google. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. So in this example here, where you've got a picture, quite often if your website is about recipes and you have a picture of the recipe, that will be displayed. But in other cases, Google will choose not to display the picture, even though you've specified it in the schema markup. So it's all a bit sort of up in the air at the moment, but it's a good idea, I think, to include this on the grounds that even if Google doesn't include it or use it today, it might use it tomorrow. Now, the actual way schema works is somewhat technical, and you can go to schema.org, and from here you can get all sorts of technical information about how schema works. Now, the good news about schema is you don't have to know all this programming technical stuff. Again, if you're using WordPress, you can simply install a schema plugin, and that will allow you to basically apply the benefits of schema without understanding all the programming principles involved. Now within WordPress, the easiest way to use schema is to install a plugin. So one that I particularly like is called All-in-One Schema Rich Snippets. And once you've installed it, potentially this is the sort of snippet you can have displayed within the search engine results. You can have extra information like the picture, like the star rating, things like that. So if I go to WordPress and just go plugins, add new, and over here if I just type in schema and do a search for schema, you'll find there's a number of different ones here. So this one is just simply called schema. It's got 40,000 active installations. This one over here has 90,000 active installations. It was last updated recently, it's compatible. It's all good basically. I can click here for more information if I want to. So you can see you can get information about how this thing works. And also notice that different types of schema are supported. So for instance, you can have schema reviews, events, people, products, recipe, software application, video, and articles. So as you can see at the top here, it says, how does a rich snippet help? Well, basically, rich snippet helps in two ways, because you can have a much more interesting snippet displayed to your users. So let's say you've got a video on your page. What you can do is you can use this plugin to add extra information about the video, and Google can actually read that information, display it in the search engine results, or help it just to promote the particular page containing the video within the search results. So anyway, I'll go and install it. So I click on install. I'll now activate it. And once you've installed it, it'll take you to this page here. So as I mentioned earlier on, you do have these different items here that you can apply the rich snippets to. So you can have events, people, products, recipe, software application, video, article, and service. And they are promising more in later editions. So for instance, if you go to video here, click on the down arrow, there's various information that can be displayed. And the way you'd use this is if you go to an actual page. So let's just go to the contact us page here. Let's say this contact page contains something like a video, where it's underneath the page information here where it says configure rich snippet. You would click on the down arrow. If it contained a video, you'd select video, and from there you can enter additional information. So you kind of get the idea. This is how you sneak extra information into your web pages for Google's benefit, which may or may not be seen by the visitors depending on what you're doing and how you're doing it. But the point is Google will see it, and that's the important thing. So you can put your video title in there, your video description, a thumbnail, URLs to the video. You can put the video duration and upload date in there. So, as I said, it's a way of sneaking extra information into your pages for Google's benefit. But also, remember, Google actually helped define this this whole way of doing things. So Google actually approves of this, and providing you don't abuse it. And always, if you go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, remember there was a little bit in there about abusing rich snippets. Now, providing you don't abuse this, it's all good. But as always, don't abuse it and don't overuse it. And as always, make sure your title and descriptions and all the other bits and pieces, make sure they're accurate and apply to that particular video. In this section, I'm going to look at how to use the Google Data Highlighter, which is really easy to use. Now, you just simply go to the Google Search Console and you'll find the Data Highlighter within there. Now, Google do have a video that explains how this works, which is a bit rushed unfortunately, but let's have a quick look anyway.
Hello, my name's Jack, and I'm a Product Management Director here at Google. This is an introduction to Data Highlighter, a new, easy way to tell Google about the structured data on your pages. Google uses structured data to provide better search results snippets, Google Plus snippets, and more. For example, if we know that a page on your site is about an event, we can show details like where the event is and when it is, right in the search results, making it easy for users to discover. You can already tell Google about the structured data on your site by adding microdata markup to your HTML. Data Highlighter is an alternative. It's a point-and-click tool that allows any webmaster to show Google the patterns of structured data on your pages without modifying the pages themselves, making the whole process super easy. To get started, input the URL of a typical page on your website containing structured data. When the page appears in Data Highlighter, highlight the important fields and label them. Google's understanding of the page will be reflected on the right. When you're done marking one page up, Data Highlighter will show you the similar pages from your site with data already highlighted. Review them and correct any errors. Once done, click Publish, and Google will apply these patterns to your entire site, regardless of its size, so Google can start showing off the structured data right there in your snippets. To try Data Highlighter, visit Google Webmaster Tools.
So basically what Jack from Google was showing you there was that if, like on my website, I have regular training events, then if I have a standardized way of naming these, so I can have like name SEO training, date, then the date of the training, and then the location or something like that. What I can do is basically within the Data Highlighter just select the date, select the name of the course, select the location of the course, things like that, right click, and from the drop down menu that's displayed you just tag it as the name of the course, the location, the date, stuff like that, and you just do that for one page, and as Jack said, it'll then apply that information to all the other pages. And even better is each time you go and update your information, it'll automatically update that, and that information will appear in the snippets, which is pretty good. So you do this once, set it up properly, check it's all working, and then you can just forget about it. And once it's in place, all your courses will appear automatically within the search engine results. So here's an example in my case of how it would look. So I've got 3 courses here listed in the actual search results. So I've done a search for something like, I don't know, SEO training or something. And as you can see, all the courses are listed there and the dates and what have you. Now, if we go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, it does recommend that these days you should start your website URL with HTTPS rather than HTTP. The S means it's secured. If you display an HTTP website within Chrome, you will now see this not secure warning. But if the same website is displayed using the HTTPS address, then you no longer see the warning sign. So this is an example here where this particular website, there is a secure and non-secure version. So what you want to do is to really automatically redirect from the non-secure to the secure, so that even if someone typed in the non-secure version, they would automatically see this version here. Now, providing you have the relevant technical skills, you can go and edit something called the htaccess file. If you've never heard of this file, probably best not to mess with it, and instead we can use a WordPress solution that involves plugins. Now here I am in WordPress. I've gone to Plugins, Add New, and I've just searched using the phrase HTTP to HTTPS. And the first two that come up, either of these will do the job. This one's got 7,000 active installations and all looks good. This one's got 100,000 active installations and all looks good. So you can use either one really. All you're doing with these is just simply doing an automatic redirect from the non-secure to the secure version. Now there's various web hosting issues you have to think about, and the first thing is server uptime. Now some internet hosting companies will proudly offer an uptime of 99%. Now if you think about an uptime of 99%, what does that mean? Every 99 minutes it'll go offline for a minute, so anyone who proudly boasts of a server uptime of 99% is not that great. What you should do is install a little pinging program. So there's this program called Uptime Robot. It's totally free, and what it does, it just sort of pings your website or pings your server, say every 5 minutes. If it doesn't get a response, it emails you saying there's something wrong, it can't access the server. So as I say, if you go to uptimerobot.com, you can just sign up for this. It's totally free. As I say, it will just sort of ping your web server every 5 minutes. If it gets a response, no problem. If it doesn't get a response, it'll send you an email saying, your server appears to be down. The other thing you should think about is try and get a system where the server is actually based in your own country. Google can determine where the server is based, so in my case, I'm in Australia, so if I use a web server that's based in Australia, then that helps with my SEO. Now there are other issues you need to think about, so you need to check if your website's been hacked. You can use your Google Search Console to do this and just go and check every so often. Now if you're going to use what's called a shared server, you need to check just how many other people are sharing that server with you. So if there's too many sites, then this can slow down the loading of each individual site that's hosted on a particular computer. And also in some cases, if there's lots of bad neighborhood sites hosted on that computer, that also can harm your relationship with Google. So the way this works, you just bring up this website here, and you just put your URL in there, and it will tell you how many people are sharing that particular server, and you may be surprised by just how many you find on there. Now this is a WordPress issue that you need to be aware of. In WordPress there's something called permalinks, and that really just determines how your web pages are going to be stored on the server. So what you do is you go into Settings, Permalinks. Let's go and have a look at this. So within the back end you go to Settings and then you go to Permalinks. Now what you don't want is a permalink that looks like that, where you have a file name that's using a sort of dynamic name like $p=123. There is no SEO value to the file name there. What you really want is either a custom structure like this or something like post name, in which case the post name or the page name will be taken from the title that you type in for that particular WordPress page. The whole point being is that every time you create a new post or a new page, the file name of that post or page contains SEO friendly words. You know, what you don't want is something stupid like, as in this first example, just the session ID, which is $p=123, has no SEO value at all. So it doesn't really matter which ones you use. I tend to go for something like this. Just go for something that, you know, increases the SEO value of the page name. So what are breadcrumbs? Well, a breadcrumb trail is like a sort of secondary menu system that displays to a website visitor, you know, where they are within a structured menu system. So it's kind of similar to the main menu at the top, but it's different. You know, it's an alternative menu system. So let's say you've got a website about cars. The breadcrumb trail for a particular page can tell the visitor that they're viewing maybe cars for sale in Perth, and they might be able to use the breadcrumb trail to go back to other options such as cars to rent in Perth. Or alternatively, they might be able to use the breadcrumbs to find cars in other locations such as say Sydney or Melbourne. And down the bottom here you've got a typical breadcrumb trail. This is the sort of thing that is displayed. Now, in Google's own words, Google search uses breadcrumb markup in the body of a web page to categorize the information from the page in search results. So basically this is telling you that Google likes breadcrumbs. And properly done, the breadcrumbs can actually show up in the Google search results. So if you go and look at the Google developers website, as you can see, it gives you some more information here, primarily aimed at developers. But again, you can just go here, get some more information. And as usual, you can sort of follow the links through here to get sort of more information on things like general structured data guidelines. So Google recommends that you use structured data techniques in order to generate your breadcrumbs. Now, as usual, if you're using WordPress, there's quite a few different plugins you can apply. And also, in many cases, the theme itself might actually support breadcrumbs. Now, if you're totally redesigning your website, you have to be very careful how you do it. Essentially, the older each web page is, the more respect Google will have for that web page. So any web page that's older than a year has an SEO value associated with it. So what you want to try and do if you're completely creating a new website from scratch to replace an existing website is to try and duplicate the exact file and folder name structure. That way that when Google comes and looks at the new site, it will find pages in the same place, in the same location, with the same file names as it expects. If you don't do that, if your redesign uses totally different file names, different file locations, different subdirectories, all the rest of it, then what happens is Google has a list of all the files in your old site, and it will keep coming back and try and re-index them before eventually giving up. But the point is that if you just simply replace the file names with something else, initially Google will regard all the files it can no longer find as broken links, and it won't necessarily realize that the file names have been changed. So try and sort of replicate the existing structure with the new structure. The same goes for images and videos and anything else. So as I say, try and use the same image names as well, because again, Google will have a record of all the images on your website. And if you just simply delete those and replace them with images with a totally different name, possibly in a different location, again, Google could regard this as a whole load of broken links, which is not good. Just to be on the safe side, if you haven't already done it, if you're totally redesigning your website, implement some sort of 404 error message redirecting. So again, if you're using something like WordPress, you can just install a plugin that will catch all the 404 file not found error messages and then redirect them using what's called a 301 permanent redirect to a page of your choice. Previously, we looked at the dangers of just simply upgrading, revamping your website. If you've got an old website that was written in something other than WordPress, and then you want to convert that to a WordPress website, there's even more things you have to think about. So let's say you've got a very old website. It was created in something like Dreamweaver many years ago, or possibly even things like FrontPage. And there are many, many different programs for creating websites, and a lot of the older ones would create file names, and it would add the extension like .htm or .html or .php, WordPress, on the other hand, creates pages that don't use these file name extensions. So what you need to do is find some way of basically replicating the old file name structure. So let's say you had a file called contactus.php for sake of argument. If that's where your contact us page was on the old website, then you need to create a new page called Contact Us, and you also need to find a way of adding the .php. And as always, the solution in WordPress, the solution to something is always the same: install a plugin. So there are lots of plugins that will actually allow you to add a file name extension to the WordPress file names. So in this case, this is an example of a website that's actually using file name extensions, and I've just simply installed a plugin, and this particular plugin is called Add Any Extension to Pages. And if you go and look at the settings here, basically just type in the extension you want, click on update, and that's it, sorted. So it's not a particularly sophisticated plugin, but it does the job. And in this particular case, if I open the website and look at the Contact Us page, you will notice, if you look carefully, the file name is actually contact-us.htm. So that's how you add file name extensions. Now, back in the day, the only thing that mattered about links was how many you had. These days, it's a little more complicated. Firstly, the links have to come from a good website, a website with high authority. They need to come from a site that's relevant to your site. They need to be one-way links, i.e. not reciprocal links. And finally, they have to be follow links, not no-follow links. You need to start analyzing your incoming links, so you can use the Google Search Console to do this, or there's numerous third-party solutions that you can use to do this as well. Now, certainly if you read what Google says on the subject, quality content attracts links. So you should go out of your way to try and create quality content that people will want to link to. So an obvious example would be something like an ebook or something like that. You know, downloadable tips and tricks, that kind of thing. So this is what's called link baiting. So link baiting really is creating quality content to attract links. And as I say, the classic example would be some sort of downloadable ebook. And the whole point of link baiting is to attract links from other people. The sort of link baiting techniques you can use are things like top 10 lists. These are always very popular. You know, the top 10, top 20 type lists. So-called 101 pages, which are kind of an introduction to a particular topic. And things like, I remember a couple of years ago, we were creating some link baiting pages, and one of the ones we came up with, this was for a chiropractor, was the top 10 myths about chiropractors. That was actually quite popular. Now, one-on-one information pages, it's an American expression. It basically just means a very basic introduction to a topic. So again, this could just be information on a page or a downloadable ebook, but it's really giving people information about something they're interested in. Do use original content. Obviously, you need to do research to see what sort of downloadable documents your competitors are making available, but don't just simply borrow their examples. You know, make up your own. Use unique content. Remember that Google will reward you for unique content. Now, other ways of getting links. I mean, one way is just simply to ask other people for links. So do some research, find non-competitive websites, you know, dealing in the same sort of field that you're in, and literally just reach out for them and ask for a link back to your website. You can ask your customers to rate you on Google. This is another nice way of getting effective links back to your own website. You can analyze links back to your competitor websites. So if you look at some of your competitor websites, you might find that they have backlinks to their web pages. So what you can do is analyze the links that they have and then sort of track back, as it were, whoever's linking to your competitor websites, contact them directly and see if they'll consider adding a link to your website. Now there's numerous third-party tools available. SEMrush is a good example. So with SEMrush, basically you just type in a domain there. You obviously have to log in, but this is quite a good tool for analyzing backlinks to either your website or, even more importantly, other people's websites. Another example would be Majestic. So again, you can go to this address here and have a look at what they have to offer. In many cases with these third-party analytics tools, they make their money by selling a premium version. Sometimes you get a free version, but it's the premium version that has the really good stuff in it. So again, just go and check them out, see if it's applicable to your particular website. You can take part in forum discussions. This is another way of having links back to your website. However, in many cases, these will be marked as no-follow links. So while they may result in more visitors, it won't necessarily help your SEO as such. You can post comments on blogs or become a guest blogger on somebody else's website. These are all sort of techniques that have been used over the years, and while you can still use them, they are sort of mentioned specifically by Google, and Google will caution you to use them with moderation. Do a little bit if you want to, but don't make this a big plank of your SEO. You can join local industry associations and groups, because quite often you can have your own profile page, which obviously involves information about you, plus a link back to your website. If you offer educational discounts to either staff or students, they may create a page within their educational website listing the discount details, along with a link to your website. Now, the reason this is useful is because in terms of SEO, links from educational sites are highly valued. Another variation on theme is producing regular articles for other people's newsletters, again with a link back to yourself. But again, don't overdo it. If you're going to produce your ebook in an Adobe PDF format, you probably know that you can password protect these. However, the password protection on Adobe Acrobat files is very easily got around. After a few minutes searching on the internet, you'll find dubious websites that will offer to sell you some software that will break the encryption on most ebooks. So, don't rely on password protection for Adobe Acrobat files. It's very easily bypassed. Downloadable tutorials, fact sheets, reports. These again are all sorts of things that you can create and make available as sort of free downloads, and again hopefully attract some links back to your website. Now, rule number 1 with Google is do not use paid link building schemes. Link building schemes at first sight seem attractive. If someone offers you, say, 200 quality links for $20, you think, great, that's going to save me a lot of time. But, what sort of quality are you going to get for that sort of price? The best advice always is to build your own links. Don't use other people to do it. Don't use reciprocal links. Don't use automated software link generators. There's all sorts of spammy stuff out there. You will find that if you try link building yourself, it does take time. It's a slow process, and it ideally builds up over time. Never think about automating this process with automatic software. It's a good way to really annoy Google. Now, something that used to be very popular in the past was reciprocal link exchanges. So the idea is that if you had a business in, say, one town or, one state, you could contact somebody in another town or another state or another city, maybe in a sort of similar sort of field as yourself, but because they're so far away, they were kind of non-competitive. So, for instance, if you were a hairdresser in, say, one city, contact a hairdresser in a different city and say, hey, do you want to swap links? And, to explain it might help with the SEO. And in the past, that did actually help with your SEO. These days, with reciprocal links, you link to them, they link to you. One cancels out the other, so These days there's very little value in organizing reciprocal links. Again, you've got to think of it from Google's point of view. If you go back to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, in there's a line that clearly states write websites for users, write websites for visitors, not for search engines. The classic reciprocal link was, hey, you link to me, I link to you. There's lots of companies now trying to put a sort of a spin on that. So the idea is I'll come to you and say, hey, you link from your company to this company, they'll link to another company, and that other company will link to you. So instead of being reciprocal, it kind of goes around in a circle. Again, Google is wise to this. It can very easily track this kind of activity. And as I say, if you do take part in these link exchanges, link schemes, things like that, go and check out the Google Webmaster Guidelines. It clearly states in there that if you engage in any form of sort of link manipulation for SEO benefit, you will suffer. So just don't do it. You might be thinking, well, okay, where else can I get links? And you might come across sort of free link pages, which are basically just websites where for free you can just add a link back to your website. Again, Google would regard these as very, very spammy. In the past, yep, they would have worked. Now, no. Now they're going to hurt you. So avoid these sort of websites, these free link websites. What are article submission sites? Well, basically, these are sites where you can submit articles. Big surprise. And the idea, if you read the terms and conditions of these sort of sites, is it's a basically sort of give and take thing. So the idea is that you can submit an article quite often with a minimum of sort of 500 or maybe 1,000 words. So you submit an article to one of these sites, and the deal is that anyone can download the article and kind of reuse it in any which way they see fit. So you kind of, in most cases, kind of give away your copyright. So that's the give. The take is that in most cases there's an area underneath the article where you can have a link back to your website. If you read the terms and conditions with most of these sites, certainly the more respected ones, you must be very careful not to include links or plugs within the main body of the article. So the idea is that in the article itself, it's basically just giving away useful information, and underneath the article, that's where you have the take, the information about you, maybe a quick bio, maybe a link back to your website. But you must make sure, as I say, that you don't have sort of plugs for your company or your website within the main body of the article. Now, if you go and check out what Google actually says about this, it says there in black and white that it doesn't like large-scale article marketing or guest posting. These are sort of yesterday's SEO. They used to be very popular, certainly 10 years ago, and even now I still see people advertising, schemes that will market your articles and what have you. But this is very much something that should be used in moderation, extreme moderation, in fact. You can do a few of them fine, maybe half a dozen, that's it, but no more. Certainly, as it says, Google doesn't want to see, as it says, large-scale article marketing. So the dangers of overuse, well, as I've just said, Google doesn't like this, and the same goes for the other search engines, so use with caution. That said, if you really want to do it, just type in something like article submission websites, go and search for that. And this is just a small sort of snapshot of what you'll find. There's loads and loads of these websites available. So this is just one example. So basically you can sign up for this, you submit your high quality original articles, and ideally you get more traffic back to your website. Well, as I say, 10 years ago that would have worked fine, but these days, not so much. PowerPoint submission websites are just like article submission websites, except that instead of articles, you submit PowerPoint presentations. So should you still be using these? Probably the answer is no. Google recommends that you don't use this sort of marketing technique. Their actual phrase is they don't like large-scale use of this. So maybe half a dozen at the absolute most. I would say probably these days, one or two maybe, and then that's it. Forget about them. Certainly in the past they used to work. Maybe 10 years ago this was a great way of building up links, but these days it's not really recommended at all, and used in excess they will damage your website's reputation with Google. Too many people have just tried using these sort of techniques to game the system, so Google takes a very dim view of things like article marketing and presentation sharing. So, if you must use them, maybe just 2, 3, 4 articles, 2, 3, 4 presentations, that's it. But used to excess, it will damage your reputation with Google. If you really want to use these, just go and do a search. I'll just bring up one to show you. So this one here is the PowerShow website. It's a well-known website. It's got an okay reputation within the business. And if you're going to use one, it's as good as any. But as I say, do use with caution, because you don't want to use this too much. The whole idea of blogs is it's about exploiting fresh content. So if you're going to have a mixture of a blog and a website in the one URL, essentially you use your web pages for things like your home page, your about us page, the contact us page, details of your products, that kind of stuff. And as far as blog posts are concerned, you would save those to things like news, special offers, deal of the month, that kind of thing. So that's probably the best way of combining the two. Now the thing about blogs is a lot of people think, oh, you have to be sending out blogs every single day. Ideally just send out blogs on a regular basis. That can be once a week, once a month, once every 2 months. But just try and keep it regular. What you don't want is to send out half a dozen blog posts one week and then nothing for months on end. Because when you finally get around to sending out some more information, people will have probably lost interest. So if you're going to have regular visitors, if that's the idea of your blog, try and keep the blog posts sent out on a regular basis. Now sometimes people will have a blog in one place and a website somewhere else. The best thing, especially if you're using WordPress, is to combine the two into the one URL. So how do you set up a blog? Well, what I'll do is I'll actually walk through this from scratch. It's very easy in WordPress. Now what I've got here is just a quick sample website I've just created. If I go into the back end, what I can do is create a page where I'm going to display my blogs. So I'll go to Pages, Add New, and you can call this anything you want. Just to make it easier to understand what's going on, I'm going to call it Blog, but you could call it News or just about anything else you wanted. So in this case, I'll just simply call this one Blog. I'll go and publish this. So that page is now live. So I've now got a page, a web page where I can display my blog posts. Next thing I do is I go to Tools, Reading. What I now need to do is to define a page that will display my posts. So if I click on the down arrow here, that page I just created called blog, I can select that one. And if I save my changes, what that now means is that if I go and add this blog page to the menu, that will display my posts. So next thing I have to do is go to Appearance, Menus, and that's the page I just created. I'll add that to the menu system. I'll just leave it at the end there so you can see it easily. I'll save the changes. I'll go and look at the front end, and you can see that blog item is now there. If I click on it, big surprise, it's empty. Why? Because I haven't created any blogs. there's no posts at the moment. So what I have done is I've created a page, this page, which will display the blog posts once I create them. So the next task is to go and create some posts. So I go to the back end. I don't go to pages, I go to posts. I want to create a new post. And I'll just call this Jan Deals. And I'll just put some text in there, and I'll go and publish that. I'll go and create another new post. Call this Feb Deals. And I'll just put some sample text in there like before. And I'll publish that. And I'll do one more. March Deals. And again, I'll just put some text in. And I'll publish that. So if I go to where it says all posts, you can see I've got 3 posts now. January deals, February deals, March deals. And if I go to the front end and now click here, there we are. We see the blogs being displayed. So they're in reverse chronological order. So that was the first one I created, that was the next one, that was the next one. Obviously these don't look very interesting because there's just a few lines of text in it. But I was just showing you the process which you'd actually use to set this up. And as you saw, it was incredibly fast in WordPress. So again, another plug for WordPress. I love it. It's just so good for doing things well and doing things easily. Now firstly, adverts. Use conservatively. Even though Google does make its money by running adverts, it doesn't like too many adverts on the page, especially what's called above the fold, i.e. at the top of the page. So if you do want to run adverts on your website, it's best to run them towards the bottom of the page. Now anchor text, just make sure you use it accurately and conservatively and don't overdo it. Don't try and stuff every single keyword into all of your anchor text. Broken links, specifically mentioned in the Google Webmaster Guidelines. Just check on a regular basis you don't have any broken links. Buying links. Never do this. It's one of the quickest ways to get yourself banned from Google. Comment spam or user-generated spam. If you do allow comments, make sure they're moderated. Personally, I just don't allow comments on my website, so it's an easier solution. But if you do allow them, use some sort of moderating program so that comments are only displayed once they've been assessed. If you don't like the comments, delete them. If you do want to allow the comments, allow them to be published. Duplicate content. Make sure you don't just copy and paste material from one page to another. And also make sure you don't have multiple websites with duplicate content. Excessive doorway pages, again specifically mentioned by Google. If you are going to have doorway pages, you should use them for informational reasons, and you should put no follow and no index tags at the top of the page. Certainly if you have lots of doorway pages, for instance for every suburb in your local town, Google will take a very dim view of that and could well penalise you for it. As you can see in the illustration, doorway pages are specifically mentioned in the Google Webmaster Guidelines. Remember, the titles and descriptions on your site. Make sure there's no duplicates. Each one should be unique for every page. Make sure the title's not at the right length, and just check that the titles and descriptions are appropriate to the content of every single page. So this is particularly important. Google really likes you to have the titles and descriptions specific to the content of every single page. They should also be the correct length, not too short, not too long. And again, you can use the Google Search Console, so if there's any title descriptions that Google's not happy with, you can get a message via the Google Search Console. Missing H1 tags. Every page should have an H1 tag. However, you should only have one H1 per page. So if you have multiple H1s, it won't get you banned, but Google won't like it. You can use things like SEO Quake to check how many H1s you have on each page. And again, you can get information from the Google Webmaster Guidelines about heading issues. Remember that in terms of SEO, the H1 is very important, the H2 to a lesser extent, and H3s to H6 probably little or no effect. But what you should make sure you have is no gaps in the hierarchy. So for instance, if you've got an H1 and you've got an H3, make sure you also have an H2. Periodically check to make sure your website server hasn't been hacked and it's not got some sort of malware on it. Again, the Google Search Console will let you know about this. Hidden content, something else that really annoys Google. Don't try and hiding content. You know, the old trick of white text and white background at the bottom of the page. Well, it worked 15 years ago, but that was a long time ago. Now it'll just get you banned. Keyword stuffing. Again, Google specifically mentioned this, so don't overdo the keyword stuffing. Try and keep the keyword density to an absolute maximum of say 5%, ideally less. As I say, try and use proper sentences, not just a whole load of keywords, because you know, Google has a certain reading age and can tell, you know, if it's a really badly written page or if the reading sort of level seems okay. Now, link building. Google is very good at detecting when it calls unnatural link building efforts. Or in plain English, if you try and buy links, you'll get found out. Sometimes just simply exchanging links with large numbers of companies, that also can affect your SEO in a bad way. Linking to bad websites, that's certainly a very bad idea. Whether they're linking to you or you're linking to them, same difference now. So do make sure that you do check where your website is linking to, and also check any links from other websites to you. Make sure they appear to come from good websites, not bad neighborhoods. You can use the Google mobile testing tool to see if your website is properly optimized for mobile devices, so just check it out every so often. Do bear in mind, if you over-optimize, you now get penalized for that, so you can't win. So be conservative with your SEO, you know, don't go crazy. Always remember, if you go to the Google Webmaster Guidelines, there's a little phrase down here, where is it? There it is. Make pages primarily for users, not for search engines, or in plain English, don't over-optimize. Reciprocal links. Again, this used to work. These days, really reciprocal links cancel each other out, even if you've got a good link from a good website. And do remember that links really only help these days if they are from good websites, and if they're obviously follow links, and also if they're really sort of related to your website in some way. You know, having lots of links from totally unrelated areas coming to your website these days doesn't really help you that much. Schema, don't abuse it. Again, this is particularly mentioned in the Google Webmaster Guidelines. Scraped content. That's a polite way of saying content stolen from other websites. Again, don't do this. Google can find out about stolen content and again can penalize you for this. Sitemaps, you need both the XML and the HTML sitemaps. Thin content, this is basically where you've got lots of new pages, very sort of thin content of little or no value. Again, if you can't produce decent content, don't produce it. You know, sometimes less is more. So if you're just creating new pages just for the sake of it, maybe to try and get Google to associate your product or your service with a particular area or something, if you've not got any quality content to go with that, then really you're going to harm your efforts. You're not going to help your SEO, you're going to harm your SEO. Unnatural linking activity. This is basically Google getting better and better at detecting linking scams. So, you know, try and go for natural linking rather than sort of organized reciprocal links or anything like that. In Google's own words, while Google relies on algorithms to evaluate and constantly improve search quality, we're also willing to take manual action on sites that use spammy techniques, such as demoting them or even removing them from our search results altogether. So Google couldn't really be clearer about that. If you break the rules, they'll throw you out. So what sort of things could trigger a manual action? Well, if your site is hacked and you haven't bothered fixing it, if you've got excessive user-generated spam, i.e. comments that haven't been moderated, if you're using some of the spammy free hosting websites, you might just have a bad reputation by association and could get banned for that. If you're using some sort of spammy structured markups system, again, if it's abused, you'll get penalized for it. Unnatural linking to your website, that's probably one of the most common things that can get you banned. Thin content with little or no value, again, Google just doesn't like that. And then if you've got all the things that are specifically listed in the Google Webmaster Guidelines, things like cloaking and sneaky redirects, all that kind of stuff, that's guaranteed to get you banned. Unnatural linking from your website, that can get you banned. And then you've got other things just like pure spam, hidden text, keyword stuffing, all the obvious things. Now, how do you know you've got a manual action against you? Well, for one thing, you've just been thrown out of the Google index, so you'll no longer appear in Google. What you can do is go into your Google Search Console. If you have been banned, they'll tell you in there that, that a manual action has been taken against you. So if you do have a manual action against you, what happens? Well, basically you mend your ways and then you have to submit a reconsideration request and hope that Google will get around to examining it and forgiving you. Trouble is, Google has a long memory, it doesn't forget and it doesn't forgive, so you're far better off not attracting a manual action in the first place than trying to recover from one. For most people, SEO is all about being top of the first page. Now, not everyone can be at the top of the first page, obviously. So, if you've done your best in SEO and you're somewhere on the first page, and maybe that's as far as you get, then you need to think about, concentrating on how well your particular snippet looks on the page, because once you are on the first page, it means you're one of 10. And you've just got to make sure that your snippet looks much more interesting than everybody else's. It doesn't have to be at the top of the first page, even if it's down towards the bottom. If it looks more interesting, if there's something interesting about your snippet compared to other people's snippets, then chances are they might still click on you. So this idea of using star ratings in the snippets, we've mentioned it before. This is purely a plugin, a WordPress plugin that's doing this. In this case, the one I'm using in the example you can see here is using a plugin called KK Star Rating. Bit of a mouthful, but it's a useful little plugin. And if I look at this live, you can see here we are, KK Star Rating. It gives you an example of what it does and how it works. And it's basically using Google's own technology, which is why those stars are displayed within the snippet. Now, something else you might be eligible for is snippet images. Back in the past, Google used to have something called authorship, which they developed and then suddenly dropped overnight. That meant that you could have a photograph of yourself displayed in the search engine results, and so that disappeared many years ago now. Now, there is a sort of replacement for that, but instead of just having a picture of yourself, let's say you've got a recipe site. For every one of your recipes, you could include an image, and that image could be displayed directly in the search results, as you can see here. However, as it says in the last bullet point here, it's purely up to Google as to whether or not they display the image. So in this case, I've gone to Google, I just typed in cheesecake recipes, and if we go down here on these three here, as you can see, there's a little image of the finished product displayed directly in the search engine results. Again, if you want to do this via WordPress, there are numerous plugins to allow you to do this. But the big problem is that for many industries, Google just won't display it. It's quite easy if you're a menu website, they'll display it then. But if you're doing, well, I don't know, industrial widgets or something, pretty unlikely they're going to display pictures of your industrial widgets or whatever it is. Upcoming events. This is a nice one and it's very easy to do. In my case, as you can see in this example here, I just typed in SEO Training Perth and there was an advert, then my homepage, then the next result here was actually a page listing the next run of courses. Now the way I got this to display those courses was simply to use the Google Search Console. Within the Google Search Console you'll find something called the data highlighter. There is no programming required and it's a very, very simple click, 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 set it up, and then forever and a day, providing you keep the format standard on your website, every time you change the courses, add some new courses, they can all be displayed in the snippet as illustrated in the screenshot there. Remember to promote your documents and your videos as well. So do remember, if you've uploaded some videos, that you can generally control the thumbnail that's displayed. So, really put some effort into having a nice thumbnail that's going to improve the click-through rate for you. Another really good source of SEO information is the Google Webmaster Central blog. This is the address here. You might want to set this up and bookmark it. If we go and have a quick look, as you can see at this point, Google is just switching people over to the new Search Console and it's coming out of beta. So there's an awful lot of information about sort of new test tools that are available. And of course, each one of these things, if you want to, for instance, know about the URL inspection tool, you can just click on that and get information. And all these other things here, again, you can just simply click on these and get more information. So there's a lot in here about AMP and things like that. And if you scroll down here, you'll see there's lots and lots of useful information. So again, it's just one of those places if you want to keep in touch with the most recent aspects of SEO and how Google and SEO fit together. Just every so often, just go and have a flick through it and see if there's something interesting or relevant to you. Another great place for finding information about Google and SEO is to visit the Google Webmaster Help YouTube channel. So this is the Google Webmaster YouTube channel. As you can see, there's lots of information on here. If you go and check it out in more detail, you can go and look at, for instance, at the playlists. So as you can see, there's lots of different playlists here. So for instance, if you're interested in learning information in Chinese, there's a special Chinese version here, or a Japanese version here, Turkish version there, or if you want specifics about, for instance, SEO snippets, you could click here. I'll just pause that, and as you can see, there's a playlist here, but this is all to do with snippets. So for instance, let's find something. This one here, will removing HTML from my URLs help my site? And you can go and watch that if you want. The answer incidentally is no, it won't make a difference at all. But as I said, lots of good information here. If we go and look at the actual videos, as you can see, if I just scroll down, these are all the different videos. And of course, you can go here and sort by, for instance, most popular. And as you can see, they go back a long time. So the most popular one here was an introduction to Google custom search, and that was actually 6 years ago with 2.3 million views. So it is quite useful to just sort of go through these and sort of see what's available. There's a guy called Jack from Google. He will introduce you to how to use the data highlighter, which is an incredibly powerful tool for getting extra information shown in the snippets. If you go down here, there's a lot of videos, and this guy called Matt Cutts, who is one of the good guys at Google and has sadly left. Even though some of his videos now are a bit old because he left a while back, there's a lot of good insights that Matt will give you. I'll say one of the good guys at Google. There's an interesting one. Will SEO still exist in 5 years? Well, bear in mind that was posted 9 years ago. I'm guessing the answer is yes, it will.